Chapter 1 One Touch President App. Mr. Sun, to no longer accommodation. This job I really value. Wang you are a good employee. This point I recognize. If our company's employees are as good as you, we'll certainly prosper. Unfortunately, this period of time the company's economy is depressed. I also have no way. The palm of the hand are meat. Lay off anyone is not suitable. Sacking you is also the decision of the board of directors. So don't blame Mr. Sun for it, haha. That's it. Tomorrow you come to the personnel department to settle your paycheck. Let's all get together. Hey, Mr. Sun. On the other end of the phone, there was a busy signal. On the humble balcony of the rental house, a young man wearing red pants slowly put down his cell phone. He put one of the cigarettes clipped to his ear into his mouth, and with a crunch of the lighter, a bean-sized flame surfaced in the dark night. Bleeping dog. Wang Qi shakily spat out a mouthful of smoke and scratched his ass. Wang Qi, 23 years old, a newly listed company staff, originally thought that he could rely on the advantages of his youth and flexible thinking to break through in Jihai City and earn big money, but did not expect just half a year. Was dismissed. The sky does not give birth to my big Wang Qi. Jihai Wanqi as long as the night of the heroic spirit also vanished. As if with his red pants, leakage is not two small holes. The gas of brain are leaking out. $11 of cigarettes. Wang Qi smoked half. The evening wind also smoked half. He slowly returned inside the snail house, trying to calm his restless heart. Dang. Another vibration came from his cell phone, and Wang Qi was ecstatic, thinking that it was Mr. Sun's return to retain the company's best employee who had just been laid off by him. On the caller ID, it wasn't Mr. Sun, but Zhang Nanner. Zhang Nanner is the most beautiful girl in the company, melon face with big eyes, and her body is also very good. Whoever saw it said it was a small fan bing. For this beauty, of course, Wang Qi is not willing to give up. Adhering to the spirit of kissing the swan's mouth cannot lick a mouthful of swan legs will also be fine. Wang Toad chased hard for 2 months. Finally, with the aid of his monthly salary, Zhang Nanner agreed to his pursuit. Love of beauty. Wang Qi also saw on Zhang Nanner pampering, every time to go to dinner with friends. Have to bring this beautiful people, show off their girlfriend. Wang Qi had just been dismissed from his job when his girlfriend called, which warmed his heart. It must be his girlfriend coming to comfort him. Hey, good evening, Princess Love. Wang Qi pretended to speak in a relaxed manner, trying to make his laughter a little more natural. Wang Qi, let's break up. A cold voice reached Wang Qi's ears. The forced smile froze on his face. Nanner, what did you say? I said, Wang Qi, let's break up. The phone came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Nanner's a cry. Cold words, interspersed with tantalizing gasps from time to time. Nanner, what are you doing? Wang Qi felt the heavens spinning as bean-sized beads of sweat slid down from the corners of his forehead. You must be running, right? It's so late that you still go to exercise. I will be heartbroken. Go home. Wait for me to find you tomorrow. Wang Qi, from now on, we don't have any relationship. Beep. Dizzy sounds echoed in the small room. Wang Qi numbly wiped the water stain at his chin, not knowing whether it was sweat or tears. It wasn't that important anyway. Overnight, the job was lost, and so was his girlfriend. Wang Qi transformed into a computer cleanup master and emptied all the items on his computer desk in a fit of rage. And his heart also transformed into clutter on the ground at this moment, becoming fragmented. What's the madness in the middle of the night? Noisy. Don't forget that it's time to pay the rent tomorrow. Every time you make me come to rush. Outside the soundproof door of the room, came the landlord's muttering voice. Ha. Wang Qi's eyes were lifeless, sitting on the messy floor like a walking corpse. He no longer cared about the landlord's murmur, nor did he care about his future days to come, including his dampened red pants. He was tired and wanted to end his ed-up life. It was 12 a.m. Too early to rest for the city of Jihai, the city that never sleeps. There are office workers who work hard overtime for a better life. And there are rich kids who go to nightclubs and throw away a lot of money. There are even suicides who think about how to go without pain and with dignity. Wang Qi sat in front of the computer desktop, his mouth gnawing on the wilted half of the cucumber. Searching the internet, how to commit suicide without pain. Jumping from a building, the death is too tragic. Not decent enough. Not to mention whether the fall into a strange shape. In case if you do not die, fall into a vegetable. That is even more painful. Cutting his wrists, too painful. Directly pass. Drinking pills, with the only $10 left in his pocket. He doesn't even deserve to kill himself. My God, even suicide is so laborious. Wang Qi threw himself up to the sky and smashed the cucumber root hard on the computer screen. Suddenly, the screen changed abruptly. and Baidu converted to an advertisement in an instant. Not satisfied with the life at hand? Want to become a person in the eyes of others? Want to become a wealthy and extremely powerful boss? The opportunity will never come again. Seize the chance and hurry to download this app, so that the life you aspire to is not a dream. On the screen, an impassioned voice interrupted Wang Chi's complaints, and a QR code of the app appeared in front of his eyes. Now, just scan the QR code and download the One Key President app to enjoy the peak of your life. For the sake of your dreams, hurry up and take action. Bastard, Wang Chi muttered, wanting to fork the webpage, but he didn't realize that the QR code seemed like a virus, and he couldn't fork it. It was as if it was saying to him, if you don't download the old man, I won't go anywhere. And the fact is just as he thought. Wang Chi to the mouse are fast rotten. Also did not see this One Key President of the ads were forked out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All to this time, even you bully me. Although Wang Chi sighed, his hand was still honestly holding his cell phone, scanning to the stubborn QR code. Who cares what virus webpage? He is the one who is going to commit suicide. And he is still afraid of these moths? Not long after, a black image of a big back software appeared on the phone. One Key President. Wang Chi posed on the ground and clicked in. Real name authentication? He opened his mouth doubtfully, not having thought about a piece of trash software that required real name authentication. But turning his head, he thought that he only had a few dollars left in his card balance anyway, so this virus software couldn't do anything to him. Compared to the virus software, Zhang Nanner is the real money-sucking monster. Basically Wang Chi's salary, have to invest in that dog woman. Then that dog woman went to run with someone else at night. No way. Mentioning her makes my liver hurt. Wang Chi smiled bitterly, and after filling out his personal information, the screen suddenly pulled out an option. Dear Mr. Wang Chi, hello, welcome to the One-Click President app, or, you can call this software, Second Life. Now, please choose the program you want to place an order for. Top President, 50,000,000 yuan. Standard President, 10,000,000 dollars. I day you mother, I have $50 million early ing into the president. Still use you this broken software? Wang Chi cursed and cursed out. He felt that this software is taking him as a grudge seed, a leak who is not yet experienced in the world, and immediately want to uninstall. And this app seems to have spirituality in general, and flashed a dialog box. Dear Mr. Wang Chi, because the system recognizes you as a new user, this app will issue newcomer benefits to you, and also congratulate you on obtaining the exclusive privilege of One-Click President. Castrated President, $0. Without spending a penny? Wang Chi has some numclaws. $0 purchase he has heard of. $0 to experience the president. He is really never heard of. Go to his grandmother. As a game to play. Anyway, to satisfy the last curiosity is enough. By the time the damned still have to die. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to click down. Name, Wang Chi. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Selected items, castrated version of the president. Note, this software is exclusively distributed for a limited period of time. Do not divulge any information about this software to the outside world, while the user should remain rational about any changes after starting the software. When starting the software, there will be real-time detection by the system, and we hope that users will abide by the rules. One Key President. Start. When Wang Chi didn't react, the cell phone screen violently shot out a strong light. The sky spun around. The teenager wearing red pants straightened up and fainted. Chapter 2. Hello, Mr. Wang. I don't know how long it took, but a fresh breeze blew by, freezing Wang Chi's balls. It had already come to morning, and he had drifted off to sleep for the entire night. He rubbed his slightly swollen head and slowly sat up, into the eyes, or that cluttered rental house, one into the unchanged. Sure enough, he was still the clown who escaped from the circus. His entire life had been spent in people's ridicule, even the spam software had begun to tease him. Wang Chi got up and came to the mirror, looking at his nested mass face, as well as his bone-thin body. How to look at the shadow of the president. If he wore a red nose, it might be more in line with his persona. Batman, you'll never catch me. Siren gave a grin, and he was going to get down to business. That is, the big suicide business. In front of the nightstand, Wang Chi was picking something out, and seeing how he was deep in thought and frowning every now and then, it was easy to see that he was really serious. Just decided it's you. As soon as the words fell, an unlucky belt was taken out by him. This belt, a birthday gift from Zhang Nanner, although it was a cheap item that cost $20 a piece on Spelling Eve, but for Wang Chi, it was a treasure. Gift is light. This belt carries Zhang Nanner's love for him, but at this moment, he is going to hang himself with this belt. Wearing red to hang himself, he will become a stern ghost and take that watery woman away. No red clothes? It doesn't matter. Pants that are red will do. Heaven does not give birth to my great Wang Qi. Jihai Wanqi is like a long night. Wang Qi shoved his head into the circle surrounded by the belt and instantly roared, holding the determination of certain death. Kicking off the stool under his feet, the belt tightened, and the whole person looked like an air-dried salted fish, swinging back and forth on the clothesline. The extremely painful choking sensation was especially strong. Wang Qi was like a fish dying of thirst, struggling for his life, and the whole person's eyeballs bulged outwards due to the pressure. Within a few minutes, his face turned into a pig's liver color, and his struggles became smaller and smaller. The suffocation of drowning made his consciousness begin to blur. After 2 minutes, his hands hung down as if he was relieved. Ka! Bang! The clothesline pole, unable to bear the weight, directly snapped, and the hanging young man fell directly to the ground. When one has experienced the horror of death, only then does one understand that life is precious. Wang Qi, too, the moment he landed on the ground, he hastily undid the belt around his neck, accompanied by endless coughing. The long-lost air filled his respiratory tract again. Wang Qi, who had walked through the ghost gate, held his head in resignation and sobbed. It was true that he was still afraid of death and could only be coy and live like a clown. Old Sun is really a wimp. Woo-woo, he threw down his belt in grief, a symbol of shame, mental and physical. After crying for a long time, he got tired of crying and got up and walked out of the bathroom. Knock knock knock. The door of the room was knocked. Wang Qi woodenly opened the door to his room, and the curly-haired older woman stood in the doorway, her arms crossed, contemptuously scanning the iconic red pants. Hey, Wang Qi, time to pay the rent. 1,500. No money. Wang Qi completely swing rotten. Not like the past that begged grandpa and grandma praying landlord Suma a few more days to delay. Wait for him to clear the wages and then make up. Go to his grandmother. All go to his grandmother. The old man swing rotten. Love whatever. Su Mom was also stunned. What did you say? I said, no money. No money. Get out. Get out then. Little bastard. You're still coming on strong. Su Mother crossed her waist. A windy and angry look. You such a waste. Only I can keep you. If outside, you such a child cannot even live on the bridge hole. If you were out there, you wouldn't even be able to live in a bridge cave. I won't accept you. Pack up your things and leave now. Get lost. I'll get out now. Wang Qi couldn't hold back his anger and slammed the door shut. Look at your permed curls. Just like a ing old teddy. Ignoring the tirade outside the door, Wang Qi returned to the bedroom and started packing. Speaking of luggage, there wasn't much actually. A suitcase of clothes, and a computer bag. The other things, Wang Qi didn't want anymore. The smell of confusion filled the entire room. He looked out the window, not knowing where to go from here. Death might be a whim, but going to the company to settle his salary to go home and see his old mom might be more worthwhile than death. Wang Qi's father was killed in a car accident when he was young, leaving his mother alone to bring him up. Wang Qi also worked hard, grew up, came alone to the prosperous city of Jihai Development. Mom from time to time and the family bragged about their son in the big city to make money, waiting to give himself old age to enjoy the blessings of it. Mom also absolutely cannot imagine. His son, in fact, is a loser. Wang Qi looked at his mom in the address book, silently wiped away tears, carrying luggage to the door, leaving this sad city. Once again, he passed by the big mirror at the door, in which was a loser wearing a cheap t-shirt and shorts, a failure in love and shopping malls. He really didn't want to see his mom's disappointed face, but he couldn't stand the hurt that Jihai had caused him. Half a year. Hey! Wang Qi shook his head inside. Just at this time, the knock on the door sounded again. Knock knock knock. From the corners of his forehead that were flushed with bruises, it was not difficult to see that Wang Qi had already reached the limit of his 6 months of insults against Suma. Lao Zi does not rent your room anymore, and you still dare to come to pick a fight? Angry hair on the fence. Bang! The door was violently opened. UING rush. Wang Qi was ready to do offline spraying with Suma to vent his anger, but at the moment of opening the door, he completely froze. What stood outside the door was not Suma, who slithered around with curly hair on top of her head all day. Instead, it was a beautiful woman, an absolute beauty. The woman was wearing a neat professional dress, a small daughter-in-law hip skirt, and her exhaling firmness and well-proportioned black silk thighs made Wang Qi instantly deflate. This body is more positive than Netflix P. Front convex and rear curvature. B waist and thin buttocks. Just one glance let Wang Qi cannot move his eyes. Even more absolute was the woman's exquisite melon face and charming features, a pair of slender charming eyes embellished by a tear mole, presenting a fox-like flirtation. However, the woman's entire demeanor was ice-cold, forming an extremely obvious contrast with her sexy hotness. Not to mention Zhang Nanner, even those female celebrities looked dwarfed in front of her. Goo! He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The yukai in front of him was too mesmerizing, causing his eyes to remain fixed on the woman's full figure and handsome face. It took a while before Wang Qi reacted. You horny bastard. Too damn rude. Secretly cursing himself, Wang Qi scratched his head in embarrassment and said in an extremely gentle tone, "That beautiful woman. Who are you looking for?" The woman did not answer, and in his shocked line of sight, slowly stretched out her slender white hand to gently organize Wang Qi's collar, a rose fragrance, so that this frustrated man cannot help but old face red. When the t-shirt was organized until there were no creases, the woman slightly owed her waist, and a cold and pleasant voice came out from her moist red lips. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Chapter 3 The Worst President. Boom! Wang Qi's entire scalp was numb, staring at the woman with big bell-like eyes dead on. His mouth was afraid that he didn't need to go to the hospital if he stuffed a light bulb in it. He could pull it out directly. "Beauty, are you looking for the wrong person?" The woman shook her head while looking at the valuable watch on her wrist and owed her waist once again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. It's my dereliction of duty. I came 5 minutes late." "Don't apologize first. I'm a little confused." Wang Qi hurriedly reached out to help the bowing woman. The tangible touch and the refreshing rose scent, he dared to conclude that it must not be a dream. Then what exactly was the situation? How did he all of a sudden change into Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang, President, that's software. One-click President app. Without delay, Wang Qi immediately took out his cell phone, and the icon of the man with the black back, clearly visible on the phone. Excited heart, trembling hand, pressed on the app, entering the software. The entire interface changed. Name, Wang Qi. President aura value, 1%. President's ability, irresistible. When the user confidently shouts, "I am a great president," it will come into effect. The user will emit a coercive aura that is intimidating and has a high probability of compromise for a period of 10 minutes. Anyone or anything affected will be affected by the aura, resulting in psychological and rational obedience. Irresistible will enhance the effect as the aura value increases, limit of 1 trigger per day. Just in the moment when Wang Qi was reading it carefully, his cell phone seemed to ring at a pinch of time. The incoming number was a string of irregular numbers. Hello, Mr. Wang Qi. I'm the private customer service of the One-Click President app, and this call, it's here in order to remind you that the One-Click President has come into effect. I'm sure you've already checked your information. From now on, you've already completed the first step, and in the time after that, your secretary Gu Yueshi will help you complete your metamorphosis. Gu Yueshi. Wang Qi silently looked at the beauty in front of him. At this moment, Gu Yueshi knowingly turned her back, keeping her distance from Wang Qi so as not to overhear his conversation. Mr. Wang Qi, what's coming next? You have to bear in mind. On the other end of the phone, the mechanical voice continued. Your aura value is based on your assets and your own self-confidence to form a positive ratio. When the assets and self-confidence increase, your aura value will also increase. And of course, your ability will also increase. The aura value is up to 100%. The higher the aura value, the duration of the president's ability and his or her own aura will also increase. Of course, when your aura value reaches 100%, you will no longer need this ability. Completely breaking into a butterfly, Wang Qi's eyes burst out with an unprecedented luster. The kind of ecstasy, the ambition and yearning to become a human being. But you have to remember, no matter what, don't disclose the relevant content of this app. If this software leaks from your side, then this app will terminate all your activities and will no longer give opportunities. No, definitely not. Don't worry, I won't even say one more word to others even if I sew my mouth shut, Wang Qi hurriedly said, fearing that his dream of being president in hand would be shattered. Okay, Mr. Wang Qi, then next, good luck. As the words fell, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Wang Qi put the cell phone into his pocket and slowly lit a cigarette. Crouching, trough, crap, lousy really became the president. Ha ha, his grandmother, cool. Throughout the building, echoing monkey-like roar, a man with a cigarette in his mouth ran joyfully in the building, accompanied by splashes of cigarette ash and saliva, enough to see how happy this person is. Happy like a baboon who ate a banana. When Wang Qi finished spreading his joy, he slowly calmed down, his gaze shifting to the rippling beauty on the side. He, this is her little secretary. Ahem, that, Gu Yu, Xiao Gu Ah, are we, now, going back to the company? Yes, Mr. Wang, Gu Yueshi responded politely. It's not too late, let's leave right away. I can't wait to embrace my new life. The corners of Wang Qi's mouth were almost grinning up to his ears as he smiled extremely brightly. Old me loves this place. Gee hi. Gu Yueshi gently nodded her head and thoughtfully took the suitcase, stepping on her fiery red high heels to lead Wang Qi out of the sad place. It wasn't that the enthusiasm faded fast. Wang Qi was a very easily satisfied person, and with a slight favor, he would jump as high as a 3-story building, without spending a penny. becoming the overlord that thousands of people aspire to. He should not lose a single point of enthusiasm for the rest of his life. But at this moment, he really feels a little ridiculous. Especially seeing Gu Yueshi standing next to a bicycle. That visual impact was no less than Beauty and the Beast. If this bicycle was ridden by a loser like Wang Qi, it would still be out of character. But if Gu Yueshi this kind of exquisite big beauty ride, indeed, very awkward. Little Gua, are you sure this is our ride? Wang Qi tried to maintain a kind smile. He didn't have the luxury of having a top-class luxury car like Rolls-Royce, Bentley or Ferrari as a seat like other presidents. Freebies like the castrated version naturally didn't have these configurations, but at the very least, it had to be a four-wheeled ride. Let a beautiful secretary pedal a bicycle to carry himself. That picture is so beautiful that people want to cry. It's really a castrated version. App honestly doesn't deceive me. Seeing Gu Yueshi nodding coldly, Wang Qi followed him without tears. The bike is still an old model with a 2-to-8 beam, the kind that will pinch the eggs if a child rides it. Wang Qi looked at the calm Gu Yueshi, and then looked at his suitcase, gritted his teeth, holding the suitcase and sat down on the back seat of the bike. As a result, the entire street, a beautiful scenery line appeared. A high turnover rate of the beauty. Is the wind speed pedaling bicycle, thunderous and clean. In the crowd's dismayed gaze, sitting in the back of the man ringing the suitcase, his mouth kept chanting, slow down, Hua and Street, here it is, Mr. Wang. I don't know how long it took, but the 2-8 beam bicycle that was pedaled and smoked finally stopped. Wang Qi stepped off the bike shakily and couldn't help but give Gu Yueshi a thumbs up. This woman do not look business rich. Did not expect to pedal the bike this physical work are easy to do. This is carrying him and the suitcase. If she pedaled by herself, shall not take off? Gu Yueshi shook off the bangs at her forehead and returned a light smile with a stroke of warm sunshine in the iceberg. Very beautiful. Mr. Wang, the company has arrived. Following the green jade counting on the past, what came into view was a modestly sized store. From the steam emanating from the open glass door, it was not hard to tell that it was a store about the food industry. At the same time, the greasy signboard on the store was very bright. Wang's Group. 4 large characters. Without looking closely, it was very imposing and domineering. Of course, those who were attentive would see that underneath the 4 big words of Wang's Group, there were 3 small words. Breakfast Shop. Wang's Group Breakfast Shop. The corner of Wang Qi's mouth involuntarily twitched. He should be the most miserable of the presidents. Chapter 4 Mission of the Day. Wang's Group Breakfast Shop. Elegant but extremely grounded. Due to the fact that it was past the morning rush, there were only a few scattered customers seated inside, and the steam emanating from the steaming meat buns and wontons was filled with a simple and unadorned smoky atmosphere. Wang Qi followed Gu Yueshi's footsteps and went straight to the counter. Yeah, Secretary Gu. This is Mr. Wang, isn't it? At the counter, a young girl who didn't look too old was full of smiles, her large twisted braid and small freckles making her look youthful and pretty. Mr. Wang, this is our employee, Lu Yi. You can just call her Little Lu. Gu Yueshi nodded in response and turned her head to Wang Qi to introduce him. Lu Yi is our waitress of Wang Group, also considered as hospitality, responsible for greeting our customers. President, secretary, waitress, he, those who don't know this, thought that he, Wang Qi, was a reputable big boss. An ordinary breakfast store? Let them make the momentum of a public company. Xiao Lu, how are you? I am Wang Qi. Wang Qi tried to stay as subdued as possible, trying to hide the loser aura on his body. But nay, with the gazes cast by the breakfast guests around him who were looking at them as fools, he just couldn't hold it together a bit. Mr. Wang, it's better to see you than to hear 100 times. I finally met you today. Lu Yi happily wanted to sing, as if the one in front of her was really the real president, and hurriedly greeted. Mr. Wang came so early, did he not eat? Do you want to eat something here? Ah, that, I'm not, yet, all along. Mr. Wang is here. Quickly make Mr. Wang a bowl of skin egg and thin meat congee. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Lu Yi didn't wait for Wang Qi to finish and shouted to the back kitchen at the top of her voice. The loud and clear voice echoed in the breakfast store. The voice in 2 degrees higher, can be comparable to a soprano. Got it. The man's delighted response came from the back kitchen. Let the Honorable Mr. Wang wait for a moment. Breakfast will come later. Put. A breakfast store, but also Mr. Wang. The young man eating breakfast beside him spat out a mocking sentence lightly from his mouth. Wang Qi only felt his face heat up, and his toes bent to the point that he could gouge through the soles of his shoes. He took a deep breath and pretended to be calm as he said to Gu Yueshi, Xiao Gu, I'm a little tired. Take me to take a rest. Mr. Wang doesn't eat breakfast? Have a meal in a while. Good. Gu Yueshi maintained her thunderous attitude, dragging her suitcase and raising her head. while Wang Qi followed behind her. And at first glance, it was like he was working for Gu Yueshi. There was no way. His aura and Gu Yueshi were simply worlds apart. Hey, you say such a beautiful and temperamental beauty. How come she's working at a breakfast restaurant and calling this loser Mr. Wang? Who knows? Two breakfast customers whispered. One of them was full of concern. Maybe this man's name is Mr. Wang. After walking for a short while, the two came to an apartment. Red Star Apartment. Wang Qi's residence was not 2 steps away from the breakfast place, and it was also App who arranged for him to be near the company for the sake of speed. There wasn't much difference from the rental house he lived in, and the only thing that made a difference was that this apartment was arranged not to cost money, and there wasn't a perm Teddy-rolled Sue's mom nagging him all over the place. Following Gu Yueshi to the second floor of the apartment, room 301, as soon as the door opened, the extremely plain room appeared before his eyes. It was still very plain, but from the level of neatness, it seemed that someone had organized the room with care. Clean and simple. It was also quite nice and looked more comfortable than the previous rental house. Wang Qi thought as he came to the bedroom bed and couldn't help but lie on it. Soft and cozy, just like everything that happened today. It surrounded him like a dream. Mr. Wang, this is the key to your room. If you're tired, rest first. Gu Yueshi placed the key on the TV table and faintly said, okay, hard work, Gu. It's fine. It's not hard work. Gu Yueshi elegantly pushed her sideburns behind her ears, the air of a cold beauty fiercely grabbing this tart's gaze. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Gu Yueshi, who turned to leave, slowly turned back and waited for Wang Qi's next words. So I'm staying here. Where are you staying? Wang Qi asked coldly, a hint of silver swing vaguely permeating his indifferent-looking face. Live next door to you. Room 302. If you have problems during off-duty hours, you can go next door to find me. Can I really find you? At the sight of Wang Qi, who was so excited that he was shivering, Gu Yueshi frowned and nodded with slight impatience. Okay, it's fine. Go get busy. After receiving affirmative instructions, Gu Yueshi left the room impatiently. Today is a good day. Anything the heart desires can come true. Inside the room, Wang Qi happily hummed and organized the clothes in his suitcase. As mentioned earlier, he was a person who was easily satisfied. As long as he has a free place to stay and an iceberg beauty as his neighbor, he is satisfied. This little bit of goodness was still good. Gu Yueshi had arranged the foundation of his life, and in return, he had to invite her to dinner at night. It's just a simple dinner. As a boss, one must appropriately draw closer to their employees. And of course, the closer to the secretary, the better of course. Buzz. Just at this moment, a vibration came from the cell phone. Wang Qi took out his cell phone, and suddenly saw that on the one-click President app, a small red dot appeared. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he clicked in. A message appeared in front of his eyes. Task, today's single collection of 6,000 renminbi, obtained by proper means for personal assets, shall not be borrowed from the outside to fill the task funds, shall not be withdrawn from its industry, if found or today's task is not completed. Terminate the activity. Mission reward, enhancement of 1% aura value. Mission failure, deduction of 1% aura value. Abling, when the aura value is 0, the activity will be terminated automatically? Crap, isn't this forcing him to get money? He couldn't get $6,000 at a time today, and it deducted the only 1% aura value he had left. If he didn't complete this mission today, it should also be counted as a failure and deducted his aura. Isn't this a bully to the honest people? Wang Qi depressed sitting on the edge of the bed, his whole body just 10 yuan loser. Where to single get $6,000 huge money? Cannot borrow, cannot take from the breakfast store, cannot reach out to the family to ask for it? 2. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Right, there was still a month's salary outstanding from the company where he was laid off. That money, there was just $6,000. Wang Qi's whole person was ecstatic, almost forgot about this. Mr. Son there is still his whole $6,000 of hard-earned money. As long as the paycheck too, that is not just to complete the task. I want to belong to their own money. Get back, said to do. He immediately organized his clothes, ready to go out. The moment he pushed open the door, he was deflated. This apartment is a bit far from Mr. Sun's Tianhe group. Just the 10 yuan he has on hand. By car is not enough. How to get the money? Is it hard to not let Gu Yueshi hump himself on a bicycle? Wang Qi thought for a moment and decided to veto this idea. Tianhe Group was much farther away from this apartment than his previous residence, and although Gu Yueshi had amazing physical strength, beauty was something to be pampered, not used to peddle. How heartbreaking it would be if this tired her out. Moreover, it felt strange. What to do? Wang Qi sorrowfully lamented and lit a cigarette. At the same time, the cell phone came ringing. Grandpa, grandson is calling you again. This was the cell phone ringtone he had just set up while lying on his bed. Used to wish that he would become a grandfather in the future and everyone else would be a grandson. He breathlessly opened his cell phone, and the moment he saw the screen, his eyes lit up. Caller ID, Lu Xiaochuan. Chapter 5, Your Father is Here. Lu Xiaochuan, a colleague who entered Tianhe Group together with him. Compared to others, Lu Xiaochuan had especially taken care of Wang Qi. Not only did he take care of Wang Qi at work, but he also provided him with a lot of help in life. In the entire city of Jihai, Lu Xiaochuan is the only one who poured his heart out to him. He is a good buddy. Wang Qi did not say anything and answered the phone. Before he could open his mouth, Lu Xiaochuan's big grinning voice came from the opposite side. Crap, buddy, what the hell is your situation? As soon as I arrived at the company today, I heard that you were laid off? Don't mention it. Performance is not better than others. Got kicked out. Wang Qi pretended to be relaxed and said. However, from his clenched fists it was not difficult to see that he really minded this kind of exit. Moreover, when he thought of Tianhe Group, he thought of Zhang Nanner, which made it even harder for him. His chest was so stuffy that he couldn't catch his breath. AI, the heavens don't favor one's wishes. Lu Xiaochuan took a deep breath. Sparing his anger, he had no way to vent it. It can't be helped. Who let you work in other people's companies? Layoffs can't be helped. And there's no selfishness of using power for personal gain. It's not good to say anything. Don't worry, if there is a need for me to help, just directly call brother me. This sentence directly made Wang Qi's eyes clouded with a layer of water mist. Compared to others, the weight of Lu Xiaochuan uttering these words was the most sufficient, because he was truly taking Wang Qi as a brother. That, old Lu, do you have time now? Wang Qi did not intend to waste the opportunity and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. My sales responsible area performance has already reached the standard. If there is no emergency, it's just a big idler. Ha ha. Lu Xiaochuan sensed Wang Qi's meaning and said directly, damn you, if you have something to say to me, if I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Good, then if you're not busy, come over and pick me up for a trip to Tianhe Group. I'll go settle my wages. Wang Qi also didn't forget to add, I'll send you the address. It's not in the previous rental house. Okay, I'll leave now. Lu Xiaochuan didn't talk much, directly hung up the phone and rushed to Wang Qi's place. After packing up the luggage in the room, Wang Qi quietly lit a cigarette. He looked at the wall clock. Half an hour had passed since he hung up the phone. Based on the time Lu Xiaochuan drove, he should be almost there. After walking out of Tianhe Group today, he would have nothing to do with that group of people again. Except of course for Lu Xiaochuan, his best friend. In the future, he will be the owner of a breakfast store. Even if he is doing his own small business, as an inexplicable president, it is much easier than having his fate in the hands of others. On this trip, not only did he want his paycheck, but also, he wanted to meet Zhang Nanner. There were some things that he wanted to ask clearly in person. What the is all this? Sighing, Wang Qi threw away the burnt-out cigarette butt. Knock knock knock. A slight knock came from behind him. Don't even have to think about it. It must not be Lu Xiaochuan. According to his nature, this person will be crazy knocking on the door and then shouting at the top of his lungs, the last name of Wang is still not rolling out to see your brother? If it is not Lu Xiaochuan, then it must be Gu Yueshi. Wang Qi came to the door and pulled it open. As he expected, it was the cold beauty Gu Yueshi. However, there was also a young man with a smile on his face, standing in front of the door with a bowl of skinny neat congee with eggs. This is? Hello Mr. Wang. I'm alone, the back chef of Wang Group's breakfast store. It's an honor to meet you. The young man scratched his head with the congee in one hand. Originally, I was going to make breakfast for you in the morning. Who knew that there was another batch of customers coming behind me? So I'm really sorry for the delay. Oh, it's fine. It's not a problem. Wang Qi immediately said back, without the slightest bit of the president's frame, and hurriedly took the skinny egg congee. Yes, he can have what frame? A rely-on app got the vain name of the president just. Oh, hard work you guys. No hard work, Mr. Wang hard work. In the future this breakfast store, still have to carry forward in your hands nah. Ah Long laughed loudly, energetic sunshine cheerful, and aside from the ice-cold Gu Yueshi is a different person. Oh, it should be. Wang Qi drank 2 mouthfuls of congee and said to Gu Yueshi, oh yeah, I need to go out for a while. You saved my cell phone number. You can call me when something happens. It's been there for a long time. Mr. Wang. Ha? Wang Qi's eyes widened as he hurriedly opened his address book, and suddenly found Gu Yueshi's cell phone number in there. Not only that, there were also Alon and Lu Yi's cell phone numbers in there. Well, there was no need to even think about it. It must be that app that messed up. So many strange things had happened already. Wang Qi had long since seen it. Mr. Wang, do you need me to accompany you? Gu Yueshi bowed elegantly and said faintly. Thinking about it, how could one not want to have such a beautiful secretary by his side? But mainly, asking for a paycheck to take Gu Yueshi would be a bit too petty. Wang Qi looked up and down Gu Yueshi's charming figure, and after feeling the familiar rose scent in that pretty face, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Alright, then you'll come out with me in a while. Gu Yueshi nodded and turned her head to Along. Along, if there's nothing else, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go out with Mr. Wang and come back soon. Remember to contact me if there's a situation. Okay, Secretary Gu. Then I'll leave first. Remember to be safe. With a word of advice, Long left in a huff and went back to greet the guests. The atmosphere in the room was slightly awkward. The two of them were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and they didn't know what to do or talk about, so they just stared at each other wide-eyed. Although looking at beautiful women was Wang Qi's favorite thing, it was a little uncomfortable to be stared at all the time by a beauty that looked like an ice cube. Xiao Gu, do you want some water? No need. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Xiao Gu, do you smoke? No, thank you, Mr. Wang. Then do you watch TV? Don't watch. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Qi glumly came to the balcony to take a cigarette, and glanced with his afterglow at Gu Yueshi, who was sitting straight. He believed that if he chatted any longer, it would definitely affect his physical and mental health, causing himself to fear communicating with beautiful women. Wang Qi felt a pang of fear just thinking about it, and busily took out his cell phone to give Lu Xiaochuan a call. Hello, hey, why haven't you arrived yet? If you dawdle for a while longer, the company is going to get off work. What kind of fart you put? Now at noon are not arrived. Off duty. See to you're anxious. Lu Xiaochuan heatedly smiled. If you are really in a hurry, I will provide you with a good solution. What way? You recite an incantation. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit. Lu Xiaochuan's father quickly manifests himself and immediately appears in front of my door. Asterisk 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 off. If you don't say it, then just wait. My feet hurt. I can only step on the gas little by little. You don't. Well. Wang Qi scratched his head in annoyance and once again glanced at Gu Yueshi on the sofa with his afterglow and whispered, Heavenly spirit, Lu Xiaochuan, father quickly manifest, immediately appear in front of my door. The phone hung up, and the door came to the door with a fierce sound of tapping. This dog day turned out to be a long time ago. Just think of playing him. Wang Qi hated his teeth, clenched his fists and was about to have a seizure when he saw Gu Yueshi, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly got up and came to the door. Click. The door was opened. Hi. Your father is here. Outside the door came Lu Xiaochuan's shout. Chapter 6, Reasoning. In front of the door, a man with a handsome look like Aaron Kwok is spreading his hands, revealing a snicker with the intention of teasing his best friend. However, he didn't expect that the one who opened the door was actually an iceberg beauty wearing professional clothes. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, including the stiff smile on his face. The two stared at each other for a long time. Sorry, beauty, I went to the wrong room. Lu Xiaochuan immediately reacted, so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. I came here to find my friend, intending to play a little joke with him. No offense intended. Hey. Lu Xiaochuan's smile was ugly as he gave Gu Yueshi a deep bow before preparing to leave. Hey, that's not right. This is room 301? Lu Xiaochuan was confused, repeatedly confirming the doorplate and looking at the slender Gu Yueshi. The whole person looked overwhelmed. You're Mr. Wang's friend, right? Gu Yueshi didn't show any emotion because of Lu Xiaochuan's rudeness just now. She was like a robot waiting for orders at any time, without any fluctuation. General Manager Wang? Lu Xiaochuan was completely confused and looked Gu Yueshi up and down for a long time before slowly saying, My friend's name is indeed Wang. General Manager Wang has been waiting inside for a long time. Gu Yueshi blandly said, then made a gesture. Please. Thus, in Lu Xiaochuan's stunned expression, he followed Gu Yueshi into the room. You kid finally came. When Wang Qi saw his good brother coming quickly, his nose turned sour and he vigorously hugged him over. In Tianhe Group, and even in Jihai City, the only iron buddy who could make him come at his beck and call was the handsome young man in front of him. Even his ex-girlfriend Zhang Nanner couldn't do it, unless he was picking out a gift for this auntie, or eating, drinking and playing, or else Zhang Nanner wouldn't even bother to take care of him. It was enough to see how thick Lu Xiaochuan's relationship with him was. Son Thiefer, I didn't expect something like this to happen to you just after I came back from the area in charge. Lu Xiaochuan patted his shoulder. But don't worry, even if you are not in Tianhe Group, as long as you have something, I will definitely help you to the maximum extent. All big men, don't play these melodramatic ones. Wang Qi smacked Lu Xiaochuan's hand away with a disgusted face and pretended to be relaxed. That's true, I just don't work with you anymore. It's not like I'm hanging up. Ha, I have to eat the banquet when you hang up. The two were almost done with their banter before Lu Xiaochuan's line of sight rested on Gu Yueshi. Slightly puzzled, That, Lao Wang ah, this is? It's my secretary. Ha? Lu Xiaochuan's eyes went wide with disbelief. What did you say? Secretary? Yes sir, I'm Mr. Wang's secretary, surname Gu. Hello. Seeing Wang Qi giving her a wink, Gu Yueshi took over on the side and responded ably, while extending her slender hand in a friendly gesture. Oh, hello, I'm Wang Qi's good friend, called Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan shook Gu Yueshi's hand with a leathery smile, and those eyes kept repeatedly darting horizontally between the two. He really couldn't believe that a loser like Wang Qi actually had a female secretary by his side, not to mention that he had seen a lot and knew a lot of beautiful women. Even the female secretary beside Mr. Sun was not half as high as Gu Yueshi's temperament. The two people, no matter how you look at them, they don't look like people from the same world. It's hard to believe that one's good brother is actually a rich second generation who has been hidden for more than 20 years, and came out to work to experience life? Then he exposed his identity on the spot after being laid off by his boss, preparing to take revenge on Tianhe Group. Soon, this idea was thrown to the back of Lu Xiaochuan's mind. Wang Qi's loser temperament could not be faked. He would rather believe the second scenario than the cool script. His good brother had spent money to hire a big beautiful woman to act as his secretary in order to save face and use it to maintain his last dignity. This idea was finalized after deep thought, and Lu Xiaochuan secretly vowed in his heart that he must not look down on Wang Qi and give him more encouragement and confidence. So much so, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes changed when he looked at Wang Qi, filled with the meaning, brother, I understand everything. You can rest assured. This look made Wang Qi's heart flutter. Simply chat for a while, then it is time to do business. The three got into Lu Xiaochuan's car and headed to Tianhe Group. Along the way, the car rare silent. Gu Yueshi sitting in the back row, closed eyes, long eyelashes from time to time trembling, small head a little bit, apparently by the sedan bumps lured drowsy, and the co-pilot Wang Qi in driving Lu Xiaochuan, intentionally or unintentionally from the car rearview mirror peeped up the sleeping beauty, for fear of an inattention. Woke up Gu Yueshi. Sure enough, good-looking people are taken care of everywhere. They say what beauty in the heart is really beautiful. All bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Most people will end up in failure in ignoring this aspect of the appearance. Even the appearance is unbearable. How to let me have the patience to discover the true beauty of your heart. This era, 80%, is still the age of the face. Men like himself, who have no face value and no temperament, will have to suffer. The more Wang Qi thought about it, the more depressed he became and secretly lit a cigarette. However, a hand extinguished the cigarette in his mouth with a swift movement. Hey, can't you see that Beauty Gu is sleeping? Son thief. Lu Xiaochuan threw the cigarette out of his hand in disgust, and only spat softly when he saw that Gu Yueshi was not awakened. Get off and smoke again. Son thief. Oh, you're quite attached to her. Wang Qi snickered from the side. Lu Xiaochuan, shocked the world didn't fight with him, just glanced at him and continued to drive. Old Wang ah, you remember, people's face and dignity are real in their own clutches. Then those ethereal vanity still have to rely on themselves step by step. Wang Qi was confused, not knowing why Lu Xiaochuan would suddenly give him some strange axioms. What dignity? What vanity? Ha, still pretending. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged and lowered his voice. It's like if you rent a Porsche sports car. Even if you are awesome in other people's eyes and drive it in the wind, it's just to fulfill your spiritual needs. But the car will expire one day. And there's more to a person's life than that. What are you farting about? Wang Qi was depressed and surprised. When did his own brother start having problems with his brain? Ever since meeting Gu Yueshi, it was as if he had changed into a different person. Old Wang, the words are here. It would be impolite to say more. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and continued driving in silence. Alone, Wang Qi, who was left in the co-pilot, remained in a state of confusion. Chapter 7, Demand for Money. In a daze, Wang Qi felt the car stop and immediately opened his sleepy eyes. Looking out of the car window, the moderately listed company Tianhe Group stood out in front of him, and as Gu Yueshi opened the car door, Wang Qi stretched his back and stepped out of the car. I say, old Wang, you have to use someone to open a car door. Now the frame is so big? Lu Xiaochuan's face was full of sourness plus contempt. He couldn't help but say to Wang Qi, it's worth the money you spent. What money? Wang Qi was still confused and looked at Gu Yueshi. It's fine, let's go. Lu Xiaochuan didn't want to say more and walked quickly into Tianhe Group. Once into the company, are some familiar faces? Everyone one after another, and Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan greeted. A rather enthusiastic look, at first glance, thought the relationship is more harmonious. In reality, it was just a superficial effort. After all, their friendship was not that deep. Moreover, the eyes of this group of people were almost all on Gu Yueshi, the great beauty, and from time to time, someone came over to pretend to greet them, and then asked Gu Yueshi for her contact information. Unfortunately, Gu Yueshi didn't even bother to look at these people, and followed the duo straight up the elevator to the third floor. Let's send you here. I'll wait for you outside the door with Big Beauty Goo. Arriving in front of the personnel department, Lu Xiaochuan stopped in his tracks. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to accompany Wang Qi through the door, but it was really inappropriate. On the one hand, he was in the company like the sun and became the head of the southern sales section. If he went in with Wang Qi and something went wrong, he would probably be treated by the company in a different light. After all, this is a private enterprise. Not handled properly, it will become the proverbial elbow to the outside. For now, avoiding suspicion is the best solution for the most two people. On the other hand, it is in order to spend money to hire over the secretary to stay outside. Afraid of Wang Qi pretending to be a big deal, the fake secretary to bring in, after playing a bad game. He always thought that Wang Qi was a vain person, but undeniably, Wang Qi's vision of finding someone is still high, and this woman is still good as a vase to fill the scene. Wang Qi also understands that Lu Xiaochuan, in order to avoid suspicion, in order not to implicate his good brother, knocked on the door of the personnel department himself. Knock knock. Enter. Inside came a middle-aged big sister's voice. Wang Qi opened the door and went straight in. However, just as the front foot left, Gu Yueshi followed with the back foot. Hey, big sister, just don't go in and make trouble. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly pulled Gu Yueshi's arm and whispered. Tianhe Group is a private company, and the flowery thoughts can go around the first floor 3 times. If you go in and play it off, you'll be stirring up trouble. Let go. Gu Yueshi shook off Lu Xiaochuan's hand. Her cold eyes, cool as a lingering scraper, made Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but shiver. The door slowly closed, leaving Lu Xiaochuan scratching his head outside the door. Oh, Wang Qi is here. Personnel manager Wang Min greeted coldly after realizing that it was Wang Qi. Sit. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm here to receive my paycheck. Wang Qi wasn't polite and sat on the sofa with Gu Yueshi. It's quite a pity too. I was thinking of a thin line, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Maybe it's because I'm not capable enough. I can't adapt to the company's mode of operation, and was dropped by President's son. It's fine. You are still young. There is a lot of room for improvement. Wang Min lowered his head and flipped out a page of documents. While surveying it, he said, you are a person who can endure hardship. The only shortcoming is the lack of upward mobility. But I believe that you will come out on top after pursuing further studies elsewhere for a period of time. Borrowing your good advice. Wang Qi smiled and yawned. It's just a matter of coping with the scene. Just by the fact that Wang Min did not look down at Wang Qi, he could tell that these words were not just said to him alone. It didn't matter to Wang Qi anyway. Just hurry up and take the money and get out of here. After a long time, Wang Min slowly raised his head, and the moment he saw Gu Yueshi, he clearly froze. Your girlfriend? Manager Wang is joking. This is. Wang Qi pursed his lips and was just about to reply when Wang Min interrupted. So pretty, like your girlfriend Zhang Nanner. A light sentence directly made Wang Qi a little taut. To know that Wang Qi and Zhang Nanner's matter was known to everyone, he himself licked like a double-faced Wang Bang, and finally became a small carp's dowry. Which pot is not open, deceiving people too much. Wang Qi smiled awkwardly, just wanting to quickly take the money and leave. Here, check it off and sign. Wang Min placed the list on the table and continued to flip through the documents as if he was sending off a barker. Little master, I won't bother with you guys. Anyway, out of the company. I still know who you guys are. Wang Qi took a deep breath and came to the desk to take a pen to sign. The moment he put down the pen, he frowned. Manager Wang, it's not right. How is it wrong? My monthly salary of 6,000. Why? Has it become 5,000? Wang Qi pushed the list back. You got it wrong. Mistaken? The corner of Wang Min's mouth rose. Wang Qi, don't you know why the company is laying off employees? Why? Because the company's development has declined. And then there's the fact that you guys can't give satisfactory performance, which is why the industry is struggling. Yesterday early morning Mr. Sun gave the new terms and conditions system in the group. You are afraid that you didn't read it at a glance, right? Last night? Last night he looked at a hair. He had long been shaken by the strong light emanating from the one-click President app yesterday. How could he look at the WeChat group? Wang Qi hurriedly opened his cell phone and clicked on the work group, and he saw the new system issued by Mr. Sun in the early morning. All employees' salaries are reduced by 1,000, and the project leader is reduced by 2,000. But in order to improve the efficiency of all people, you can work overtime in exchange for excess grants. Wang Qi was dumbfounded, which meant that if he wanted to get back his $1,000, he would have to continue working overtime until the end of the month. 1,000 of salary, turned into overtime? And missing a day is not considered excessive full attendance. The project leader has performance commission to take, but will not be bad. But their bottom staff have to work overtime to get the previous salary. For newcomers like Wang Qi, who has just joined the company for half a year, this is not a pit. Manager Wang, I'm afraid this isn't right, right? Wang Qi held back his anger and remained calm. As you know, I was dismissed last night, so it's reasonable to say that my salary has already started to be settled. Even according to the day I missed, today is the 30th, tomorrow is payday. It's still 5,900. Oh, Wang Min pushed up his glasses. So, last night, you came to me to settle the bill? Ha, it's not bad for a private company. It's just so unreasonable. Wang Qi huffed. His neck became red from the flow of blood, commonly known as upturned head. What time was it last night before you notified that you were dismissed? Is it hard for me to come to the company alone and invite you here? What kind of joke? You also know to joke, Wang Min also stopped hiding. She swept Wang Qi with a scornful gaze and coldly spat out a sentence. You were supposed to be a joke. Either sign, take the money and leave. Either that, get lost. Chapter 8, The Joker. Wang Min, aren't you going too far? Wang Qining slapped the table and got up, looking at Wang Min angrily. This $1,000 was not a big deal on weekdays, but today, he couldn't back down by half. If it was less than $1,000, his task would not be completed. Earn $6,000 at once, not a total of $6,000. His paycheck today can't be 1 point less. He wanted to take back what belonged to him, completely. Oh, don't be anxious. If you're not satisfied, you can always go to the labor bureau to sue us. Tianhe Group is not an unreasonable place. You can completely use the judicial process to solve this matter. Wang Min had a cloudy look on her face, which made Wang Qi's blood pressure soar. I'm sure it would take more than a day just for approval if he went to the labor bureau. Even though it was a formal channel, there were so many hearings for this kind of private enterprise that he didn't necessarily have to wait in line until when. And even if it was successful, Tianhe Group wouldn't have much of an impact. With Wang Qi's temperament, it would definitely be reported. But today was special. He didn't have the time. While he was furious, a quarrel came from outside the door. Horse, old man picking up girls is none of your business. The door was pushed open and a man and a woman walked in. The man wore a big back hair, a suit worth a lot of money, and from the view of his Baidat wristwatch, it could be determined that he was a veritable rich second generation, and the woman the man was holding in his arms, Wang Qi was more than familiar with. That was the company's most beautiful woman and Wang Qi's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Nanner. You two jackals and tigers are really a good match. Really, my brother was blind to chase after a stinking abalone like you. Lu Xiaochuan outside the door cursed and stomped his feet in anger. Bang! The door of the personnel department was slammed shut by the man, and one could see on his face no less contempt than Wang Min looking at Wang Qi. In his eyes, everyone was as small as an ant. Manager Wang, the quality of your company's employees needs to be improved. The man wrapped his arm around Zhang Nanner and came to the desk, ignoring the frozen Wang Qi, yanking over a chair and sitting on it. In front of this man, Wang Min changed her previous high and mighty attitude. Her expression was as flattering as it could be, as if the man was her own father. Mr. Zhang's education is right. In a moment I'll give feedback to Mr. Sun, so that he can handle it properly and give you a satisfactory answer. That's not necessary, and I don't like to get generalized with this person. Zhang Zhuotong waved his hand in a big way, with the demeanor of a grown-up who doesn't remember a small person's fault, then knocked on the table and said, Manager Wang, I'm here today to take Nanner away. You also know that our two companies cooperate without her credit. I've taken a liking to her business ability. I've also greeted Mr. Sun and plan to transfer Nanner to our company's permanent office. Ha ha, that's really great. This is a good thing. Wang Min didn't dare to slack off. Accompanying a smile while taking out the contract, Zhang Nanner is excellent. A talent. That goes without saying? Zhang Zhuotong gently stroked Zhang Nanner's small face. Her business skills are as great as her kung fu then. These words made Zhang Nanner blush with shame. This scene was all like a bayonet, piercing hard into Wang Qi's heart. When were they together? Was it last night? Or was it longer? Why? Could they ignore themselves and just take it for granted to be together? Zhang Nanner, Wang Qi, who had been left out to dry, could no longer resist being ignored like this and opened his mouth to call out, Zhang Zhuotong frowned and looked at Wang Qi with a displeased face. Cheap t-shirt, ground floor goods, big shorts, the whole body low-grade line with a popular face really can't make people interested. On the contrary, the woman sitting on the sofa at the back was particularly attractive. The figure of the bumpy, classic small suit with hip skirt, and Parisian house stockings, this body is really in line with his appetite, temperament and looks. Dumped Zhang Nanner a few streets. When you have played enough with Zhang Nanner, then ask for her contact information. Zhang Zhuotong looked at Gu Yueshi's eyes are drawn. He dared to be sure. With his father in Jihai City's most famous real estate company, Lushan Group, will certainly be able to take this beauty. Thinking about it, he purposely revealed the Porsche keys on his waist, trying to attract Gu Yueshi's attention. Nay, The latter didn't bother to look at him. Her attention was focused on the smelly loser beside her. This made him a bit annoyed. Zhang Nanner, I said, I want to talk to you. Wang Qi felt his heart break when he saw Zhang Nanner ignoring his call. He only wanted her to give him an explanation. From the beginning to the end, what did she get from me? What is the meaning of being with myself? Zhang Zhuotong couldn't sit still. He had a displeased face and got up to glare at Wang Qi, who was half a head below himself. Hey, buddy, who are you? Know my girlfriend? I'm her ex-boyfriend. Wang Qi said angrily. He remembered Zhang Nanner's rough panting on the phone, and thought, it must be with this dog in front of him that he was fooling around. Damn it, his own face as a man was actually worthless. Puffing, Nanner, he's your ex-boyfriend, ah? Zhang Zhuotong covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh as she asked. Even Wang Min, who was in the office work for approval, laughed out loud and moved as if it was a ridiculous thing. Well, Zhang Nanner admitted with great difficulty, and in the next second quickly wrapped her arm around Zhang Zhuotong's arm. But don't worry, young Master Zhang, I definitely didn't do anything with him. Of course I know, just this toad. Can't kiss the swan's mouth, can only smell the swan's legs goods. If you sleep with him, then I can question your taste. These words completely hurt Wang Qi. He felt that what everyone around him said started to blur, including the ridicule they spat out, like a blurry mosaic that covered him. Very well, just trample on his dignity so hard. Just like that, he was nothing anyway. To live on his own was to let others tease him and search for pleasure from him. He seems to have changed, and he seems to have changed nothing. Still the same clown living at the bottom of the heap, only cloaked in the mantle of president. Look, you guys, he's actually crying. Ha ha, this green turtle is crying. Zhang Zhuotong pointed at Wang Qi and laughed out loud, along with Zhang Nanner's snickers and Wang Min's ridicule. All of them were like torrents of water pooling up and impacting on Wang Qi like crazy. He himself didn't even know when. Exactly. Tears flowed down the corners of his eyes indisputably. His lips opened, but he couldn't say a word. Wang Qi wiped away his tears. He wanted to turn around and leave. No matter what. No matter what. Spare the completion of the mission. He would still be nothing more than a president being stepped on, right? Perhaps. The best choice for himself was to silently leave. Go back to his hometown. Just go anywhere. Away from this place that disgusted him. Let's go. He took a deep breath, and in a sarcastic voice, looked towards Gu Yueshi. However, this iceberg beauty was standing beside him, her deep eyes locked with his. Mr. Wang, pull yourself together. You're not alone now. You still have us. Before the whole world gives up on you, I hope you can walk out on a path full of thorns that is exclusively your own. Gu Yueshi swept away the folds on Wang Qi's t-shirt with her hands like when they first met. Her tone was decisive and forceful. Chapter 9, I'm the big president. Xiao Gu. Wang Qi looked at Gu Yueshi, who was comforting himself in front of him. His vision blurred once again. Even he didn't know that he was actually such a crybaby. It's really a shame. Just a little bit of comfort moved him to the point of tears. Yes, he can't give up yet. He's not alone. There's still Lu Xiaochuan, his best friend. There's also Gu Yueshi, such a beautiful secretary, including the two sunny and cheerful little employees of the breakfast store, as well as, there is still looking forward to their own outstanding mom, Little Beauty. Brother has always been straightforward in his speech. As far as you're concerned with this loser, it's really not worthy of your status. Zhang Zhuotong snorted, combing his hair with one hand, while walking towards Gu Yueshi, elegantly handing over a business card. Look at your appearance, but it is a competent talent. Why don't you come to our Lushan group to be my private secretary? Don't worry, the salary package will satisfy you. Sorry, not interested. Gu Yueshi looked away with cold eyes, not hiding her dislike at all. Zhang Zhuotong's eyes crossed a flash of gloom, which passed in an instant, and he withdrew his business card without a care in the world. It's alright, miss, I'm sure. You'll figure it out one day. Also at this time, Zhang Nanner also received her paycheck, a whole 10,000 RMB. How ironic was it that she had even joined a month later than Wang Qi, earning a whole $4,000 more than Wang Qi, just because she could use her poise to fulfill her performance. The one she loved, with a higher salary than herself, milked herself dry with a clear conscience and cuckolded herself thoughtfully. How ironic. Kid, if you can't find a job anymore, remember to come to Lushan Group to find me. As he was leaving, Zhang Zhuotong still didn't forget to flirt with Wang Qi. Don't worry, as my woman's ex-boyfriend, I'll have the security dormitory make room for you. Ha ha, for this stupid dog's rich second generation. Wang Qi already didn't want to talk too much nonsense with him. He slowly lifted his head. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. Hey, Wang Qi, are you stupid? Have you forgotten what you came for? Wang Min couldn't sit still at this point. She got up and slapped the payroll list hard, her voice raised an octave. Sign now, take the money and leave. Or, Don't even think about taking a penny. Get out of here. Don't worry. I won't take a penny less than I should. What do you mean? Wang Min questioned in a cold voice. What do you mean? It means that I won't bow down and compromise with you guys. Wang Chi's voice drew up and shouted. I'm the Grand President. Me, AM, Grand President. I see that you're the big fury. Zhang Zhuotong was just about to continue his output, when suddenly, he realized that the aura of the crying green turtle in front of him had undergone a huge change. At this moment, it was as if Wang Chi had shed his skin, his eyes became as deep as obsidian, and his intense aura burst out violently, being swept by one of its glances. One's chest would be pressurized and dulled. Aura, that unrivaled aura, irresistible, has taken effect. Duration, 10 minutes. Not only Zhang Zhuotong, even an old fart like Wang Min stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the man who was revealing danger in his calmness at this moment was actually Wang Chi. Zhang Nanner was the most deeply affected person here. She grabbed Zhang Zhuotong's arm in a death grip, her whole body trembling from the aura, as if she was a frightened deer. Manager Zhang, now, it's time for us to take care of business. Wang Chi's voice became extremely mesmerizing, like a demon's compulsion that surrounded within the entire room. Outside the personnel department, Lu Xiaochuan paced anxiously. The door was not soundproof, and he could hear the jeers inside clearly, as his own best brother, but can't help when he needs him the most. Too damn suffocating. Especially that Stinky Fox also brought a 2-bit to go in. These two people are not purely in with Wang Chi to add blockage. Thinking of Wang Chi and Gu Beauty suffering inside, he was furious. The whole person cannot calm down. Hate to spray 4 directions. Several times thought of pushing open the door, go into the manager. Wang and other people sprayed to the dog's blood, piss and flow, but then thought, although relieved, but cannot help their own brothers, their jobs have to lose. How to say is not a good deal. He is very contradictory, back and forth or weighing. Finally, when once again heard the unbearable teasing, forgive Lu Xiaochuan want to be as stable as an old dog, but also cannot suppress the full blood. Asterisk. Old man all skill, where is not live. The big deal is to start again from the beginning. Bang! Lu Xiaochuan righteous indignation. To the personnel department of the door kicked a foot. Sound like a thunderbolt loud burst. Asterisk. The tiger doesn't give off power. You think I'm. The next second, his whole person froze. There was no picture of Wang Chi being bullied in there as he imagined. Instead, Wang Chi was sitting calmly on the sofa. On the other side, Wang Min and the adulterous couple stood honestly where they were, and even though their eyes were showing their unwillingness, it could be seen from their slightly trembling hands that Wang Chi had not fallen into a disadvantage. Sorry, wrong place. After being subjected to the death stares of the 4, Lu Xiaochuan smiled sheepishly and slowly closed the door behind him. What in the world is the situation of this Tama? Lu Xiaochuan was stunned. He could clearly feel that Wang Chi exuded that sharp edge and the calmness of strategizing. Obviously this kid was average looking, but now he looked and felt handsome. At the door of the room, the atmosphere was heavy. All the people did not dare to come out of the atmosphere, including Gu Yueshi. It was clear that before Wang Chi was still shedding tears like an aggravated bag, greatly losing the identity of the president. But in the next moment, after shouting out inexplicable words, the whole person changed, becoming terrifying, mysterious, and inscrutable. This is what she also failed to think of. Solely not saying a word, she wanted to see this person, Wang Chi, what kind of trick he was going to pull out. After about 2 minutes of silence, Wang Chi frowned slightly and said impatiently, Manager Wang, I came here to find you to solve the problem, not to see you days. If you can't handle it, I don't mind. Looking for Mr. Sun to have a good chat. Gulp. Wang Min gulped. Wang Chi's deep eyes and calm voice were like a swamp sweeping her in. However, it was good that she was also the personnel department manager, and could still maintain rational thinking in response. Settle what? Nothing to settle. You sign and take the money and leave. We'll part ways. Oh, it should have been like this. But, Wang Chi's gaze flinched. My payment. It's not right. This glance made Wang Min's sophistry swallow back. It's the same 6,000 per month. Why does Zhang Nanner get 10,000 and I have to be deducted 1,000? That's because Zhang Nanner negotiated the Lusheng Group's project yesterday, and this 4,000 is a bonus to reward Zhang Nanner. Wang Min glanced at Zhang Nanner and said in a slight panic, yes, I'll testify that Zhang Nanner is the one who talked to me about the project. I personally handed it over. There's nothing wrong with it. Zhang Zhuochild intends to head out, then said, boy, cannot earn money, do not eyeball others, find their own problems, ask what their wages have not risen for such a long time. Why? Hush. Wang Chi extended his index finger to make a silencing gesture. In a situation that has nothing to do with you, please remain silent. Mr. Zhang. Oh, Good. Under the irresistible influence, Zhang Zhuotong ghostly obeyed Wang Qi's order, but he was also as the heir of the Lusheng group with not bad workplace experience, and immediately came back to his senses. Crap. I'll be silent if you tell me to be silent. Are you my father? Zhang Zhuotong blared in dislike back. You answered correctly. Wang Qi laughed, his sarcasm intensifying. Chapter 10, Threatening You. Say it again. I'll make it impossible for you to walk out of Tianhe group. Zhang Zhuotong was so angry that he exploded, disregarding his image. He wanted to rush over and fight with Wang Qi. If it wasn't for Zhang Nanner stopping him, almost really let him have his way. A civil fight is fine, but not a martial arts fight. Wang Qi quietly patted Gu Yueshi's suit pocket, and with a slight movement of his lips, the latter reacted violently. Gu Yueshi got up and came to the position against the wall, sidled up and took out her cell phone and put it to her ear, as if she was calling someone. Since Zhang Zhuotong was pissed off to the point of madness, Wang Min and Zhang Nanner were both pulling the strings, and no one noticed the movements of the two. That's enough, Mr. Zhang. Wang Qi spoke in a cold voice. Are you making such a scene because you're afraid that the entire Heavenly Peace group doesn't know that the successor of the Road Victory group is just this weightless? Humph. Zhang Zhuotong snorted coldly and sat back in his chair with a stern face, but from his face that was shaking with anger, it was a bit hard to calm down. He wasn't the target of the day anyway. Wang Qi, as I said, if you're not satisfied with the result, you can go to the Labor Bureau to complain against us. We don't have time to spend with you here. Do you understand? Wang Min said in a very fast speech. She had two big heads. She could hardly stand Zhang Zhuotong and Wang Qi making a scene here, and wanted to casually send the two away and forget about it. Zhang Nanner's bonus is something she exchanged for with her ability, and it's also something that Zhang Zhuotong personally recognized. There's no need for you to be jealous. You can't put a label on her just because she's your ex-girlfriend. That's right, Zhang Nanner echoed in a small voice, and the moment Wang Qi's line of sight was cast, she was startled and hid behind Zhang Zhuotong again. Yeah, the item that was exchanged with your body is certainly worth $4,000. Wang Qi smiled. After all, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such conditions. Except for my ex-girlfriend Zhang Nanner, no one else can. Hey, Wang Qi, are you out of words? Zhang Zhuotong said in dissatisfaction. Just allow others to like a stinky loser like you, but not allow her to like a high-flying handsome like me? Besides, so what if you sleep with her? If you have the ability, you can sleep with a project too? But our employee who just joined for half a year, besides the year-end bonus, I can remember that there is no commission and other bonuses. Wang Qi continued to press the issue. Can give an explanation? What's there to explain? This is Mr. Sun's intention, Wang Min said impatiently. After Mr. Sun met with Mr. Zhang, he decided to send a representative to talk about the project and give extra bonuses. Mr. Sun's decision. Don't ask me again, okay? Understood. I completely understand. Wang Qi's cold laughter was chilling as his hawk-like sharp gaze swept over the crowd. So, it was Mr. Sun who arranged for the sleeping companion to sexually bribe Mr. Zhang. I didn't expect that it was actually the big boss of Tianhe Group, Sun Health. These words, like a ball of fire, ignited Wang Min and Zhang Nanner, and the two of them immediately retorted. This is not what Mr. Sun meant. Don't be ridiculous. You said it yourselves. It was Mr. Sun's arrangement to talk about the project yesterday. Breaking up with me at night, the bonus outside the terms. All of this, it seems like it can't be separated from Mr. Sun. Wang Qi shook his head and lost his smile. Speaking of this, Wang Min could hear it even if she was stupid. She crossed her eyebrows and her face filled with anger. Are you threatening us? Yes, I am threatening you. Wang Qi elegantly laughed, then reached out and pointed at Zhang Zhuotong. Of course, there's also you. Kid, do you have any evidence? Zhang Zhuotong looked emboldened compared to those two, and he didn't believe that the loser in front of him could get up to anything without evidence. All your speculations are not valid. Kid, take out the evidence. If you can't produce it, I guarantee that your path in Jihai City will be very difficult. Zhang Zhuotong threatened sinisterly, which if it was anyone else, they might have been scared out of their wits. But the Wang Qi in front of him was still calm and unruffled. He only saw him reach out and clap his hands, and Gu Yueshi, who had disappeared for a moment, suddenly came from behind. Zhang Zhuotong and Wang Min were both startled. On that slender hand, it was holding a cell phone. Secretary Gu, it's been hard on you. Wang Qi smiled gently at Gu Yueshi, then took her cell phone and played one of the videos out. The image inside was exactly the conversation they had just had. Everything from Gu Yueshi retreating to the corner and pretending to make a phone call to the present was recorded. You despicable villain. Wang Min immediately spat and prepared to curse, but in the next moment, he was scared back by knife-like eyes. Manager Wang, please don't challenge my bottom line. Be honest. You know, Tianhe Group is a company that went public not long ago. Its roots are not stable. If this video is put out, I believe your stock market will be more or less affected. Wang Qi coldly grunted, and just one paragraph made Wang Min completely wilt like a deflated balloon. Right now, Tianhe Group was already in a downward spiral. If they were affected by some public opinion, it might be insignificant, but it was still enough for them to drink a pot of water. Moreover, it still came out from her mouth, and when something went wrong, she herself was going to be dealt with emphatically. As if that wasn't enough, Wang Qi turned his gaze back to Zhang Zhuotong. Of course, as one of the main characters, Zhang Zhuotong also has your part, the eldest son of Jihai City's #1 Lusheng Group, accepting sexual bribes. I'm sure your father, as the head of the group, must have the ability to keep the news covered. Lusheng Group won't be affected too much. Only Mr. Zhang's persona modesty in the circle. I'm afraid it won't go all the way down. Wang Qi followed up by throwing out another murderous question. If you are under investigation, can you guarantee that your hands and feet are clean? Chao Nima, you dare to count on me. Zhang Zhuotong was like a mad male dog, pointing at Wang Qi's nose and cursing. Of course, Wang Qi would not spoil him. Shut up and kneel down. Immediately, he released an irresistible force of will and released the command in a cold voice. Immediately, an inexplicable sense of oppression drove Zhang Zhuotong's legs to bend, like a stern father punishing himself when he was a child, with an unrefusable majesty, causing him to kneel in front of Wang Qi at once. Punt! This kneeling directly breached Wang Min and Zhang Nanner's psychological defenses. Even Duke Shang had submitted. What could they take in response? Let's not talk about Zhang Zhuotong's big business, with his father Zhang Heng backing him up, but in terms of their Tianhe Group alone, enduring a wave of public opinion storms, the stock market would surely plummet massively. Moreover, the company has come up with a new policy, adding a system of excessive full-time attendance, which has been resisted by the employees. If the company was affected and declined again, it would definitely affect the employees' psychological mood. Even if they were like Wang Qi, they would throw stones at the company. Even if money is invested to suppress public opinion, the final pot still has to be carried by her HR manager. So it would be better to compromise with Wang Qi. Wang Min weighed the situation for a while, and finally lost the battle. She pushed her glasses with a trembling hand, and tried to maintain a calm tone, saying, Wang Qi, we were people who survived under the same roof before. There's no need to get to this point. It's not just $1,000. I'll make it up to you, and on top of the original, I'll give you another 1,000. But you promise me to delete the video. No problem. Wang Qi gently nodded. This result, he was still satisfied. Spare a man when he has to be spared. Taking things too far would be counterproductive. When he watched Wang Min cry and take out 7,000 RMB alone, Wang Qi couldn't help but be in a good mood, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. But this is not enough. His gaze then rested on Zhang Zhuotong, who had just gotten up from the ground. Then, Mr. Zhang, where is your sincerity? Chapter 11 Mission accomplished. You dare to hit the idea on my head. You stepping horse looking for death. The disgraced Zhang Zhuotong's face turned blue. Not only did he lose face by kneeling to the bumpkin in front of him, but now he had to be framed. He immediately couldn't hang on to his face, and violently slammed his fist over. At this moment, no one reacted. Even Wang Qi. Can't afford to play is it? Do it is it? Although Wang Qi got the irresistible president's aura, but still Wang Qi's own thinking and physical quality. Fighting words, he really is not good at it. He was tempted to shout out, come and escort him, just as the fist kissed his cheek. A slender jade hand violently grabbed Zhang Zhuotong's arm. Zhang Zhuotong, please restrain yourself, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. Gu Yueshi spoke coldly and blocked in front of Wang Qi without showing any weakness. Zhang Zhuotong's heart turned over at this time. He did not expect the skinny sister in front of him to control him with one hand. No matter how hard he exerted, the hand that was clamped down just could not be withdrawn. Gu Yueshi not let go. He could not get out of control. This time, Zhang Zhuotong completely lost his face. He understood. Ants bite. Sometimes it hurts. Let go. Zhang Zhuotong used his entire body's strength, but he just couldn't get out of Gu Yueshi's control. Seeing that his face was suffocated red, Wang Qi waved his hand, signaling Gu Yueshi to let go. After receiving the order, Gu Yueshi's hand loosened. Zhang Zhuotong fell backwards. If not for Zhang Nanner's quickness to hold Zhang Zhuotong, he would have to fall over again. Good. Wang Qi right. You can. Snap. Zhang Zhuotong could no longer maintain the image of Zhang Gongzi, and from the lined pocket of his suit, he pulled out a pile of cash and threw it on the ground. I only brought 10,000 cash today. I don't have any more if I want more. Now delete the video immediately. The eunuch exploded, and it could be seen from his furious face that he was truly unwilling. Even Zhang Nanner's attempt to straighten out his suit for him was relented upon, and he was looked at angrily for a long time. Of course, I always keep my promises, don't worry you too. Wang Qi deleted the video from his phone in front of everyone. He couldn't consume anymore. Irresistible time. There was already the last minute left. Wang Min and Zhang Zhuotong didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they witnessed the video deletion with their own eyes, and checked the recycle bin again, realizing that the thorough video had completely disappeared. Wang Qi, you're great. I'll remember you. Zhang Zhuotong threw down a sentence, and with a gloomy face, he slammed the door with Zhang Nanner. Gone. Bang. Take care, Mr. Zhang. Wang Qi beautifully picked up the RMB and organized the number. Good guy. Counting manager Wang's 7,000 plus Zhang Zhuotong's 10,000. He had raked in a whole 17,000 today. Today is a good day. What you want to do can be accomplished. But for manager Wang and Zhang Zhuotong, today is really too bad. Today a big profit. Wang Qi is very happy. That night a big hand. Feast Lu Xiaochuan and the breakfast store's 3 employees. Lu Xiaochuan also learned at night that his best friend actually ran a breakfast store. Good guy. They are sneaky as a small boss, but also hiding. This son thief. Really not a thing. Lu Xiaochuan sipped his mulled wine, and from time to time, he looked at the two Gu Yueshi and Wang Qi, and when he thought about the persuasion of Wang Qi in the car, his whole body went numb. The clown, after all, is myself. Although Wang Qi can't be called the president of a large company, but as a small boss, it's justifiable to be paired with a good-looking employee. Who cares? Let's ruthlessly slaughter Wang Qi first. This meal, enough to eat Wang Qi $1,000. Not to say that the heartache, at least, this meal closer to their own and Lu Yi in a long 2 people distance. Their own employees are happy. Then they have the motivation to make money. 5 people, drink down 3. In addition to not drinking Gu Yueshi and drink a particularly large amount of Aaron did not get drunk outside. Our wow big vomit. Having no choice but to drive Lu Xiaochuan's car, Gu Yueshi could only deal with the aftermath. Xiao Lu you don't know. Your general manager Wang used to, when he drank too much, he loved to cry. Like a pussy. Lu Yi, hiccup. Ha ha, Lu don't talk nonsense. Our Mr. Wang is graceful and handsome. How can he be like this? All along, right? I think Mr. Wang is an optimistic person like me. He won't just cry at all. Wang Qi, old Lu, don't talk nonsense when you step on the horse. Ooh, Gu Yueshi. It wasn't until it was midnight that Gu Yueshi settled the others and carried Wang Qi to the Red Star apartment building. The dizzy Wang Qi, like an octopus, hugged Gu Yueshi from behind, and a nice rose scent came from the tip of his nose, which made him unable to help but reach around. Hey, what's this? 2 soft masses of touch came to his hands, and he subconsciously pinched them. This pinch made Wang Qi sober up a large portion of his wine. Gu Yueshi stopped in her tracks. Mr. Wang, if you make any more trouble, I'll throw you down. A threat that was almost gnashing of teeth came from in front of him, and Wang Qi immediately loosened his hand with an embarrassed face. No, sorry. Fortunately, Gu Yueshi didn't count on it and continued to carry Wang Qi on her back to hurry. Room 301. Vomit. In the toilet. Wang Qi hugged the toilet bowl and transformed into a squirter, spewing out beer and dinner one bite at a time, and a helpless Gu Yueshi patted his back while preparing hot water. When Wang Qi had pretty much thrown up, Gu Yueshi moved into the bed again, thoughtfully tidied up the mess in the toilet, and prepared to leave. Xiao Gu. Just as she closed the door to leave, Wang Qi's faint call came from inside the house, and helplessly, Gu Yueshi had to turn back. Mr. Wang, what else is there? Have you deposited all the money I asked you to deposit today? The remaining 16,000 has already been deposited into your bank card. Mr. Wang, that's good. If you didn't deposit it, it's bad. The mission, it won't be finished. Gu Yueshi frowned, and after realizing that Wang Qi was talking nonsense again, she turned the room light off and left the room. What she didn't know was that a message was sent on the one-click President app on Wang Qi's phone. Congratulations to the user for completing today's task. Rewards will be issued at 12 a.m. Reward, aura value increased by 1%. Irresistible duration, increased to 20 minutes. Chapter 12 Scale Up. The next day, Wang Qi opened his eyes and had a headache. He is not a good drinker. Every time he drinks, he is basically the first one to lose. But he cannot help but love to drink, and dishes and love to play. No matter who let him be so happy yesterday, ruthlessly knocked $17,000. This put on who shall not set up a table to celebrate? The sky does not give birth to my great Wang Qi. Ji hai Wan Gu like a long night Wang Qi washed up, so nothing to do. Then came to the Wang Group breakfast store. The breakfast store had already started to get busy. Long was in the back kitchen and wanted to turn into Neja with his 3 heads and 6 arms, preparing breakfast in a flurry of wind and fire. Louis E was shuttling back and forth between the customers and the back kitchen, unable to run any longer, before she used her loud and bright voice to pass the menu information to Long. Of course, Gu Yueshi, who was Wang Chi's personal secretary, was reconciling the accounts at the counter, and she alone took over the accounts of the breakfast store. I'm relieved that she's doing her job. Wang Chi secretly gave Gu Yueshi, who was busy, a thumbs up, while he himself found a seat and ate the breakfast that Long left for him. Time passed minute by minute. The morning rush hour commuters had already retreated, leaving only scattered customers inside the store, eating methodically. Occasionally, there were a few tarts who secretly took cell phones to take pictures of Gu Yueshi. After all, it was unheard of to come across such a great beauty in a small breakfast store. Wang Chi squatted in front of the breakfast store and sipped his cigarette. This state of life was what he had dreamed of, comfortable and uneventful. Food and drink are not lacking. It is simply a great joy in life. A rose scent came, and Wang Chi hurriedly pinched the cigarette. Mr. Wang. Gu Yueshi came with the account book in her hand. The person was still so beautiful, but compared to yesterday, today with light makeup she looked more moving and charming. This is the store's accounts. Please go through them. Wang Chi shifted his gaze from Gu Yueshi's face to the account book. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Mr. Wang, you should at least take a look. I said I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Gu Yueshi knew in her heart that her salty boss was trying to avoid laziness, and resisting the urge to give him a sweeping kick. She reported, in that case, Mr. Wang, then I'll briefly report to you. This month, excluding employee wages and ingredient costs, the total profit was $20,000, a decrease of $6,700 as compared to last month. 20,000. Doesn't seem like a lot. If you take out employee wages and costs, this running water is barely justifiable for a moderate breakfast store like his. Alright, I know. Just hit my card with the money later. Gu Yueshi bowed slightly after receiving the instruction and turned around to return to the breakfast store. Wang Chi was a person who was content with his current life. However, he was conflicted after seeing Louis E in Long's cheap clothes that were indistinguishable from his. His own life was considered smooth, but what about them? Aren't they still like their former selves, receiving a base salary and struggling at the bottom? Moreover, they were even worse off than themselves, and under App's arrangement, they didn't even have a choice. Perhaps, for the sake of the people around him, he himself had to make some changes. He saw in Louis E and Long, his former self who was energetic about life, but then he looked at what happened yesterday. Your life, in the eyes of others, is not worth a penny. This is the world of bones. Your fate is always being observed as well as held in the hands of others. If you don't want to be a pawn, then you have to be the chess player. The basis for all of this is money. Thinking of this, Wang Chi touched his chin. Wanting to make money, wanting the people under him to have a good life, he had to start with the breakfast store first. Wang Chi took a cigarette in his mouth and prepared to examine the general situation on Huan Street. The location of Wang Chi Group's breakfast store was very remote. Due to the location of Huan Street is at the junction of the suburbs and the city, resulting in economic development that was not very stable. Commuters predominate, and the area is located in the big group is few and far between. Without the big group sitting in the town as well as the manager's reasonable means, the development of this place wants to go up a level. Said it is difficult as if it were heaven. To put it bluntly, there is no large-scale quality consumer groups, cannot promote the development of the region. Wang Chi walked around and found a closed old Hubun shop. It was also a breakfast store, the only one besides theirs. Moreover, it was not far from Wang Chi's breakfast store. A street, just 2 breakfast stores. Business is still not bad. Can see that Huan Street is too lacking in food giants that can hold their own. Big restaurants. No. Small restaurants. Business is very poor. Wang Chi is annoyed and uneasy. How his breakfast store will be in such a poor position in the food industry. But there is no way. With the $36,000 in his hand alone, it is not enough to relocate the breakfast store to the city. Then he could only expand the breakfast store in Huan Street. First, at 11 a.m., the breakfast store closed. Inside apartment 301, 4 people sat in the living room. Long and Louis E sat straight, a docile and coquettish look. If not for Louis E's big eyes wandering and slipping, Wang Chi felt that she was a great talent whose ability was not different from Gu Yueshi's. I'm here, Mr. Wang. Hearing that she was named, Louis E immediately concentrated, always waiting for Wang Chi's order. You come and repeat what I just said? Make it bigger and stronger, and create another glory, and then, create splendor again, get bigger and stronger. Wang Chi, looking at Louis E's serious face, he waved his hand. Alright, nothing more for you, go play. Alright, Mr. Wang. At this time, inside the room, only Wang Qi and Long and Gu Yueshi were left. Mr. Wang, I don't think there's anything wrong with your proposal. Gu Yueshi was the first to state her position. According to what you said, we'll first organize an event to expand our fame, so that Wang's group breakfast shop can first take root on Huan Street, and then we'll put it on the major takeaway platforms such as Meituan and Hungry. If you want to expand externally, you have to start locally first. Wang Qi nodded. That was what he thought and that was what he was going to do. But in the end, this matter still needed to be talked about with the employees to hear their opinions. I also don't think there's any problem. At this time, the silent Along also spoke up, and then, his words changed. But this undoubtedly requires a lot of energy and time, and I'm afraid that Lu Yi and I will be in short supply. Yes, if one did the promotional activities and shelving the store on various platforms, one would need to invest a lot of manpower and energy. Then you have to apply for a job, and you need masters with good craftsmanship. The quality of the food must be guaranteed, and there must be no mistakes. At the very least, it has to be to the extent of Aaron's cooking skills. Chapter 13, Troublemakers. The matter was put on hold for a while. After all, this is not a small matter, and needs to be considered in the long run. For several days in a row, Wang Qi has not been idle, specially instructed Gu Yueshi to go to the various hotels on Huan Street to probe the situation and understand the market. As he thought, they are not very prosperous. The development of Huan City was not focused on food and drink. This was not good news for him. The focus was not on food, which meant that the income from food-related industries would shrink drastically, resulting in the ceiling being too low. But there was also a little bit of competition. Not a lot of competition. Perhaps it's self-congratulatory, but it's also true. When his breakfast store performed well, the daily flow was no worse than a medium-sized restaurant. And let's not forget that the cost of Wang Group's breakfast store and the restaurant, that was a world of difference. Enough to prove that he is still making money. Just too much fluctuation. Cat day dog day. Wang Qi sat in the store, a mouthful of steaming hot tofu brain, and then with a juicy burst of xiaolong bao. The flavor is more absolute than any breakfast store he has eaten for more than 20 years. Aaron's advantage, and his Wang Qi's advantage, was here, the most basic of all industries. 2 words, word of mouth. Poor word of mouth, doing well, are just a flash in the pan. Word of mouth is good, even if the slowdown, it is also a long stream. When he was thinking about word of mouth, it seemed like someone was going against him, and he was caught off guard. Hey, call your boss here. The sudden burst of hoarseness caused Wang Qi to frown. He slowly looked at the front table. It was a 5 big and thick man. Coming. Louis E did not dare to delay and immediately ran over. Sir, what's the matter? What's the matter? This Hanyu was not a good person at first glance. Reaching out to point at the fried noodles on the table. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Looking along the finger, there was a wire remaining from a steel wire ball on the delicate chow mein. Ha, sir, this shouldn't be possible. Our back kitchen is personally supervised by the boss's secretary, and the back kitchen is meticulous. From the time we opened our doors until now there has never been this kind of situation. Oh, then according to you, it's my problem? Bang! The Hanyu laughed back in anger and slammed the table, scaring Louis E to keep backing away. Call your boss here. I'm right here. It was impossible for Wang Qi to sit still, and he got up and came to the burly man, signaling Louis E with his eyes to back off. Facing this fierce man, Louis E naturally didn't want to stay much longer, and ran to the back kitchen in a puff of smoke, telling Along and also Gu Yueshi to go. I didn't expect the boss to be a brat like you, the burly man coldly taunted. See, how to solve it. Wang Qi naturally wouldn't be like in the TV show, smiling and saying that the boss is actually the seasoning, then grabbing the wire and stuffing it into his mouth. Sorry for bringing you an unpleasant dining experience, Wang Qi said with an apology. I'll inform the back kitchen to make you one and send another cage of xiaolong bao. Don't worry, as compensation, we'll give this order a waiver. Lousy is worse than you for this food? The Hanzi didn't budge at all, taking out his cell phone and placing it on the table. Either compensate me 10 times, or I'll call the Health Regulatory Bureau. Your choice. Wang Qi could see that this person was here to pick a fight. Good. In that case, little master, I will play with you. Wang Qi's eyes lit up and shouted to the back kitchen. Close the door and suspend business. Good. Hey, the customers haven't left yet. What are you closing the door for? The burly man saw the breakfast store door being closed and asked with a slight sense of weakness. What else can I do? Of course it's to solve our problems. Wang Qi clapped his hands and ordered. As compensation, inform Along to make 10 portions of chow mein and send them over together. I want to see this gentleman eat it all with my own eyes. Beijing time 10 o'clock sharp. Wine Group's breakfast store should have stopped operating at 11 o'clock. And today, Wang Qi made an exception for one person. That was the man with a table of fried noodles in front of him. Of course, the one who was looking for a fight he must serve well, provided that he had to close the door and not let the word get out to affect the store's reputation. Are you guys fooling me? The strong man was so angry that his face turned red and he slapped the table repeatedly. What I want is your crappy fried noodles? What I want is 10 times the compensation. 12 for one serving of chow mein. You have to compensate me 120 right now. Nonsense. Of course I know you're here for the money, but I can't let you have it easily. Wang Chi's gaze flinched and he looked down at his vibrating cell phone. Mission, solve the customer who came looking for trouble. Mission reward, 1% aura value. Mission failure, Wang's group breakfast shop's influence decreases. Profit shrinks by 30%. I'm talking to you? Are you deaf? The burly man was like a furious old hen, pounding the table as if he had a grudge against the table in his past life. Along with the chow mein on the table were all trembling from the pounding. Of course, I will definitely deal with this issue. Wang Chi snapped his fingers, then saw Gu Yueshi coming from the back kitchen and said in a cold voice, Xiao Gu, turn on the cell phone video, all of our resolution process, record it. Okay, Mr. Wang. Gu Yueshi skillfully opened her cell phone and aimed the camera at the two. Hey, what are you guys doing? Do you know that this is violating my portrait rights? The burly man was a bit flustered, and the dead duck was still choking on the fire without relenting, but Wang Chi no longer wanted to act with him, only to see him staring at the man, his pupils gradually becoming deep. I am the Grand President. Irresistible has taken effect. Duration, 20 minutes. Boom. In an instant, Wang Chi seemed to have changed into a different person. His demeanor and movements as well as his lingering ice-like eyes transformed back into his appearance in the Tianhe group, the kind of confidence that mastered everything. You? Say what? What are you? The burly man was a bit bewildered, unsure of what the young man in front of him was going to do. However, he could keenly perceive that the aura of the man in front of him had undergone a drastic change from just now. This gentleman, there is no need to care. Our attention should be on solving the problem. Wang Chi had transformed into Mr. Wang at this time, and he calmly placed his cell phone on the table. Since I'm afraid of violating the right of likeness then, as the owner of the breakfast store, I'll first bring my sincerity and put the phone on the table. If sir doesn't mind, please also place the device on the table and do as you are told. I will instruct my assistant to turn off the recording. Shay, I'm afraid of you? The Hanyu smiled disdainfully and took the phone out of his pants pocket. However, just as he was about to make some small moves, Wang Chi's eyes suddenly erupted with extreme aggression, and his cool voice spat out an irresistible command. Don't move! The irresistible influence directly rendered to the emotion of the Hanyu, and under his influence, the Hanyu's mind temporarily followed Wang Chi's order to obey. Although it lasted for only 10 seconds, these 10 seconds, too, were enough. By the time the Hanyu reacted, the cell phone had already fallen into Wang Chi's hands. Ha! This gentleman, your purpose, what exactly is it? Wang Chi pursed his lips and pushed the phone out. Sound recording, 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Chapter 14, Hu Laosan. You, what are you farting about? Fatty was caught in flagrante delicto. The person was instantly disorganized, and his speech could be heard to be mostly weak-minded. I'm defending my consumer rights and recording what you did. Wang Chi almost laughed out loud after hearing his reasoning as he waved his hand at where Gu Yueshi was. Sir, which consumer have you ever seen defending their rights would use audio recording instead of video recording? You're not afraid that we'll notice something, are you? The corner of Wang Chi's mouth hooked. Or are you trying to get something out of my mouth that is favorable to you? This matter had long since occurred to Wang Chi. If he were to choose to pay out just now, it would prove that the store did have hygiene hazards, which also fell right into the trap. Once this recording was blown out, then his business would be greatly affected. This man guessed that if he didn't videotape it, they would loosen up and admit their mistake. However, he was wrong, because this had nothing to do with their Wang's group breakfast store. Admit what? I was not wrong in the first place. First, forget about my recording, that's my freedom. Seeing Wang Chi's aggressiveness, the Hanyu hurriedly changed the topic. What about this fried noodles? It's not already accounted for you. Wang Chi looked at the table of fried noodles and nuzzled. Eat? This table doesn't cost anything. Are you fooling me? The Hanyu was furious, coupled with the fact that he had just been caught in flagrante delicto. His anger value was directly pulled up to full capacity, and he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to make a move. Sir, if it's the residue from the bowl not being brushed, how did the steel wire from the steel wire ball end up at the very top of the chow mein? Purposefully raked the steel wire to the top of the plane? In other words, if the waiter wasn't blind, he would have noticed. This isn't fooling you, but you're fooling me. Wang Chi laughed leisurely and slapped one hand extremely quickly towards the Hanyu's pants pocket. In the next second, a wire from the wire ball appeared on the seam of his fingers. You hid the guy in your hand and then turned around and said that I did it myself, right? The Hanyu pretended to be relaxed, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the cold sweat rising at the corners of his forehead. Who sent you? Wang Qi was not interested in his stiff upper lip as he coldly questioned. He was puzzled, very puzzled, as to who would strike at him. Zhang Zhuotong? Impossible. He didn't even know where he lived or what industry he was in. It was unlikely that he would seek revenge. Manager Wang? Even more unlikely. This strong old woman had long been scared out of her wits by herself last time, and still dared to provoke herself? So, he has no enemies. Then, who sent him is a tricky question. No one sent me. I just came to eat and found out that you have a problem here. Wang Qi completely lost patience with his sophistry, and his voice was extremely grim. Secretary Gu, hold him down. As soon as the words fell, a scent of roses hit his nose, and in the next moment, a slender hand pressed the burly man onto the table. With just one hand, the burly man was so controlled that he couldn't move. Let go of me. Quickly let go of me, or I'm going to call the police. The burly man could not get up from being pressed on the table, like a pig to be killed on New Year's Day. The pig could only wail in agony under the restriction of 7 or 8 people, but now the only one restraining him was an iceberg beauty. At this time Gu Yueshi was clouded. One hand pressed the strong man, one hand continued to videotape, as if the one controlling him was a brat. Shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Wang Qi came to the side of the strong man and put his hand inside his pocket. In no time, a handful of steel wire balls, and a few business cards were placed on the table. Under the hint of Wang Qi's eyes, Gu Yueshi let go of her hand. The 2 items in front of him also left the burly man with no way to weasel out of the situation, and he smoked a cigarette to himself, which he used to ease his embarrassment. Old Hu Bun shop is flavorful and inexpensive. Delivery number 138. Wang Qi sneered for a while and casually flew the business card into the trash can. Trying to smear my reputation and then publicize your store? Humph. It's not because you're shameless and opened your breakfast store here. Hu Laosan also stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. Huan Street was already in a recession in the food industry. Business was dismal. And then you suddenly appeared as a breakfast store. Stealing my business. Put on anyone who can bear it? So you plan to use this method to screw me? There's no way. You forced me out of the way. I can only do this. Hu Laosan depressed. Customers who have been to your family's breakfast store all say that your family makes good food. They don't come to patronize my Baozi store. Even if the price is adjusted downward, it can't attract people. The flavor cannot spell you. Only a little means. Hu Laosan said to the end. So sex hard across, heroic sky said. The thing is I do alone. The consequences I also a person back. To kill to death as you like. Put. Wang Qi a little want to laugh. What era is still fighting and killing? Now a harmonious society. Who dares to play that set of triad? Ah, we can all believe in the party. Believe in justice. But he has a little curiosity. That is why Hu Laosan does not leave this place, knowing that the food and beverage industry is not doing well here, but still stay here. In addition to having a pit in his brain, what else is worth him staying? Then why don't you withdraw, and still stick around here? Wang Qi asked according to his inner thoughts. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Of course there's no money. Hu Laosan disliked him back with a blank look. The rent of the store here is very low. According to the city is lower than the whole double. If it is not for the wife and son at home there is a child to support the study. I would have moved into the center of the city. Hu Laosan said, body shaking. Let's say yes first ha. The trouble is not as bad as the wife and children. The rules of the Jianghu we cannot forget. I'm not interested in the Tao of the Jianghu. Wang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that it might be the psychological influence effect that the president's ability carried was too scary. He snapped his fingers and interrupted the skill. In the blink of an eye, he turned back into a plain and ordinary teenager. According to the current distribution of Huan Street, there are only just the 2 of them in the breakfast store. And it's also true that this probably belongs to a half monopoly as well. But it doesn't make sense for you to use it in this way. At the very least used on him, unconscionable. On second thought, Hu Laosan was able to mix in Huan Street until now, and was more or less capable. Wang Qi suddenly opened his eyes wide and a light bulb lit up next to his brain. There, boss Hu. It's understandable that this business of yours is not doing well, but it's a bit extreme for you to use such tactics. As soon as he saw that Wang Qi had started to raise the offense again, Hu Laosan stretched his neck and said with a look of a dead pig, I'll listen to you on how you want to handle it. I'll apologize to you or how to move, but have to tell you my whole body savings only $10,000. Is the child's tuition? Compensation cannot compensate. No, I don't want money. Wang Qi narrowed his eyes, then pointed at Gu Yueshi's location. I'm going to send out this video so you can feel my consequences. Don't. Never. Big brother. Old brother knows it's wrong. As soon as he heard that he was going to send out the video, Hu Laosan became horrified. This Baozi store was his only way of making money. If he cut this way off, What else would he use to pay for his children to go to a high-class school? Older brother really knows it's wrong. You mustn't send the video out. I have an old companion with bad legs to take care of, and a child who is still in school. If you break my back, how can I live later? Looking at Hu Laosan with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, Wang Qi unhurriedly lit a cigarette. Under the smokescreen sprayed out, his face became more and more hazy. Is that so? You're really a good man. Wang Qi faintly exhaled a smoke, and in a flash, his eyes turned cold and swept down the bottles and cans on the table with a handful of them. This action startled Along and Lu Yi who had just arrived, including Gu Yueshi who was full of surprise. They had never seen the easygoing Wang Qi get so angry. Then have you ever thought about me? There are 3 people waiting for my paycheck, counting my mom who brought me up alone. My old man has 4 mouths to feed. It's not easy for you. Is it easy for me? Wang Qi viciously grabbed Hu Laosan's collar and gritted his teeth. I have no education, no skills. I was just fired from the company a few days ago, and now I'm left with this breakfast store to support me. If you break me, I'll really have nothing left. Looking at the furious Wang Qi, Hu Laosan, who was a man, immediately empathized. He knew deeply that it was not easy to fight in Jihai City, not to mention Wang Qi. Even he was barely able to make ends meet, let alone looking at the youngster who was only in his 20s. What he destroyed was not a store, but the path of a person's life. Thinking of this, Hu Laosan immediately moved. His tears kept slipping from the corners of his eyes, and said with a great sense of righteousness, "Little brother, this matter is that old brother who did not do the right thing. From now on, I will do my best to oblige you with any request you make." As if it is old brother making amends with you, and you, the man. Wang Qi's heart rejoiced. Ha, it's a done deal. Chapter 15 Franchising. Afraid that Hu Laosan would back out, Wang Qi deliberately continued to press the issue. Are you telling the truth? I, Hu Laosan, have a mouthful of spittle. As long as it doesn't go against morality, I will try my best to do it for you. Ha, you still have the nerve to mention morality. Hu Laosan scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing a look of shame. Since boss Hu has said so, then I'll speak directly as well. Wang Qi handed Hu Laosan a cigarette and took one for himself. It wasn't smooth for you and your wife to run old Hu Bun shop, was it? Hey, is the strong fire to maintain the livelihood? Hu Laosan despondent. I am a rough man, and my partner. In addition to this craft, there is no skill to support the family. That's good. I'll give you a way. What way? Join old Hu Bun shop under my Wang Group breakfast shop. Wang Qi bashfully exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Didn't you say that your flavor can't compare to ours? To tell you the truth, in our Wang's Group breakfast shop, every dish that Chef Along makes is utilizing an exclusive secret recipe. As long as you agree to join our breakfast store, I guarantee that you will definitely not be as grueling as before. Old Hu hesitated, not to mention the joining fee. Just by asking him to transfer the store to Wang Qi, his heart felt like dripping blood. This not only represented the disappearance of old Hu Bun shop from Huan Street and even Jihai City, but also represented that his several years of hard work was all for nothing. Seeing Hu Laosan's hesitation, Wang Qi threw out a pill of reassurance. Boss Hu, don't worry, even if old Hu Bun shop becomes my property, you're still the boss. Really? Really? Of course, just think of it as you changing the name of the store. Wang Qi leisurely said. Likewise, with your craftsmanship and our secret recipe, it will definitely prosper. Don't say I'm painting you a big cake. It's not like you don't know about the business of Wang's Group breakfast shop. Yes, the business of Wang's Group breakfast store is indeed red hot than him, or else he, Hu Laosan, can still just close his business at 9 o'clock, which is not worse than Wang's Group breakfast store. The business is dismal. If you can let me feed my family, I can consider it. Hu Laosan sighed. More than these conditions, right? Of course, for the franchise fee, since I'm also just starting out, I'll only charge you 10,000. Wang Qi said. And the dividends from the stores you manage. You need to share 30% with me every year. Boss Wang, you are only forcing me to my death. Hu Laosan was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he was moved by the secret recipe of Wang Group's breakfast store. On the other hand, this condition was a bit too much for him to accept. Let's not talk about the fact that the $10,000 franchise fee was already the lowest price and was quite conscientious. But the annual dividend of 30%, the risk is too great. If after joining did not do up, all is a basket of water, to others to do the dowry. Boss Hu, I'm sure you know that the catering industry on Huan Street is not doing well, right? Hu Laosan nodded. This he still understood. After all, he had been mixing in Huan Street for several years. The distribution and economic direction was still clear to him. Do you know why this is? Hu Laosan shook his head. It's all because the food industry is not centralized. Wang Qi laughed. In the already uninspiring territory, doing the business of maintaining one's own acre of land, being able to have competition for business, People in the catering industry will maintain the mentality of going with the flow. No competition means no friction, which is often what we need most. There's no moving forward under high pressure, thus forgetting the environment you're in. Wang Chi penciled his chin, his eyes slowly glancing at the Gu Yueshi trio on the side. What I'm going to do now is to take the catering industry and slowly monopolize it. Give a sense of urgency to all my peers and make them understand. Either be strong or be eliminated by me. No matter who it is, there are no exceptions. In the end, Hu Laosen compromised, not because of Wang Chi's ambition, but the young man promised that as long as he joined, he would definitely be able to solve all of his family's subsistence problems. This was a bit of a big pie, but from Wang Chi's thoughts and ambitions, he vaguely felt that this young man would be able to make a name for himself in Huan Street. Next, Gu Yueshi led Old Hu to draft the contract. Meanwhile, Old Hu Bun shop was closed indefinitely until Hu Laosan learned the unique craft under the guidance of Along, and then changed the store sign before reopening from scratch. Hu Laosan's only remaining 10,000 yuan. Wang Chi naturally first not to collect. After all, this old man still have 2 mouths to feed. He right as first owed, and so on to earn money and then pay him back. The problem of manpower has been dealt with, and now we are waiting for the news from Hu Laosan's side. The timing is right. The people are right. The big opening event publicity, and will be the breakfast store shelves in the major takeaway platforms, to give the whole Huan street food industry enough sense of crisis. 2ing seamless. I am really a genius. Wang Chi lying on the bed of the apartment dancing, the whole person like a maggot wriggling, cannot wait to instantly a Thomas Big Slalom take off in place. This kind of good news, how can I show it off to my good brother? Wang Chi picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Xiaochuan's number. It's been almost 2 weeks since we've been in contact, so I'm afraid it's not a good idea to call and show off. I thought so, but Wang Chi's hand movements did not stop at all. Not long after, the phone dialed. Hello. On the other end of the phone, Lu Xiaochuan's voice looked shriveled and disheveled. Old Lu, buddy is going to make a big move recently. What big action? What? How do you know I'm going to start a chain and just took over a Baozi store? Crap. Brother, so awesome. Congratulations. Lu Xiaochuan's voice tone was slightly higher. Happy for his good brother. Ha ha, that's right. Just used a little trick. Wang Chi's right eyelid jumped, both inside and outside of his words. He felt that Lu Xiaochuan was not quite right. This person was usually energetic, and the combination with him was like 2 baboons that escaped from the zoo. But today, why was he suddy? It really wasn't like him. Old Lu, did something happen to you recently? Wang Chi asked worriedly. At this time of the day, he would never believe that Lu Xiaochuan had just woken up, and today was still Lu Xiaochuan's working hours by all accounts. Nothing happened? Ah? You're too sensitive, aren't you? Old Lu, as my best brother, I want you to have something that I can be the first to know. Just like you told me, if there is a problem, I will be the first to help. Wang Chi said seriously. Still a brother's word. Don't hide it from me. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. Wang Chi did not hang up the phone. He was still waiting for Lu Xiaochuan to tell his heart out. A moment later, Lu Xiaochuan on the other end of the phone laughed easily. Ha ha, no big deal. It's just that I was fired by Tianhe Group. Chapter 16, Lu Xiaochuan's investment. What? You've been fired? Wang Chi was dumbfounded. He really couldn't think of any reason for Tianhe Group to dismiss Lu Xiaochuan. That was the head of the sales area, one of the heads of the external field, and he was just summarily fired like that? Hey, a little personal matter only, not much of a problem. Ha ha, anyway, lousy is a gold, where it will shine, leaving Tianhe Group where it can't mix. Old place, meet and say. Wang Chi did not give Lu Xiaochuan a chance, immediately hung up the phone and ran outside. As soon as he opened the door, he bumped into Gu Yueshi who was waiting outside the door. Mr. Wang, going out? Well, I have a few things I need to take care of, Wang Chi quickly said. Have you taken care of it there? Well, the contracts are all signed, and Boss Hu and Along have mastered the formula of our breakfast store. Just waiting for you to pick a date and handle the opening activities, Gu Yueshi reported. Okay, wait until I come back. Okay, Mr. Wang, do you need me to accompany you? No need, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Wang Chi left in a hurry. Taking a cab, Wang Chi arrived at the old place. The old place vegetable restaurant. Is Wang Chi and Lu Xiaochuan off work often come to the place. Every time off work hungry chest to back, the two good friends will come to this restaurant to eat, because this restaurant is cheap taste good, but also particularly affordable. Into the restaurant, he saw Lu Xiaochuan in the window position. Lu Xiaochuan's face was depressed. He asked for the two people often eat pot dishes early, which are the dishes they must order when they come. Seeing Wang Chi arrive, Lu Xiaochuan swept away the depression on his face and revealed a forced smile. "Oh, isn't this the famous Mr. Wang? So rewarding to invite me for dinner. Cut the crap." What exactly happened? Wang Qi sat down and asked gruffly. Hey, a child has no mother. It's a long story. Lu Xiaochuan clamped a mouthful of blood sausage, shook his head and sighed. Originally, just in this period of time, Lu Xiaochuan was told by Mr. Sun to be downgraded to the sales area deputy. This demotion is not half a star, equivalent to a knife cut in the aorta, kukui blood spraying kind. Lu Xiaochuan, of course, angry, directly to find Mr. Sun's theory, but the result is that all of this is the partner Mr. Zhang's intention. Mr. Zhang, the Zhang Zhuotong who was humiliated that day, used his own lack of professionalism and basic quality as a reason to demote himself, and at the same time, his position, but also to be replaced by Zhang Nanner of Lushan Group, for S sake, letting himself be Pan Jilian's deputy. He, Lu Xiaochuan, definitely did not agree. No way. Under the pressure of Zhang Zhuotong, Mr. Sun could only bear the pain and fire Lu Xiaochuan. At the end of the day, when Lu Xiaochuan was going through the formalities of leaving the company, Zhang Zhuotong was still there, saying that as long as he kowtowed in front of him together with Wang Qi, all of this would be forgiven. He even gave him a raise, but Lu Xiaochuan is not such a person, and on his way out, he did not forget to give Zhang Zhuotong the middle finger. Learning the ins and outs, Wang Qi was so angry that his teeth itched. As the eldest son of the largest real estate company in Zhihai, Lushan Group, Zhang Zhuotong, actually only had this kind of belly. What a joke, but what's the use of it? He and Lu Xiaochuan combined energy, cannot catch up with Zhang Zhuotong's fingernail. This is the bottom of society's misery, empty rage, but there is nothing to do. In addition to improving themselves, there is no other way. Seeing Wang Qi's expression of anger mixed with slight self-blame, Lu Xiaochuan quickly waved his hand and gave the other party a piece of ribs. It's no big deal, old Wang, it's just a job. It doesn't matter at all. A talent like me, where can't it flourish? Don't you think so? After saying that, Lu Xiaochuan slowly turned his head and looked out the window with a quiet smile. It's just a matter of giving a little more youth. Then, old Lu, what are your plans? Wang Qi suddenly asked. Interviews, interview by interview. Start from scratch. Lu Xiaochuan replied briefly, looking straight out the window. How much do you get paid a month in Tianhe? 16,000 in good times. Usually just 10,000 out. Lu Xiaochuan replied carelessly, and violently, he looked dazedly at Wang Qi. Old Wang, what are you doing? A serious look spread across Wang Qi's face as he lit a cigarette. Old Lu, why don't you partner with me? Lu Xiaochuan's eyes widened and his mouth opened wider than an egg. To be honest, it's okay if he goes to help out, but if it's a job, not to mention the fact that Wang Qi had just started out and his foundation was still unstable, he was afraid that his good brother would go to the top, in order to give himself a high salary and thus lead to a sharp decrease in the store's profitability. Isn't this pitting Wang Qi? However, Wang Qi was naturally not a fool as he opened his mouth. Old Lu, you also know that I have collected a store as a franchise, and under my banner, there are 2 breakfast stores. Once the publicity is done and the takeaway is listed, the breakfast business in the entire Huan Street is my biggest. Wang Qi threw Lu Xiaochuan a cigarette and said in a graceful manner, if you are willing, you can relieve the pressure for me. As an investment, the dividends from the 2 stores, I will give you 30%. 30%? Old Wang, you're playing a bit big. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He realized that he could not understand Wang Qi more and more. Obviously, he was like a loser before, but now he seemed to be doing things with great ambition, and moreover, never dragged his feet. If this is still called playing big words, then when I do it in the future, my hands shall not shake as much as a cerebral thrombosis. Wang Qi smiled boldly and said, Old Lu, Wang Group breakfast store. No, it's the profit I get after me. I 7 you 3, as long as you are willing, I am always welcome. The name of the store is quite domineering. Lu Xiaochuan gave a thumbs up. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiaochuan followed Wang Qi and came to the Wang Group breakfast shop. Since it was closing time, there were no customers, only a few people within them. There was also Hu Laosan, and his wife, Aunt Li, Jets of Radissonian. Here's a warm welcome to our first investor, Mr. Lu, Wang Qi shouted in front of the crowd, and then pushed Lu Xiaochuan out. Lu, Mr. Lu is wise and valiant. All along, Mr. Lu is domineering. Hu Laosan and Aunt Li, good day. General Manager Lu, Gu Yueshi, welcome. Mr. Lu. Lu Xiaochuan felt his face hot and embarrassed and scratched his head. Old Wang you son thief, don't tease me. How can it be teasing you? My dear Mr. Lu is angrily transferring 100,000 RMB as an investment in my Wang's head. Wang Qi wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder. What? Taking less? 100,000. Oh my god, it's 100,000 dollars. One shot and it's 100,000. Boss Lu is really a hero. Thank you, Mr. Lu. In the crowd of exclamations, Lu Xiaochuan's mouth was almost grinning to the root behind his ears. Reaching out and fiercely embracing Wang Qi said to the crowd, "Ha ha, it's nothing. Who made me and Wang Qi iron buddies? Anyway, it's not a lot of money. Just 100,000. Not much. Ha ha, ha ha. In order to welcome Mr. Lu into the stock, I'll treat you at night." Wang Qi waved his big hand. His face was indescribably proud. Chapter 17, At least, I have no regrets. Yifengju, one of the largest upscale restaurants in Jihai City, pays more attention to the beauty of vintage elegance than the platinum and luxury decor. Being able to dine at Yifengju is a symbol of success, as well as an extremely high regard for the other party. The same was true for Wang Qi. When the crowd learned that he had booked a compartment at Yifengju, even the paralyzed Gu Yueshi was very shocked. Here at a glance, one could guess that a meal hit the bottom 4 digits. But who was Wang Qi now? Already a small business owner with a slight upturn. Even in the face of the scale of service that made his heart skip a beat, he was able to collapse in front of Tarzan without changing his color. While chatting with the waiter, he grabbed Lu Yi who was scurrying like a rat. After following the waiter to the box, the unseen Lu Yi and Along saw the prices on the menu and shook their heads and pushed it to Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan. "Look at you, that bare look. We mountain pig occasionally eat fine chaff swell?" Wang Qi, full of contempt, to the waiter recited the name of the dish, looking full of thug's breath. More, can't eat it all. Mr. Wang, Hu Laosan was so anxious that he knocked on the table, as if it was his money that the checkout cost. "Alright then, go prepare first." Wang Qi sipped his tea and handed the menu to the waiter. "Okay, please wait." The waiter bowed with extreme regularity and silently left the box. "Old Wang, I know you're happy, but eating here is a bit too inappropriate, right?" Lu Xiaochuan whispered next to Wang Qi, but he did not expect to receive a blank stare in return. In a word, I'm happy. Wang Qi, he was indeed happy. Not only did he receive Hu Laosan's bun store as well as Lu Xiaochuan's investment in less than a month. More so, because of Lu Xiaochuan's $100,000, he had a deposit that reached over $130,000. His aura value, which also corresponded to the increase in his assets as well as the completion of Hu Laosan's task of finding fault, was adjusted upwards to 7%. The president's skill irresistible. Duration increased to 40 minutes. He was happy and continued to not get drunk today. Allah, both come and go. Wang Qi grinned broadly and wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder. "Don't worry, after this, it will become our norm." "Right, Boss Hu, ah, that's great. Your bragging skills have gotten better." Lu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes, teasingly knocking off Wang Qi's hand. "Then son thief, I'll eat you poorly. I'm afraid that you don't have such a big stomach." Wang Qi smirked and lit a cigarette, jerking his head to the opposite side. "Little Lu, you drink so much tea, can you still eat your meal in a while?" Lu Yi put the teapot down and wiped off the tea stains around her mouth and said, "Mr. Wang, this tea is so delicious. Cheating is a puppy. You hurry to taste it. You will drink tea while you just say the tea is good. Well, anyway, nothing here is cheap. Expensive is good. Gu Yueshi, this is buckwheat tea." Lu Yi, just by listening to the name, I know it's good stuff. Gu Yueshi, it's the free cheap stuff in the hotel. Lu Yi, oh. In a short while, the dishes were served. 100 spirit mushroom pearl chicken, Buddha jumps over the wall, grilled 1,000 layers of wyvern sea cucumber, chicken juice turbinado abalone. A variety of high-grade dishes filled a table, so that people could not help but swallow their saliva. More heartache. Wang Qi pocket money. "Everyone, let me say a few words." Wang Qi filled a cup for himself and got up to raise his glass in a great mood. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan and Hu Laosan as well as Along poured a glass of white wine and similarly raised their glasses. The remaining 2 ladies substituted orange juice for wine. "Today, I'm very happy to be sitting here with all of you, because this represents that from now on, all of us are one family." The name Wang Group, lacking any one person, is like missing one of the strokes of the brush. It doesn't even come together to form these 4 words. Wang Qi raised his wine glass higher. "So what I want to say is that from now on, we all earn money together and enjoy the blessings together. Mr. Wang is bullish. Mr. Wang is domineering." Lu Yi shouted excitedly. "Come on, say our slogan. Make it bigger and stronger. Create another glory." Lu Yi especially cooperated with the shout, her eyes boning up. "Create splendor again. Be bigger and stronger. Ha ha, that's what it means." Wang Qi laughed boldly. "Let's all earn ing money together. Earn ing money. Asterisk 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 it. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Everyone, rendered by their emotions, drank the wine in their cups in one go, and immediately afterward, Wang Qi waved his hands, and everyone feasted on it. Wang Qi wore a smile that dripped with sincerity as he looked at the delighted crowd, and he realized that happiness was actually so simple, having money in his pocket, having a goal, as well as such a group of compatible people. Just then, a hand patted Wang Qi's head. "Hey, son thief, what are you giggling about?" Lu Xiaochuan picked up a glass of wine and looked at Wang Qi. "As an old friend, I'll toast you." "Ha ha, good." Wang Qi clinked glasses with him painfully and drank the wine in one go. The pungent spice went down his throat straight through his nasal cavity, a feeling like his current mood. Very painful. "Old Wang, to be honest, I'm a joke even though I'm your steeliest buddy." Lu Xiaochuan was provoked by the spirits and showed his teeth, shaking his head. You don't know. I hesitated for a long time when I took out the money." Lu Xiaochuan lit a cigarette and threw another cigarette to Wang Qi. "I would actually consider whether or not to use my family's money to accompany you in this mess." It's common sense. This is understood." Wang Qi patted Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder and comforted. "No, you don't understand, old Wang." Lu Xiaochuan leaned back in his chair and shrugged. "You don't understand. It's not a matter of money for me. Maybe it's not a matter of money for you either. With your intelligence, without this money of mine, there will be other ways to do what you want. And while I have this money, I am lost, just like I was in Tianhe Group. I don't even know what's the point except to divert myself with my work, except to look for you, the son thief, to blow off some steam for a while." Lu Xiaochuan grinned. "Do you know what this is because of?" "Because of what?" Under Wang Qi's gaze, Lu Xiaochuan's finger slowly pointed to his chest. "Because I'm empty here. No matter how big Jihai City is, there's no place for me to stay. Maybe earning money is the only thing that can make me feel like it's meaningful to do, and something I must do. I am in the eyes of others. I am the imposing, hard-working and diligent head of sales, but I know what I am. It's just a pathetic person looking for a place to stay under the lights," Lu Xiaochuan said and heavily patted Wang Qi's shoulder. "Old Wang, today, I want to try. If I make a risky move, will it change my life pattern? Ha ha. Even if I am ready to bear the cost, ready to break the boat, but I always believe that no matter what the result is, it will bring an unexpected end to my unchanging life. So the ending meets your expectations?" Wang Qi revealed a wry expression and asked rhetorically. Lu Xiaochuan did not rush to answer. He slowly and methodically extinguished his cigarette and looked at the dining table. Long and Hu Laosan talked and laughed. Gu Yueshi ate elegantly. Lu Yi, who was known as the antonym of Gu Yueshi, stuffed up food into her mouth in large gulps as if she were a good Liangshan man, and from time to time, because of choking, she violently poured in free buckwheat tea. These seemingly unconnected people, but because of various factors, forcibly rubbed together. This image, yet not so incongruous. Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Qi coincidentally glanced at each other, both shaking their heads and losing their laughter. The anticipation of the ending, I have not thought about it, but I am satisfied with the life at hand. At the very least, I have no regrets. Chapter 18, Teenage Fan. After coming out of Yifengju, it was still like last time. Lu Xiaochuan was so drunk that he couldn't find his way out, and Wang Qi wiped his tears while coming out, because he didn't know that Wang Qi loved to cry when he was drunk. Hu Laosan thought that it was when Boss Wang settled the bill and looked at the bill and wet his eyes. Emil ate $10,000 up and down. Wang Qi has never been so extravagant since childhood. Tonight's tears had a share of the bill as well. Vomit. Wang Qi hugged the tree and gave a violent spray. Gu Yueshi stood helplessly and handed over 2 pieces of paper, exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air. He opened his bleary eyes, and in a daze, he saw Gu Yueshi's slender figure and delicate face. The line of sight moved up with the willow waist. Gu do. Xiao Gu, I can't walk, I have to carry. Wang Qi leaned helplessly against a tree and stretched out his hands for Gu Yueshi to carry. Gu Yueshi recalled Wang Qi's rude behavior last time, and her entire face didn't look too good. "Mr. Wang, it's not appropriate. I'll assist you." "No, legs are weak." "Mr. Wang, it's only 2 steps to home. Hold on a little longer." Obviously arriving at the apartment downstairs and still engaging in all this, anyone could see that Wang Qi's drunkenness was not in the cards. Not to mention Gu Yueshi. Under Wang Qi's soft grinding, Gu Yueshi's forehead was flushed with veins. Hey, what are you doing?" When Wang Qi thought he got his way, he suddenly realized that his body was light, and he felt the scent of roses that came to his face. "Go." Gu Yueshi picked Wang Qi up in a princess hug and coldly spat out a word. "Gu, I feel like I have no strength in my whole body. Tell me, can I still take a bath?" Wang Qi was a little bird in Gu Yueshi's arms, no longer having the atmospheric look of a king's boss, and asked shyly, "You can wash tomorrow." Gu Yueshi replied gung-ho, "But my body is dirty, and if I don't take a bath, I'll dirty the quilt as well." "Mr. Wang, you have something to say. Will you help me take a bath?" Wang Qi was in Gu Yueshi's arms, his eyes bright, and then after noticing that the latter's eyes were not kind, he hurriedly added, that, it's not what you think, what I mean is, you help me put water and stuff, and give me a back rub. Don't worry, I'll wear underwear the entire time. Mr. Wang, forgive me for not being able to accept it. Gu Yueshi's voice went down an octave coldly, and Wang Qi, who was in her arms, seemed to be able to feel the cold air coming from his pores. Today, he was going to play a crazy game. You've given me a princess hug, and you're still not responsible for me? Seeing that he came to the door of room 301, Wang Qi's eyes turned to be a demon again, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. I lost my key, I can't open the door. You haven't pulled out your pocket yet, so you said you lost your key? Mr. Wang? Well, really lost it. Wang Qi's mouth was hard, and he took out the toilet paper from his pocket to wipe his mouth. There's really no more. Don't believe you flip. Gu Yueshi's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, put Wang Qi down, reached out to grope back and forth on its body, touching Wang Qi's heart itchy like a cat scratch. After determining that there was no key, Gu Yueshi had no choice but to helplessly bring Wang Qi to his own room, 302. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Qi could smell the fragrance of roses that belonged to her alone, and the furnishings in the room were simple and corresponded to Gu Yueshi's character. Not fancy. Gu Yueshi helped Wang Qi to the sofa and poured a cup of hot water for him, then said seriously, Mr. Wang, I'll go downstairs to find your key, you wait here. Well, really sleepy, just sleep on my bed first, is it really okay? Wang Qi's eyes were glowing, like the big bad wolf who got his way. Gu Yueshi really didn't want to bother with more words, and after giving an explanation, she hurriedly left. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Wang Qi revealed a cold smile and took out the key from the ball of paper he wiped his mouth with. Fighting with me? You're still a bit young. After saying that, he threw the paper ball into the trash can like a three-point shot. It should be said not to say a little. The girls' room and the boys' does have a difference, although the decoration is similar, but 302 is just more than 301 that makes people feel comfortable. There are women's homes that look clean and tidy. Wang Qi came to the bathroom and nimbly took off his clothes and began to wash Xiang. Well, body wash is much more fragrant than the one I used. Turn around and ask her where she bought it. Wow, this shampoo I really like. Oh, the flavor is also good smell. Turn around and ask where to buy. Hey, this. Oh, sorry, I can't use it. Wang Qi in the bathroom merrily spread joy. Unapologetically Gu Yueshi's bathroom is their own. It may also be the reason that the strongest goat has the guts. If this were to be put in the usual, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. After showering and putting on his clothes, Wang Qi came to the balcony and lit a cigarette. I should be the most successful loser. Showering and smoking in a beauty's house, and sleeping in a beauty's bed in a while. He. Wang Qi spat out a mouthful of smoke before realizing back that he was too out of it when he was drunk. Slap. He flung himself a slap. You're damn perverted. Wang Qi casually pressed the cigarette out and threw it off the balcony. Shame on you. You still have to sleep in other people's beds, so they sleep on the floor? A loser stood on the balcony and muttered to himself, and after a long period of silence, he slowly said, I don't mind squeezing with her. Getting his own satisfactory answer, Wang Qi nodded his head and turned around, ready to go back inside to rest. Suddenly, his footsteps were violently fixed and he twisted his head to the side. Good guy. On the drying rod of the balcony, there were Gu Yueshi's washed clothes hanging, a small suit, a wraparound skirt, a small shirt, and tight pants that looked extremely revealing, and so on. Wang Qi was immediately unhappy. Why do you wear so formal in front of me? This kind of figure-expanding clothes you secretly wear in private? Not to wear to me to see, but also to wear to witch-tart old men to see? Humph, there is time must be fooled her to wear. As your own personal secretary? Of course you have to follow your own clothes. I do not wear a suit. You do not give me to wear. Thinking of this, the bored Wang Qi began to pick at Gu Yueshi's shirt and pants, wanting to see what his secretary wore besides formal attire. Oh, this is it? Wang Qi took down a hanger and proceeded to look at the light in the room. Crap! It was actually a pink bow panty with lace trim. Wang Qi has always thought that in this area of underwear, like Gu Yueshi's iceberg beauty and career-oriented woman, black and red color system is the main. Unexpectedly, Gu Yueshi actually has such a young girl's underwear. When he thought of Gu Yueshi's old iceberg face, and then wearing teenage pink underwear, Wang Qi couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect under your strong exterior, there is actually a little girl residing. Wang Qi really couldn't strain himself and laughed with as much abandon as he wanted, because the hilarity of this image was comparable to Gu Yueshi pedaling her bicycle violently. After laughing for a while, Wang Qi slowed down his energy and reached out to hang his underwear back on the hanger. The moment he did so, two words came out of his mouth. Naughty. He moved nimbly to return it to its original position. For the record, although Wang Qi is a loser, but does not have that kind of bad taste. Well, just curious to do so. Having given himself a suitable excuse, his heart could rest a little. However, just as he reached out his hand in midair, click, the door opened. Gu Yueshi's line of sight fixed on Wang Qi's raised panties. Chapter 19, All Things Considered. At this moment, Wang Qi wanted to cover his face and flip down from the third-floor balcony. He was especially afraid that Gu Yueshi would come over in a sprint and shine a whip kick at his head. This girl's physical quality was as clear as a mirror in his heart, not inferior to an athlete. Of course, the premise is to kick yourself and then forget about today's events. Gu Yueshi was calm at this time, and did not do what he thought, but the atmosphere in the room was oppressive beyond belief. Mr. Wang. Gu Yueshi was the first to open her mouth to break the silence. What are you doing? Wang Qi was like an ant on a hot pan at this moment, feeling prickly and scratchy all over, sparing his thick skin. He couldn't hold his old face red at this time. Calm down, calm down. Wang Qi cleared his throat and said with a straight face, Xiao Gu ah, usually how am I to you? Good, good, that is I have not treated you badly. Wang Qi pointed to his underwear. Then why is your underwear this cheap? What did you say? Gu Yueshi revealed a look of shame and anger, her cheeks faintly flushed with a charming blush. Hey, as a boss, it's only right to sympathize with your subordinates, let alone my personal secretary. Wang Qi has a big old boss's demeanor, hangs the underwear back to its original position, and says to Gu Yueshi, tomorrow I'll transfer 1,000 to you, go buy 2 pieces of high-grade and well-fitting underwear to wear. There's no need to say thank you, it's all what I should do. I'm just a mediocre boss who's trying to make your life better. Gu Yueshi was speechless for a while. It was the first time she had seen someone who could justify obscenity to such a great extent. However, when she thought about Wang Qi's usual confusing behavior, it made sense. Without further ado, Gu Yueshi quickly walked to the balcony and hurriedly collected her intimate apparel, organizing it and placing it in the closet drawer. Then, she sat on the sofa, her hands clasping her chest, not knowing what she was thinking. Wang Qi tiptoed to her side and vaguely saw the scarlet on her pretty face. He. It turns out that this face-paralyzed beauty will also be shy. Cough cough. Wang Qi coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. That, Secretary Gu, did you find the key? Sorry, Mr. Wang, I didn't find it. Gu Yueshi glanced at Wang Qi with her afterglow and said, probably because she felt it was not polite to turn her head to face Wang Qi. It would be weird if you could find it. It's fine, since you can't find it, forget it, it's so late now, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Qi forcibly suppressed the curled-up corners of his mouth. Take an early rest. It's okay, Mr. Wang, Gu Yueshi faintly said. I've already contacted the locksmith and will be there soon. Wang Qi was shocked and said with a resigned expression. Contacting the locksmith this late? It's a bit too much trouble for people. No trouble, just give him money. I trampled on the horse, wanna give him money to not let him come. Soon, the locksmith arrived as promised. In less than a minute's time, the door to 301's room was opened. The locksmith was very puzzled. Obviously he was skillful in his craft and helped the tenant to unlock the door. But why was this man staring at himself with a resentful face, as if he had done something wrong? That look was extremely vicious, resentful, and unwilling. Thus, under Wang Qi's gaze, the locksmith's whole body winced and hurriedly left, not daring to stay longer. Wang Qi returned to his familiar kennel, drilled into the quilt. Great loneliness of the widowed elderly. These days, first put the hot hand destroys the flower plan. The most important thing is that the 2 breakfast stores. The good thing is, there is nothing to hinder. Everything is going very smoothly. More so, with an expert like Lu Xiaochuan, who had management and sales skills, Wang Qi was also a lot more relaxed. He can put the promotional activities, rest assured, to Lu Xiaochuan to do, compared to their own in Gu Yueshi's experience. That and Lu Xiaochuan is not comparable. The signboard of the old Hu Baozi store is also in the plan, changed to Wang's group breakfast store. Since then, all the contract formalities have fallen, just to choose a lucky day. A big event. Wang's group breakfast store. Lu Xiaochuan big mouthful of hot pepper soup and buns. Wang Qi sat opposite and smoked a cigarette, sprayed in the former's face. Cough. Son thief's son, you're going to choke me to death. Lu Xiaochuan sadly skimmed his mouth and drank up the last mouthful of Huji soup. Old Lu you say $10,000, can take the event? Surely, how to recruit, can't you believe me? Lu Xiaochuan grabbed a cigarette from Wang Qi and inhaled. I've been snooping around inside and outside of Huan Street. If it's the standard in the city, $10,000 is hard to say, but it's enough here. Moreover, I also circulated more or less a lot of stores in Huan Street. Many bosses are willing to hold this field as a right to push each other's customer flow. This point, Wang Qi is still assured. After all, Lu Xiaochuan is also a person who has been a hand in the sales area, and his communication skills have reached the level of a socialite. he still wanted to be more friends with the store owners on this street. No one wanted to make enemies to get themselves into trouble. Just because they were competing, didn't mean they had to be enemies. Sure enough, I'm relieved to leave this to you. Wang Chi gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up in affirmation. You can rest assured on this. I will take care of it all, Lu Xiaochuan said. Only, you have shelved various takeaway platforms in one breath. Will it be a bit too hasty? It doesn't matter. It's time to put a little pressure on the employees. Wang Chi was full of concern. Take money to do things. Want to make money, have to pay hard work. You, bull. Lu Xiaochuan skimmed his mouth, as if he thought of something, said to Wang Chi, oh, right, old Wang, there is something I forgot to say to you. What is it? That, Zhang Nanner told me to ask when you have time and can meet with her. Boom! The cigarette butt in Wang Chi's hand fell off to the ground. That damned, painfully torturing his nerves woman actually wanted to take the initiative to meet with him. He could never forget the scene where Zhang Nanner and Zhang Zhuotong flirted in front of him. He could never forget Zhang Nanner going out of her way to clear her relationship with him in order to curry favor with Zhang Zhuotong. A rotten bastard with empty skin. No time. Wang Chi's voice was like flying snow, and even his eyes were tinged with hatred. I wanted to talk to her last time, but she didn't have that heart. In that case, let's all just leave it alone. You're quite open-minded. Lu Xiaochuan sighed. But it's also true. You are now the one who has to have a big goal, and you don't have the time to take care of that smelly abalone. Alright, don't bite a stinky abalone. Have some quality. Wang Chi rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaochuan. Ha ha, you don't still want to defend her. Lu Xiaochuan laughed out loud. Dude, the hat has become luminous, and you still have delusions of being the best ex-boyfriend? Chapter 20, Opening a Business and Causing Trouble. Wang Chi did not want to talk more about Zhang Nanner and got up and patted his butt. His cell phone number and WeChat and various other contact information had been deleted by Zhang Nanner, and also the moment he came out from the Tianhe group. He didn't want to have anything to do with Zhang Nanner anymore. Likewise, between them, there was no room for conversation, regardless of whether he was a boiling goat or a double-faced turtle before. Starting at this moment, Wang Chi was ready to embrace his new life. Finally, it came to the day when Wang Chi's breakfast store was reborn. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the breakfast store where Old Hu was located, assembled Wang Chi and the others. Everyone's face was filled with joy, because this was the first step that Wang's group breakfast shop took in Huan Street. Hu Laosan's wife, Auntie Li, had prepared a hot breakfast for everyone to replenish the heat in their empty stomachs. The crowd was waiting for 6 o'clock to light the salute outside the store. Hu Laosan, as the branch manager of the chain of stores, had long since pressed on to the front of the store, just waiting for 6 o'clock to arrive and rip open the refreshed sign. It's 5:59, just a minute away. Louis E gripped her cell phone and danced around to Aaron, wishing that time would flow a little faster. Gu Yueshi stared down at the watch on her wrist, although she couldn't see any expression on her face, but from the way she acted, she was also full of anticipation for today. Everyone was waiting for that minute to pass. Outside the door, there were also a bunch of residents watching the crowd, as well as office workers waiting for breakfast. Outside Hu Laosan's store, it had never been so lively. 6 o'clock sharp, the time was up. Boss Hu, fire the cannon. Wang Chi saw the time arrived, could not suppress the excitement and shouted to the door. Got it. Hu Laosan's response came from outside the door, and everyone pounced on the door like sardines. Right at this moment, a discordant voice came. Wait, only to see. A man who looked like a skinny monkey rushed in. His thieving eyebrows were not pleasing to the eye, and was waving his hand while sprinting to the front of several people. What for? Get out of the way. Hu Laosan angrily looked at the skinny monkey in front of him who was blocking the way. I thought, who is it? So it's Boss Huang of the Vegetable Hop House. What? You want to make trouble in my old Hu? The man in front of him was the owner of a restaurant on Huan Street, called Huang Jingguan. This restaurant is not bad. Can't help but 6 in the morning and 10 in the evening, there are customers who can't find a good place to go, to patronize his business. Wang Chi saw more and more people coming around, went forward and said, Boss Huang, there is something we will say later. Now is our new opening day. Do not punch the auspicious. Punching auspicious, I want to laugh. Children play on one side. Huang Jingguan didn't even bother to look at Wang Chi, turning his head to Hu Laosan. Old Hu, it's not that I'm giving you trouble. Since ancient times there have been no businessmen on Huan Street who opened their business and fired cannons to publicize it. Isn't it not too generous of you to be a maverick? And, you are not on purposely move the time of the opening activities to 6 o'clock. Do not know that the Dishaju business hours is 6 o'clock in the morning? Whatever I care, I'm happy to. Hu Laosan was not willing to show weakness, pointing at Huang Jingguan's nose. Also, let me tell you Huang Jingguan, the kid you just spoke of is my old Hu's boss. A large part of this store is his. I don't care who is the boss of this store. let's not break the rules. Huang Jingwen blocked in front of Hu Laosan, with the attitude of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Seeing the escalation of the conflict between Huang Jingwen and Hu Laosan, Wang Qi gave Lu Xiaochuan a look. The latter understood and went forward to persuade him. Immediately afterward, Wang Qi's eyes half narrowed as he whispered instructions to Gu Yueshi beside him. Tell me all of this boss Huang's information later. Come to my field to make trouble, then I'll have to ruthlessly make you hurt. Wang Qi viciously gritted his teeth. Luckily, under Lu Xiaochuan's cajoling, Huang Jingwen was sidetracked, at the cost of 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes. But from his cursing back, this matter should not end here. Against him, do not need to bother. Right now, is to take advantage of the crowd piled up, hurry to business. Fortunately, the immediate hiccup was over, and the event was able to go on as scheduled. 2 rows of firecrackers went off, and the big red cloth on the signboard was torn off by Hu Laosan and Wang Qi, signaling that the old Hu Bun shop had completely become a thing of the past, transforming into the Wang Group breakfast shop. This morning, not only were there a ridiculous number of customers, but there were also various store owners who came to support the shop. Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan are also one by one to return the favor. These bosses can come, is to give them face, and also for them to bring customer traffic. But with the crowd more and more, Hu Laosan and Antli cannot beat a group of mouth. There was no other way. Wang Qi had to instruct Louis Yi and Along to go to the main store to open for business and share the pressure with Hu Laosan's couple. The time came to 11 o'clock. Customers have been leaving one after another. Not to mention Hu Laosan husband and wife and Louis Yi. Along, even has been accompanied by chatting Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan are tired jaw pain. 2 cigarettes are scattered empty, only to send away the various support. This day's turnover, the 2 removed the profit, a net profit of $10,000. The main store netted $3,000 at the beginning. Hu Laosan's store due to the activities organized, net profit of $7,000. One was that Lu Xiaochuan's circulation was doing well, and the other was that Hu Laosan and Auntie Li had mastered Along's special secret recipe, and used the flavor to capture the taste buds of the customers. It's painful. Hu Laosan collapsed in his chair from exhaustion, but from the smile on his face one could tell that he was particularly happy today. This day's income was almost enough to catch up with his small half-months. After all, here in Huan Street, there were almost no people who could make money with the food and beverage industry, or a small store. Not losing money was considered good. All of this was attributed to Wang Qi. Hu Laosan took Wang Qi's cigarettes and nonchalantly blazed them. Mr. Wang, thanks to your blessing, I can finally see hope in Jihai City. You are my Hu Laosan's nobleman. Words are not enough, boss Hu. It's all just about making money. Wang Qi waved his hand and took a sip of the soy milk handed by Antli. Today is just the start. Tomorrow after Xiao Gu's side is taken care of, we'll put it on the takeaway platform, and we'll be quite busy in the days to come. It's good to be busy. I'm afraid of not being busy. Hu Laosan revealed a brown man's smile. That's fine. With your words, it's done. Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan got up and prepared to leave. Oh yeah, boss Hu, don't forget the split on our contract and your franchise fee. Well, it's all trivial. Now in Hu Laosan's eyes, all of this was nothing. Under Wang Qi's leadership, he had tasted the sweetness, and these days of more hope than ever made him obey Wang Qi in 100 ways. As he said, Wang Qi was already a nobleman in his mouth. He had to grasp the hard-won opportunity. After a brief explanation, Wang and Lu left in a hurry. They still had one more thing to do. That was, to deal with the owner of Vegetable Hopper House, Huang Jingwen. Chapter 21, Playing with the Sun. Kai Heiju, Huan Street, one of the top 2 restaurants. The scale is in this area is considered to be the upper middle class, although it is not compared to the downtown area of Jihai City, the kind of atmosphere, but in the suburbs, but also ranked on the name. Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan, 2 people came to the door. See not many guests inside. Push the door and enter. Hello, welcome to the Vegetable Hop House. How many? The waiter drooped his head, looking like he hadn't woken up. Gentlemen, is there a private room? Yes, follow me. The waiter was expressionless and led them upstairs, came to the 2nd floor. The waitress placed Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan in the box, stood aside and did not say a word. This is next to a menu. No menu if they thought she was going to look at the customer to eat it. This service attitude. Wang Qi heart really not happy. A slipped fat intestines, a fried shredded potatoes, 2 bottles of beer, 2 bowls of rice. Wang Qi didn't even look at the menu and casually ordered 2 things. These were all home-cooked dishes that could be done in general restaurants, and they weren't troublesome. Of course, he didn't come to just eat. The waiter took notes and looked at Wang Qi, who didn't say anything and leaned back in his chair to play with his cell phone. The atmosphere was silent for about 3 minutes. The waiter turned around and left. Wait. Wang Qi opened his mouth and called out to her. The waitress came to Wang Chi's side with a face of impatience, itching to point at his head and yell that Lao Deng hurriedly finished his fart in one go. Beauty, help me inform your boss Wang. Just say that someone wants to have a word with him. Sorry, I don't have that right. The waitress was distracted and lightly refused. At this time, Wang Chi gave Lu Xiaochuan a wink, and the latter understood in his heart. Beauty, be accommodating. We are from the breakfast store and have something to say to Boss Huang. The waitress frowned and was just about to open her mouth again to refuse. Who would have thought that a red ticket from Lu Xiaochuan was directly flung over? Both bosses. Brother Huang is in the next box. I'll say hello, you guys can just go directly. The waitress changed her normal state and smiled like a flower. Even though she was posing again, she succumbed to the obscene power of the banknotes. Really don't say. This tip thing, it works. Driven by the tip, even the speed of serving food is much faster. Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Chi have a mouthful of fat sausage and a mouthful of beer, and there is no hurry to fill up the meal first. According to the words of the two of them into the door is considered a guest, a little bit of shelf so-called, and he is more or less a small boss. The posture cannot be put too low. Do you think that Huang Jingwen will give a damn about us? Wang Qishan took a big mouthful of rice and asked Lu Xiaochuan. Don't worry about it, if he knows some manners, he will definitely come. Lu Xiaochuan clip a big mouthful of fat intestines. What do you think of his family's fat intestines? The flavor is average. I also think, like my foot skin has no flavor. You're disgusting. Truth. Lu Xiaochuan really do not have the appetite to continue to eat. Slowly drinking beer, you say? His family has nothing special, although the foot is Hua and street, but so can still put the dishes. How'd you expand this scale? The brain should be estimated to have a big problem, and you are the same. Put your master nine-toothed nail rake Taiji fart. Wang Chi disliked back. I opened breakfast store here, I am happy. Good quality and low rent. Old Wang. I don't know if it's because of intuition not. I always feel that you have something to hide from me. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly looked serious and scrutinized Wang Chi. This instantly made Wang Chi a little nervous. Although Lu Xiaochuan can't be called a human spirit, but his ability to see people is still there. After all, in the Tianhe group, he has seen too many people of all shapes and colors to deal with, so he will definitely have experience. Plus he and Wang Chi contact time most. The latter pouting ass Lu Xiaochuan can guess what he wants to, but Lu Xiaochuan, this time did not guess. It is very likely that Wang Chi is scurrying thin. Yes, hide it from you. The cell phone secretly stored several dozens of G information it. Wang Chi tried to stay calm and led the topic to a crooked direction. Absolutely cannot let Lu Xiaochuan to the source of Wang's group breakfast store deep research. This key president app has given a warning. Must maintain absolute reasonableness and cannot disclose all the problems about the app. Otherwise the life of the eye directly on the spot was stopped. One would be left with nothing again as before. Not just money, but also his favorite Gu Yueshi, the naive Lu Yi, and the big sunny boy Along. He didn't want to lose. The word loss, the flavor of regret was too deep. Lu Xiaochuan tightened his brows as if he was a detective not sparing any micro-expressions on Wang Chi's face. This made Wang Chi's heart grow weak. The time to test the acting skills has arrived. Must hold on. Wang Chi was as steady as an old dog on his face, but inside he had already begun to beat his drums. Why? With this look, it seems like you have something to say to me. There is. You say it. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes did not move away from Wang Chi until now, and spoke quietly. Dozens of G. Which teacher's masterpiece? Soon, Wang Chi and Lu Xiaochuan both ate and drank enough. The two of them in the box one after another incarnation of a big smoking gun. The embarrassing thing is that Huang Jingwen did not want to see them. This old bastard calf, making trouble at our opening not to mention. We came and did not support the scene. Really take himself as a character? Lu Xiaochuan was so angry that he showed his teeth and pushed Wang Chi who was looking at his cell phone beside him. Lousy hitchhiked and 2 packs of Huazi are fed to the dog. You're still there playing with your cell phone. I'm looking at his general information. Wang Chi put his phone into his pocket. Xiaogu has already organized the information and sent it to me. Huang Jingwen's information? Yes. As soon as I inquired. The merchants here are not tight-lipped and don't deal with him. Wang Chi got up to organize his clothes. Forget it, since Boss Huang doesn't want to see us, we'll come back another day. What? Lu Xiaochuan looked incredulous. You're Tsuta here? Can't help it. Can't compare to others. Wang Chi said, let's play. We can only play in the dark. You just wimped out. Lu Xiaochuan said breathlessly, while raising his middle finger to Wang Chi. Wang Chi shrugged his shoulders. It does not matter. The water will flow for a long time to come. Sooner or later, the vegetables will have to be cleaned up, but now is not the time. Helpless, Lu Xiaochuan had to get up and go home. At this time, Wang Chi's cell phone vibrated. One key president app. Today's mission, to establish authority over career obstructionists and give lessons. This mission is a side mission. There is no penalty for not completing it. Wang Chi turned his cell phone off expressionlessly and walked outside. Dang dang, it was vibrating again. He turned the phone on. Mission reward, aura value increased to 10% and increased deposit of 50,000 RMB. Without any hesitation, Wang Chi turned around and copied the beer bottle. Handsome and sharp. Old Wang, what are you doing? Lu Xiaochuan was confused and hurriedly inquired. Take a shortcut and go next door. Wang Chi handsomely took a cigarette. Playing young today. Chapter 22 Emergencies. Wang Chi didn't want to end up in this way, but nay, app gave too much, and there may not be this store after this village. What is the lesson? The most straightforward lesson is to go and make trouble. Lu Xiaochuan was worried and excited inside. After all, the matter of fighting, he has not done it for a long time. The two of them were carrying beer bottles in one hand, in front of the door of the next box, sipping a large mouthful of cigarettes. Old Wang, let's do it. Will not enter the bureau ah? Lu Xiaochuan jumped at the chance, but was still more rational, and asked Wang Chi. Don't worry, just now Xiaogu has sent me the information. Wang Chi smoked the last mouthful of smoke and said, this Wang Jingwen is not a good thing. The previous fights and brawls have not done less, have left a record. Every time to give a little money to the matter. Let's beat him up and run. The big deal is to lose some money. Lu Xiaochuan stared wide-eyed. Holy, you're willing to lose money just to get out of anger. There's no way. The situation is urgent. Play young first, then play in later. Wang Chi stomped out his cigarette and said in a cold voice, said it, gotta let him know it hurts. Okay, bloody-minded. Buddy supports you. Without saying anything, Wang Chi went up to the compartment door and kicked it. Bang! Tapped the horse. Yellow. The box door was kicked open. Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward aggressively. The beer bottle in his hand was ready to fire. However, inside the box, not only sits Wang Jingwen, there is also a circle of seated social workers, all tattooed with dragons and tigers, dumbfounded looking at the door. Looking around, there are about 10 people, not counting Wang Jingwen. Wang Chi, good guy. These people at a glance, are not a good man, and even in the strong man sitting next to Wang Jingwen, flowery tattoos with hideous scars, so that Lu Xiaochuan directly deflated. The burly man noticed at a glance that something was wrong, and slapped his palm on the table with such force that it shook the beer bottles on the table. Tramp, where did you two little brats pop out from? Stand there for me. Seeing the boss speak, the others also got up, carrying a beer bottle in one hand. Tramp, looking for a fight? Come on, don't go. What the hell? How dare someone cause trouble here? You, two little heirs. Lu Xiaochuan saw that the situation was not right and turned his head to look. Discovered that Wang Chi, this grandson, has long since disappeared. This grandson, even turned around and ran away. Sold himself. Loss of his angry hair for his buddies to stand up. Did not think that their own diehard, feet wipe oil has long since skipped. At this time, Huang Jingwen, more stupid, also reacted. This is not Wang's group breakfast store. What wind blew you here? Huang Jingwen face snickering, eyes on Lu Xiaochuan's beer bottle. How? You had the intention to come to my vegetable hop house for dinner. Didn't eat well, and came to look for trouble? He. This is not a joke. Boss Huang. Lu Xiaochuan forehead corner crossed a drop of cold sweat. Face shows the standard professional fake smile. I just opened today. Huang boss have the heart to support a field. We cannot be ambiguous, specially to find you a drink. Finished speaking, shook the beer bottle in his hand. Drink some. Seeing this situation, Huang Jingwen looked at the surrounding tattooed punks. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Yeah, at this moment, Wang Chi was scampering downstairs, outnumbered, and he is still a civil official. There will only give head to the opposite side for nothing. He couldn't afford to mess with them for the time being, so he avoided them first. He was thinking so, also did so. 2 feet tumbling speed is not faster than Gu Yueshi pedal bicycle frequency. But running to the door, he realized something was wrong. Bad. Lu Xiaochuan didn't follow and was caught. Wang Chi stood at the door and slapped his head. He hadn't sold his teammate. Crap! He roared out in a vent-like rage, scaring the diners on the first floor, who looked at him with caring eyes. Due to the haste with which he ran, coupled with his nervous demeanor, he caught the attention of the waiter. Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet. The waiter gasped and followed closely, stopping in front of Wang Chi with open hands, afraid that he would try to escape the bill and grab the door. At this time, Wang Chi had no mood to ink, and took out a banknote from his pocket and threw it over. No need to look for it. Thanks, boss. The waiter smiled broadly and bowed deeply to him, displaying the etiquette that had been hidden for a long time. Wang Chi's heart was burning with anxiety, and he kept stepping in place. What to do? What to do now? Call the police? It seems like he was the one who went looking for things first, and it's still his loss. Move help? Those old and sick people in the breakfast store can't catch up with him. and only one Along can call over, but the opposite side is several people. Along called to be beaten up for nothing, not to mention the women. Wang Qi has no way. Side, left the vegetable joint residence. Inside the box on the second floor, Lu Xiaochuan, who was in a trance, was pinned in front of the crowd. The whole person was depressed, and there was a reddish slap mark on his face. Really, cannot drink. Brother Biao, cannot drink. Lu Xiaochuan pushed away the wine handed over by the scar-faced strong man and shook his head in a hurry. No, brother, you come in and say you want to make friends. Brother and sister after the hands also know that it is a misunderstanding. Give you a toast. You this is now not drinking. How? We give you to make amends. Still not hit? Biao's face sank. Scared Lu Xiaochuan a shiver. That's right, the horse has to give you face. You also put on a frame. The little brothers on the side started to chirp and clamor, as if they wanted to eat Lu Xiaochuan alive. Huang Jingwen also smiled coldly and said, Lu little brother, my brother Da Biao just rashly shot. Really shouldn't be. Toast your wine as an apology. You don't shirk. Lu Xiaochuan covered his face, and said with aggression, it's okay to drink, but you all toasted me for 3 rounds. Really can't drink anymore. Huang Jingwen said, it's not just in time for your opening. You're happy. You and Boss Wang can come to our dish Huzhou. Of course we have to not get drunk. Biao, that's right. Lu old brother. What is the meaning? Do not give face? Lu Xiaochuan knows the situation at hand. He is going to be planted, not to mention receiving a mouthful, but also to be dunked in wine by Cuckoo. This put on who cannot stand this wine he cannot drink again. If you drink too much broken, then their own waste. So, Lu Xiaochuan excused himself, never let a drop of wine down. However, he obviously underestimated the temper of this group of gangsters. Da Biao's patience reached its limit and slammed his glass on the ground. Are you stepping on the horse to look down on me? This voice almost scared Lu Xiaochuan's soul away, and before he could react, a large hand took advantage of the situation and pressed his head onto the table. Brother Biao, beat him up. Go on Brother Biao, this person doesn't give you face. The gangsters saw this and rose up in a great clamor, clapping their hands and shouting. Huang Jingwen this old fox on the side of the cold eyes, although the mouth and the persuasion, but the hands of Kung Fu, is not at all due. In the big Biao to smash down when a fist, the box door slowly opened. Wang Qi holding 2 cigarettes in his hand, cheerfully walked in. Chapter 23, Gu Yueshi saves the day. When he saw Wang Qi killing back in the afterglow, Lu Xiaochuan was on the verge of crying. This son thief, really won't sell him. Boss Huang, eating. Wang Qi cheerfully greeted, placed 2 cigarettes on the table. Today's opening, may be a little anxious, and Boss Huang a little unpleasant, specially came to make amends. Huang Jingwen looked at the 2 cigarettes on the table and gave a cold smile. Boss Wang is polite. This cigarette you'd better take it back. Not accustomed to smoking. Wang Qi almost turned his back. These 2 cigarettes can't catch up with Huazi, but one has $400. It's already very good. It's obvious that this old bastard is trying to embarrass himself. It is also normal. He also intends to give Huang Jingwen embarrassment. At this time, Da Biao saw 2 cigarettes on the table. Let go of Lu Xiaochuan, old Huang. This cigarette you don't want. I'll take it. You accept it. Not what expensive things. Da Biao took the cigarettes over, unwrapped one and casually threw it to the brethren, turned his head to Wang Qi and asked, why, are you here to drink too? Wang Qi replied, I want to have a drink with my brothers, but unfortunately there is something going on in the store, so I have to go back and deal with it. Just kidding. Seeing what happened to Lu Xiaochuan, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die from drinking here. These people are not good things at first glance, sure to put him into the dead. If he drank too much, Wang Qi would be embarrassed. Wang Qi naturally wanted to help Lu Xiaochuan back. Who knows? Huang Jingwen sharply opened a bottle of beer and blocked in front of Wang Qi. Boss Wang, why are you in such a hurry? Just now I heard the waiter say that you want to see me to have a good talk. Huang Jingwen smiled and said, just in time. A few of my friends are also here. Let's all get to know each other. Don't be in a hurry. Yes, why are you in a hurry to leave? Are you looking down on us? Da Biao snorted coldly, revealing the tattoos on his arm. Yeah, Boss Wang has the intention to invite you. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Can't it be that Boss Wang is looking down on us? If you look down on him, do him in. The scene became noisy again, and the more Wang Qi saw the situation, the more he could not stay. He grabbed the beer in Huang Jingwen's hand and dazzled it clean in one mouthful, not forgetting to pour it down towards the bottom when he finished it, indicating that he drank it all and didn't raise any fish. Brothers are really sorry. The store really have something to deal with. In the future, Wang Mao Free will certainly invite you to have a good drink. Big Biao see Wang Qi oil and salt, directly get up and come to him in front. That fast 1 meter 9 height, really too oppressive. Come today, can't leave without getting drunk. Looking at the face full of crossflesh and stout Big Biao in front of him, Wang Chi understood that he was going to have an accident today. Well, then you guys wait for me to send a message. Red Star Apartment, room 302. Gu Yueshi, Lu Yi, and Ah Long were sitting on the sofa resting. Since the three had known each other for a long time, Gu Yueshi didn't exclude the two of them from being guests. Lu Yi and Ah Long were playing a game. It was idle anyway, and apart from playing games, Lu Yi couldn't find any other fun. Gu Yueshi, on the other hand, brought her account book to the house and carefully matched today's accounts. At this time, her cell phone vibrated twice. The beautiful slender hand took out the phone and pressed it to turn the screen on. If it was an insignificant message, she didn't even bother to reply. This time was different. It was a message from Wang Chi. Gu Yueshi looked at it for a moment and immediately frowned. I'm going out. Gu Yueshi's voice gave off a clear and cool feeling. Sister Gu, where are you going? Lu Yi blinked her big eyes and asked. MS. Wang is in a bit of trouble. I'm going to pick her up. After a brief response, Gu Yueshi got up. Ah Long, you and I will go. Good. Ah Long responded painfully, not caring about Lu Yi's feelings, and backed out of the game, leaving behind the bitter-faced Lu Yi. I'm going too. Hearing that the two were going to leave themselves behind, Lu Yi endured the pain and quit the game, wanting to insert a leg. You don't have to go. You can't help. Gu Yueshi spoke bluntly. Sister Gu, please, take me with you. Okay. Lu Yi said pitifully, I want to find Mr. Wang and play with him. No way. Gu Yueshi said coldly. Lu Yi wanted to fight for a bit more, but since Sister Gu's eyes were really scary, she had no choice but to skim her mouth and turn the game back on. Seeing this, Ah Long held back his laughter and touched her head. Behave. Wait for us to come back, then continue playing. Alright, then you guys be safe. Lu Yi said unwillingly. Soon, Gu Yueshi and Ah Long left room 302. On the other side, Wang Chi was already drunk. He knew very well how much he could drink. If he drank any more, he would surely roll over and lie down on the table and cry in pain. If he got drunk with his friends from the breakfast store, there was no problem. After all, we were all acquaintances, just like brothers and sisters. But they were different. If they made a fool of themselves, it would surely spread throughout Huan Street, and they wouldn't even be able to retain the last of their dignity. Looking at the table of beer for the night, Wang Chi tried his best to stay sober and said to Huang Jingwen on the side, Boss Huang, let's drink here today. I should go too. Naturally, Huang Jingwen would not let him go and replied, Boss Huang, is it hard to believe that the food at Vegetable Hop House is not to your taste? Or is it that our hospitality is not good? Why do you keep thinking of leaving? Da Biao was also chiming in. Yes, why don't you drink? Is it because you look down on me? Da Biao, I really can't drink anymore. No way. Lu Xiaochuan saw Wang Chi's unbearable appearance. He really couldn't bear it and said to Huang Jingwen, Boss Huang, forget it, I really can't drink anymore. If you didn't enjoy it, let's drink another day. Huang Jingwen's eyes slanted. I'm talking to Boss Huang. It's not your place to interrupt. Huang Jingwen was completely showing his cards. His purpose was clear, clearly disgusting the two. Huang Jingwen, you're talking too much. Even if Wang Chi was a wimp, he couldn't give in at this juncture. Not to mention that Wang Chi was his best buddy. Just from the fact that he could take out $100,000 of his family's money to help himself. This aspect of his status was enough to be on par with himself. What? Boss Wang, am I wrong? Huang Jingwen sneered at Wang Chi. No matter how bullish he is still just a dog of yours. To put it bluntly, you and I can't even look at him, let alone him. At these words, Lu Xiaochuan's fists were clenched to death, and his eyes were filled with blood. Wang Chi was silent, but the anger that was about to erupt could clearly be seen in his eyes. Huang Jingwen continued to taunt. By the looks of it, you guys are quite unconvinced. To put it bluntly, you two little brats don't even deserve to eat at a table with me. You don't follow the rules and are still arrogant. If not for the fact that I'm in a good mood today, I'd make it so that you wouldn't even be able to get in the door of the Vegetable Hopper residence. Two little brats. The rules of Huan Street were broken by you, so I'll use my rules to clean up after you. After Huang Jingwen finished speaking, he looked at Da Biao, who understood and pressed Lu Xiaochuan onto the table. Let go of me. Lu Xiaochuan hissed, but the size difference was too great, so he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. The small ponies who were eating got up and surged towards the two of them. Wang Chi and Lu Xiaochuan were pressed to death on the table. Wang Chi's face was pressed against the table, angrily staring at Huang Jingwen. The force of his struggle overturned the chair under his buttocks. Today, you have two choices. Huang Jingwen raised two fingers. One is to come up with $100,000 in compensation. Give us an explanation for Huan Street, and I'll let you go. The second choice, well, it might hurt a bit. Huang Jingwen said sorrowfully, that is, send you guys to the most famous hospital in Huan Street and stay there for a while. Huang Jingguan, you are a villain, Wang Qi growled. It's only natural for a store to open and hold an event. What right do you have to control us? And 100,000 compensation. You're ing dreaming. Bang. One of the ponyboys holding down Wang Qi gave him a hard punch to the head. This punch directly made Wang Qi's eyes bleed. Damn. Do you know that all the stores on Huan Street have to follow the fourth master's rules? Except for the entertainment industry like bars and KTVs. Nothing else can make a big fuss and break the rules. The horseman cursed and said, spitting on Wang Qi's head. Wang Qi's eyes reddened on the spot. What bull asterisk rules? What bull asterisk fourth master? A bunch of bullies. Big Biao heard Wang Qi. His face expression became fierce. Kid, you're quite bold. Dare to speak to the fourth master. Brothers, do it. Immediately after, the sound of plowing beer bottles rose and fell. Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan, two people, also hardened for a time, holding a breath in his heart. As long as he does not die, he will be immortal with vegetable Huju. And Da Biao. Just as several beer bottles were about to fall on the two men's heads, the door of the box was kicked open. Bang! Everyone's movement stopped and looked towards the door, only to see a beauty with an extremely gloomy face and a young guy standing at the door. Yo, here comes a little beauty. Seeing Gu Yueshi's front and back, and her attractive looks, Da Biao revealed a lustful expression at that time. Do you want to accompany you, brother Da Biao, for a couple of drinks? For the frivolous flirting, Gu Yueshi turned a deaf ear. Her gaze has been placed on Wang Qi, who was pressed on the table. Without much thought, she quickly stepped forward, carrying the scent of roses towards Da Biao. Da Biao, who was unaware of the situation, thought that he was in love, and put down the bottle of wine in his hand, and scanned Gu Yueshi's sexy body and face with greedy eyes. However, something unexpected happened. Gu Yueshi came with quick steps, and when she was still a few steps away from Da Biao, she casually copied a stool. Under the eyes of everyone, she swung it at Da Biao's head. Bang! Wooden shavings flew, and Da Biao fell to the ground in response. Chapter 24, Chaotic Battle. Blood splattered everywhere. Wood shavings flew, and Big Biao's 1-meter-9 body collapsed in front of the crowd. Not only Huang Jingguan and Da Biao's little pony, even Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan were blinded. None of them knew that Gu Yueshi was actually so ruthless. Not a word of nonsense, and quite decisive in her strikes. This was Gu Yueshi's style, doing things crisply, never grinding. Brother Da Biao? The pony boys were shocked, looking at the unconscious Big Biao lying on the ground, and then at Gu Yueshi and Along. Their reflex arcs all slowed down a notch. Finally, one of the ponies reacted and picked up a beer bottle and yelled, "Tramp! Her!" With one call, everyone rushed towards Gu Yueshi, ready to use the beer bottles in their hands to avenge their big brother. However, they underestimated Gu Yueshi, only to see Gu Yueshi pick up a scrapped chair leg, and swung it at the charging horseman, hitting him so hard that his eyes went black. Without waiting for him to react, what came to his face was a strong wind with a scent. A high sweeping leg smashed, the horseman gloriously lying on the ground. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Qi were both unencumbered and joined the battlefield. In this aspect of fighting, Wang Qi wasn't too good at it, but he had a clear purpose, which was to protect Gu Yueshi. After all, even if Gu Yueshi is powerful, it is also a girl, not to mention the opposite side of the crowd. As the saying goes, it is difficult to defeat four hands. He must hurry to help. Gu Yueshi and the horseman have back and forth, like a ballet dancer, as elegant but ruthless, action clean and sharp without dragging mud. The hands of the chair legs played tiger wind, but gradually, her stamina is losing faster and faster. A few horsemen saw this, excited as if seeing a fat sheep of the vicious wolf have a hot hand to destroy the flowers of the trend pounced over. Just when a person from the back lock-throwed Gu Yueshi, Wang Qi suddenly appeared, a fist smashed in the face of the horseman. The price was to receive a beer bottle. Wang Qi felt the sky spinning around him and a paroxysm of pain in his head. Mr. Wang, you go first. A bruise had appeared on Gu Yueshi's charming face. She still wanted Wang Qi to go first and break her own back. Wang Qi rubbed his head and looked at Gu Yueshi. Are you kidding? I can leave you here alone? Go. No, I can't leave you here. You're useless here. Humiliated by the beauty, Wang Qi couldn't hang on to his face, gritting his teeth and hardening his heart, pouncing on a horseman who rushed over. Gu Yueshi also continued to fight. The scene intensified. Lu Xiaochuan and a horseman rolling on the ground. You pull my hair, I buckle your eyeballs. The main fight, a catch where to hit each other. Wang Qi sighed, a little inferior. Just pounced on a want to engage in a sneak attack on the horse, but was the other side less than 5 seconds to break free, followed by a meal of heavenly horse meteor fist, was beaten to the ground. On Gu Yueshi's side, it was much too difficult. Because these horsemen think the most combatant is only Gu Yueshi. Subdue her, Wang Qi, they will be completely defeated. There was also the fact that Gu Yueshi was really pretty, which undoubtedly inspired the animalistic nature in these people's genes, and they all fantasized about letting Gu Yueshi down and then letting the beauty scream at their crotch. Gu Yueshi's face was colorful, and the bruises on the corners of her mouth looked heartbreaking. As the chair leg in her hand broke, a ponyboy held her body in a death grip from behind, and this fierce female secretary was subdued at the moment. All the horsemen came forward, their lust-filled eyes looking at Gu Yueshi in death, and a pair of big hands began to tear her small shirt, ready to enjoy the chaos while it lasted. Wang Qi was rolling on the ground in pain, Lu Xiaochuan was fighting for his life, and Gu Yueshi was about to be spoiled. This day heralded a rather serious price for the gang of them to pay. Right at this critical moment, a roar resounded through the box. All stop. The sound was so loud that everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Ao Long strangling Huang Jingwen's neck with his arm, due to his extreme anger, causing the normally sunny and gentle man to become as terrifying as a malevolent ghost. Stop it all. Ao Long viciously gritted his teeth while grabbing the beer bottle on the table. That. Everyone stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. Huang Jingwen was strangled by Ao Long and his face turned red, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop the crowd. Kid, what are you pretending to be? What big storms have we not seen? A horseman sneered. Playing hard with us? You're not a kid yet. Now kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Grandpa's can give you 2 less beer bottles. Don't take care of him. Hurry up and do it. This little is too righteous. I can't stand it anymore. Bang! Ao Long slammed the beer bottle on the table with force, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. The beer bottle broke into 2 halves. The next move made all the horsemen present dare not bark loudly. Under the eyes of everyone, Ao Long used the sharp break of the beer bottle to stab Huang Jingwen's neck. Huang Jingwen felt a stinging pain coming from his neck, and a large chunk of his crotch got wet. Everyone stop. Stop it. Huang Jingwen couldn't care about the image screaming miserably. At his neck, a strand of blood flowed into his collar. If the beer bottle was any harder, there was no doubt that his aorta would have been unceremoniously sliced. At this moment, Ao Long's entire face became extremely hideous, and he let out a hoarse low growl into Huang Jingwen's ear. Tell them to stop, or I'll kill you. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Ao Long was now acting like a complete madman. Anyone believed that the sharp beer bottle would take Huang Jingwen's life if it irritated him. Ao Long was already prepared for a one-for-one exchange from the moment he saw Gu Yueshi and Wang Qi fall into danger. If Mr. Wang and Secretary Gu were harmed again, he didn't mind letting Boss Huang die on the spot. Brothers, stop it all. Consider me, little Huang, begging you. Huang Jingwen's crotch was soaking wet. He used to fight and brawl a lot before, but none of them involved killing. Right now it was different. This young man was the real deal. A madman. He really dares to kill. Seeing this, the crowd of ponies had to let Wang Qi and the others go, all glaring at Ao Long with angry gazes. Wang Qi and Gu Yueshi, as well as Lu Xiaochuan, had an opening to catch their breath. Mr. Wang, Sister Gu, Mr. Lu, are you all right? Seeing that the 3 of them were still able to move around, Ao Long inquired with concern. It's fine. Gu Yueshi responded coldly as she straightened her small shirt that had been ripped halfway open. We're all fine. Wang Qi and Lu Xiaochuan helped each other up and replied. Just be fine. After saying that, Ao Long held Huang Jingwen hostage and came to the door. Little brother, if you have something to say, don't be impulsive. Huang Jingwen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his speech began to stutter. Today's matter, I'll take it all as if it never happened. You guys can go now. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're still young. Don't walk on the road of crime. Shut up. Ao Long moved the half-empty beer bottle in his hand, scaring Huang Jingwen. A few people slowly retreated to the door, and the horsemen did not dare to come forward to stop them. With the situation under control, Ao Long didn't ink, and pushed Huang Jingwen out with a hand, preparing to retreat. Huang Jingwen used his strength and lunged forward. Just when he thought he was fine, Wang Qi suddenly grabbed the half-empty beer bottle in Ao Long's hand and slammed it on his head. Huang Jingwen's eyes blew up and he fell straight to the ground. The 4 of them quickly ran towards the stairs. Chapter 25, Ending the Storm. Inside the private room, there was a horseman looking at the mess. A horseman looked at the messy box, angry, gritted his teeth and wanted to pursue the victory, ruthlessly revenge Wang Qi several people. His eyes were blood red. Not only were they outnumbered but they also suffered a loss. Moreover, the beauty that was within their reach had slipped away alive. The horseman was having a hard time, especially after tearing Gu Yueshi's shirt. His heart was upset. Go, brothers, go get them back. Embarrassingly, no one responded to his call. Another ponyboy persuaded. Forget it, the most important thing right now is to deal with the scene. The ponyboy disliked back. Deal with it? You guys are just wimps. I've been out for all these years. I've never suffered any losses. If you guys don't go, I'll go myself. Another ponyboy's nose was all angry and crooked. Went up and gave him a mouth. You soft egg, what big tail wolf. When you beat up that little, why didn't you see you first to rush forward? You stare a dur. Hurry to send Brother Biao and Boss Huang to the hospital. At this time, all the people only reacted. That big brother of theirs was lying on the ground in a coma, like an abandoned orphan. Big Biao's face, the vague presence of the chaos left behind shoe prints. Red Star Apartment 301. As soon as Louis E opened the door, she was startled on the spot. Holy, are you guys going to war? No one cared about her. The four of them helped each other and landed on the sofa. With the exception of Along, everyone else had hung up their colors. Gu Yueshi's mouth corner was left bruised, and her elbow was bruised in purple. Lu Xiaochuan's nose was beaten bleeding, clothes torn open a few holes. Due to being poured the most wine, the mind is still not sober. Simply wipe off the nosebleed, and then ran to Wang Chi's bed to squint for a while. Wang Chi was beaten the most miserable. All over the body are shoe prints. Head also received a beer bottle. Fortunately, he had an iron head. His head wasn't broken, just left a big bag. Mr. Wang, this is good. Why did you fight with someone? Louis E didn't have the heart to play the game. Put the phone away and asked Wang Chi. Wang Chi naturally couldn't tell about the mission, and casually found an excuse. When we opened, he came to look for trouble. I couldn't stand it, so I went to the vegetable hopping house and fought with him. After saying that, he painfully looked at Gu Yueshi's delicate and beautiful face, and at her moist red lips. The bruise was too obvious. Slightly guilty, he said with concern. Xiao Gu, are you okay? If there's something uncomfortable, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Yueshi shook her head without any pretense at all. Mr. Wang, I'm fine. Really fine? True, Gu Yueshi don't look like a woman, but the physical quality is still ranked. Even Along are not necessarily her opponent. Of course, is not the case of desperation. Don't look at Along, always looks like a sunny and cheerful big boy. Really piss him off. He can do anything. Today, if not for Aaron's capture, they would all have to be put down. Wang Chi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Along. Along, it's good to have you today. Along scratched his head in embarrassment. It's nothing, I just couldn't see Mr. Wang and Sister Gu being bullied. Then what would you have done if they hadn't stopped? I'll kill them, one for each of them if I can. Along said seriously, his eyes and expression reflecting that these were all from the heart. This made Wang Chi's heart flip inside. For the first time, someone could go through fire for himself regardless of the consequences, even at the cost, which made him very touched. Wang Chi felt even more guilty inside and asked, you guys, don't you ask me the purpose of doing this? Along optimistically replied, Mr. Wang, don't you say it, you were too angry to clean him up. The weight of the sentence was too heavy in Wang Chi's case. Lame reason not to mention Gu Yueshi. Even he himself do not believe. Who can think that a boss will be greatly because of this matter? And Wang Chi, this person and his contact, no. He is not a hot-headed can do something stupid people. A dragon, and Gu Yueshi's attitude is very clear. Wang Chi said, what is what? We will not ask more. Where your finger? We will go where to do things. They are the knife. Wang Chi is the ghost of the knife. Wang Chi took out his cell phone and gave the other 4 people in the house. One person transferred $3,000. Tough day for you guys. A little token of appreciation. I hope everyone under. A few people heard the cell phone message, took it out and looked at it, and rejected it on the spot. Along, Mr. Wang, we should do it. No need to be so polite. Gu Yueshi didn't say anything and directly returned the 3,000. Louis E, Mr. Wang, I didn't contribute. I can't take this money. Lu Xiaochuan, hoo. Wang Chi frowned and said unhappily, what? All too little? No, it's just, if you guys still take me as Mr. Wang in your hearts, and still take me as a family member, take it. Wang Chi this sentence out. The other people also cannot say anything else, have received $3,000, and Gu Yueshi once again received $4,000. Gu Yueshi faintly said, Mr. Wang, why is there an extra $1,000? Wang Chi smiled lewdly and leaned over to whisper in her ear, didn't I promise you that I would transfer $1,000 to you to buy high-grade underwear? Gu Yueshi's pretty face reddened, and did not move to keep her distance from Wang Chi. Without anything else, Wang Chi let them go back to rest. After all, after tossing and turning for a noon, everyone was tired and needed to relieve their fatigue. Wang Chi sat alone on the sofa and lit a cigarette. After deducting the $10,000 from today's big opening event and entertaining other store owners on Huan Street, and then deducting the $13,000 that was sent down, he still had a balance of more than $100,000. The app's mission had been completed, and because he had just started real name authentication to tie up his bank card, he was able to score another $50,000 at 12 a.m. Although today's fight himself was humiliating, the rewards were still very generous. More than that, his aura value will come to 10%. The duration of irresistible would come to a terrifying 1 hour. This skill was very important to Wang Qi, no matter if it was to change his aura or to make people fearful of him. Once he shouted, "I am the big president," he would be able to do things with ease. Irresistible could only be triggered once a day, so he couldn't use it indiscriminately. This skill, suitable for negotiation, is not suitable for today's occasion. What am I negotiating with you for? Old me is here to clean you up. There's nothing to negotiate. Wang Qi stretched his waist, looked back at the sleeping Lu Xiaochuan on the bed, and couldn't help but be flooded with sleepiness. He is also tired. Today really gave him a bad toss. He is not the material to move the military. In the future it is better to be a civil official. Wang Qi changed his clothes and lay down on the sofa again, and within a few minutes, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 26, Night Market. Open your eyes again. The sky is already dark. The bed is empty. Lu Xiaochuan has long disappeared. The ground left his body was torn clothes. Must be up after changing into Wang Qi's clothes to leave. Wang Qi opened his cell phone, found a lot of messages on WeChat, clicked in to see. It turned out to be Lu Yi pulled them all in to build a group. The content is nothing to see. All of them are Lu Yi's love package brush screen, or send some cold joke paragraph. Lu Yi, hey, do you know why people have less hair? The more powerful it is? Hu Laosan, why? Lu Yi, because the bald head is strong ha ha. Laughing expression. Hu Laosan, Yi Lu at Aaron. Guess why I want to go to the bathroom when I see you, Aaron? Yi Lu, because I miss you poop after poop. Shows teeth and laughs emoji. Then, Lu Xiaochuan posted an emoticon of old 8 squatting in the pit. Lu Xiaochuan, Ali gives. Dry up brothers. Lu Yi, Mr. Lu, is he trying to steal food behind our backs? Wang Qi silently closed WeChat, afraid that if he stayed in the group for a long time, he would not have the appetite to eat. When it was dinner time, he had to go out to forage for food. Washing his face to refresh himself, he came to the next door 302 and knocked on the door. Bang bang. Who? A cool and pleasant voice came from inside. Wang Qi licked his face and returned. It's me, your most handsome boss. After a few moments, the door to the room opened, and Gu Yueshi rarely wore a plain white dress. The whole person appeared quiet and beautiful, with an extra sense of innocence. Gu Yueshi faintly said, "Sorry, Mr. Wang, I was just washing clothes." Wang Qi looked Gu Yueshi up and down, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I just came to look for you to have dinner together. Did you not eat?" Gu Yueshi answered truthfully, "Not yet." Wang Qi laughed. "Elbow, take you to eat something delicious. Okay, please wait for me for a moment, Mr. Wang." Gu Yueshi bowed slightly and walked into the house. Wang Qi, on the other hand, lit a cigarette in the corridor and waited. Soon, Gu Yueshi came out, and when Wang Qi took a look, good lord, this woman had put on makeup. The already delicate and pretty face was even more charming, and with the pure and clean dress, there was a great wind of pure desire. "Are you seducing me? Are you seducing me? Now immediately kiss on my lips." Wang Qi sold a flirtation in his heart and flirted. "Got it, Gu, you know to go down on me." Gu Yueshi said, "No, Mr. Wang, I'm just trying to cover up the bruise. Don't misunderstand." This pot of cold water made Wang Qi slightly embarrassed as he stubbed out his cigarette and pressed closer to Gu Yueshi with a stern face. Looking at Wang Qi's face close at hand, Gu Yueshi panicked, her upper body leaning back as the other party approached, her eyelids constantly fluttering lightly. "Mr. Wang, what are you doing?" Seeing that Wang Qi was about to kiss up, Gu Yueshi hurriedly opened her mouth. At the arrival of this sudden ambiguity, Wang Qi stopped his movements and his lassoed eyes kept staring at the corners of Gu Yueshi's mouth. "Hey, don't even say it, you really can't see it." Gu Yueshi secretly sighed in relief. Wang Qi patted Gu Yueshi's shoulder and laughed. "Alright, I won't tease you, let's go, let's eat together, my treat." Soon, the two of them strolled down Huan Street, welcoming the night's supportive wind. Wang Qi was enjoying the pleasure of strolling with the beauty. His afterglow looked around at the male compatriots who were filled with jealousy. Wasn't this a great pleasure? Moreover, Gu Yueshi is not only pretty and well-built, but more importantly, listens to him and can fight, so if any ungrateful ones come to find him in trouble, this female secretary can become a veritable bodyguard. "I'm just hiding behind the woman's soft feet shrimp. Can take me how?" Wang Qi walked, while thinking prettily. As he thought, all kinds of discordant sounds came from around him. Holy, this girl looks really pretty, like a big star. This body and this look. It can't be $1,000 Stepford wife from some cool novel, right? Don't mention the Stepford wife. Look at the face of the loser next to the girl. Why is this damn hanging hair so close to my goddess? Is it a toad wanting to eat swan meat? I can't accept it. It's fine. Just think of it as the sister coming out to walk her dog at night. Wang Chi stopped showing off and led Gu Yueshi forward at a fast pace, out of Huan Street. It was the suburb as if it was a county-level city. The economy here was depressed, obviously not as good as the downtown area and Huan Street, but the fireworks on earth here were more than enough than anywhere else, because here there is the most lively night market, a variety of food, play, and sell things, some small objects and snacks are available. In addition, it was more affordable than other places, and was very popular among the residents of Huan Street and the suburbs. The night market opens very early, from 8 o'clock now, can be open until 2 o'clock in the morning. Wang Chi looked at the young couples and families coming and going, enjoying the sweetness of others. His afterglow looked at Gu Yueshi's white and tender hands, and he gulped. Immediately afterward, Gu Yueshi's face stiffened and she looked down at the small hand held by Wang Chi. Mr. Wang, you, don't speak, come with me. Wang Chi interrupted the next half of her sentence and pulled her towards the side. Gu Yueshi's heart thumped. She was afraid that Wang Chi would be beastly and think ill of her after awakening the sleeping beast inside. Although she was her secretary, she, too, had principles. How about pretending that she didn't do it on purpose and giving him a handful of knives from behind? While Gu Yueshi was thinking wildly, Wang Chi's voice came from her ears. Boss, come 2 ice creams, 1 original flavor. Wang Chi turned his head to Gu Yueshi and asked, what flavor do you want? Gu Yueshi looked back. What? I asked what flavor of ice cream you want. Chocolate flavor. The boss took out 2 crispy cones, pulled the machine twice, and an original ice cream and a chocolate-flavored ice cream came to the duo. The original. Gu Yueshi licked the ice cream in small bites, the big stone in her heart falling. So it was to bring her to buy ice cream, she thought. Thinking about it, she sneaked a look at Wang Chi. Wang Chi, like 2 Ha-like, devouring to deal with the dessert in hand, did not pay attention to themselves. The night market was brightly lit with people coming and going, and the bustling atmosphere made Gu Yueshi so relaxed for the first time. I don't know if it was because of the dessert, but she felt that her whole mood was better, especially when they were holding each other's hands and strolling through the fireworks like everyone else. She was a little girl too. She was just used to feeling cold, to protect herself. Even when she was about to meet an untimely end at the vegetable hopper, she didn't even have a hint of panic. From the time she went forward to rescue Wang Chi, she had already made up her mind, just like Along, to be prepared to pay a terrible price. She understood that her boss was a waste of time, greedy for money and sex, not to mention that he needed her protection. But it was this kind of person that made her feel relaxed and face the people around her with the most sincere gesture. And that's enough. Experiencing the sweetness brought by the ice cream in her mouth, Gu Yueshi's mouth curled up in a rare smile, revealing a ray of warm sunshine amidst the iceberg. However, she didn't expect that just as she was sinking into bland joy, a bloody mouth violently appeared in front of her, dazzling all of her ice cream into her mouth in one gulp. Wang Chi hailed the cold air in his mouth and said vaguely, eat so slowly, it's almost melted. In order to keep your hands from getting sticky, reluctantly help you out a bit. Gu Yueshi looked at the small section of crispy cone left in her hand. Her face darkened and she shook off Wang Chi's hand with force, huffing and puffing as she walked ahead. Chapter 27. Eat meat on the mouth of garlic, and work it in hard. There was a basis for the saying that when a woman had a little temper, 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. The current Gu Yueshi was no different from a rampaging rhino, a drunken big brother weaving his way through the night market. Without paying attention, he crashed into rose-scented arms, and what should have been an enviable encounter turned into a provocation in his eyes. Are you stepping on a horse blind? Looking at Myrtle's departing back, he loudly chided. Unexpectedly, the figure stopped and slowly turned around. The icy cold and bone-chilling eyes made the big brother wake up half of his wine. Ha ha, sorry, beautiful woman, drink too much. The big brother could clearly feel the coldness emanating from the woman's body, and did not care about the shame, staggering and running. Hey, you run so fast to do. There are wolves in the back of the ass chasing you. Wang Chi panted and followed, saying mournfully to Gu Yueshi. Gu Yueshi had a stern face and used silence to show her dissatisfaction with Wang Chi. It's not just eating your ice cream, is that so? Hearing this, Gu Yueshi became unhappy and said coldly, Mr. Wang, that's what you bought for me. Well, I am afraid that you eat too slowly. Ice cream melt too fast to your little skirt dirty. Absolutely not, I crave. Do you understand? Gu Yueshi twisted her head, not wanting to talk to him. Alright, great secretary Gu. There's still a little temper. Wang Chi came to Gu Yueshi cheaply and laughed. As compensation, I bought you something else. Gu Yueshi looked at Wang Chi and slowly said, what is it? Wang Chi's hand reached behind his back, the corners of his mouth rising, cool as a dragon king. Dang dang dang. With a mischievous voice, a string of sugar gourds appeared in front of Gu Yueshi. Don't be angry, great secretary Gu. Eat a sugar gourd and we'll still be good friends hand in hand. Gu Yueshi looked coldly at the sugar gourds and then at Wang Chi's smile. Wang Chi walked for a long time, and Gu Yueshi casually found a barbecue stand and sat down. 20 lamb kebabs, 10 strings of fish tofu, 5 strings of grilled chicken wings. Wang Chi blah 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 ordering. The waiter took a pen and quickly wrote down. 6 oysters, 5 lamb waist. Yes, also grilled leeks grilled older. Good Lu. And then disc shoot cucumber. Put more cucumber. Do not inside or garlic handsome. See what you say. Okay, come to these first. Okay. The waiter did not delay, and hurriedly came to the side of the kebab master and handed the menu over. Wang Chi enjoyed the feeling brought by this kind of open-air barbecue in the night market. Hot and bustling, letting people unconsciously relax. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a smokescreen. Through the haze, he could vaguely see the beautiful person on the opposite side of the street, who was slowly and methodically chewing on the sweet and sour sugar gourd strings. This is the life he aspired to life. In the depths of love, Wang Chi secretly took out his cell phone and took a picture of Gu Yueshi eating the sugar gourd. Click. The shutter sound caught Gu Yueshi's attention. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Wang Chi's old face turned red and he said awkwardly, sorry, I forgot to mute it. Luckily, Gu Yueshi didn't bother to take it personally and just turned her face away. For someone like Wang Chi, sneak peeks were no longer a perverted thing. She could still accept it. Wang Chi smiled lightly and sent the photo to the group. WeChat group. Wang's group, everyone's big business. Aaron, beautiful. Thumbs up. Lu Yi, holy. Shocked expression. Sister Gu is actually wearing a small skirt. Mrs. Too pretty. My god. And eating a candy cane. I have to save this photo. I'm Sister Gu's dog. Gu Yueshi. Lu Yi, hey. No, I just reacted. This is the night market in the suburbs, right? Wang Chi, Gu and I didn't eat at night, so we came out to eat something random. Lu Yi, Mr. Wang, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. You don't even ask me to go eat. Pitiful expression. Wang Chi, haha, you and Ah Long come now. The kebabs are almost ready. Ah Long, okay. Lu, be right there. Lu Xiaochuan, good guy. Brothers for you to throw their heads in blood with you to live and die with you to be beaten. You're good, while I'm gone to eat delicious. Wang Chi, you damn real dog Fark squid, sour radish do not eat. Middle finger expression. Wang Chi, you come too. Lu Xiaochuan, not going. Master has a temper. Wang Chi looked at his cell phone, suddenly remembered Hu Laosan, this person. Almost forgot him. Wang Chi at Hu Laosan. Boss Hu. We are in the suburbs of the night market. Ready to eat something? You and Adley did not eat if you come over to eat something together. For a long time, Hu Laosan didn't respond. At this time, Aunt Li appeared. Li Chunmei, Mr. Wang, today I have something to do with old Hu. It is not convenient to go. Free time to get together again. Lu Yi, what is it? Li Chunmei, my son Hu Daoda wrote a love letter to someone at school, and the principal notified old Hu to pick up the child and take him home so that he could educate him. Lu Yi, Aya, Daoda is only 8 years old, know what write a love letter can be a big deal, but also education? Li Chunmei, he wrote a love letter to the class teacher. Wang Chi, that should be cleaned up. There is no way. Can only labor Hu Laosan to kill the small chow thief in the cradle. Wang Chi turned off his cell phone. The kebabs were already ready. A table of fresh and juicy meat made him appetite. He got up and ran to an empty table and took away a head of garlic. Xiao Gu, what's the point of you just eating lamb kebabs? Wang Chi peeled a clove of garlic and handed it over. Come and eat it with just a mouthful of garlic. It tastes great. Gu Yueshi swallowed the meat skewer in her mouth. Her disgusted eyes couldn't hide a bit. Don't. She shook her head and continued eating the lamb skewer. At a glance, you don't know how to live. Wang Chi viciously took a bite of the lamb's waist, and in the next second was scalded as if he had been bitten by the lamb's waist. Gu Yueshi pinched the clove of garlic with 2 fingers, never able to get down, and helplessly said, Mr. Wang, do you have to eat this to have a barbecue? That's for sure. Wang Chi held the lamb's waist in his mouth, kept stirring it, and couldn't help but let out a mouthful of hot air. Haven't you heard a saying? What saying? Eat meat on the mouth garlic. Make it dry. Wang Chi grinned, and in front of Gu Yueshi, peeled off a clove of garlic and stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Yueshi frowned. She always felt that this sentence was a bit off. Chapter 28 Orange-flavored milk tea. Soon, Lu Yi and Ah Long arrived as promised. Wang Chi smiled and called out to the waiter, asking the two to order more things to eat. Ah Long gave a thank you and pointed to the menu blah 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 for the waiter to write it down. And Lu Yi stuck beside Gu Yueshi, frantically taking pictures together. Looking at this, it didn't look like she came to eat. Wang Qi opened his mouth to Along. Want a drink? Along smiled and shook his head. No more drinks, Mr. Wang. Take a good rest today. After the event is done, tomorrow is expected to be very busy for fear of delays. Wang Qi gave an appreciative thumbs up. Along, Wang Qi, have not misjudged anyone. Along chucked a piece of patted cucumber into his mouth. Mr. Wang is overstating it. We are your employees. It's only right to share the pressure for you. The employees that one-click president app arranged for him couldn't be wrong. Wang Qi now loved this software to death, and also loved his life now. He let out a loud laugh and waved his hand. Then no more meaty words. Let's eat. The four of them started to enjoy the food with the lively energy of the night market. After eating and drinking, Wang Qi took his cell phone and scanned the code to settle the bill, and continued to roam the night market. Wow, sugar gourds, hey, there's also a strawberry field. Wow, there are t-shirts for sale here. Look good. Wow, Louis E belongs to people crazy. A lot of people. He loves to make a fuss. The whole person jumping up and down, honestly not down. Pedestrians on the road all look at a few people with different eyes. More doubt and pity. Not to mention Gu Yueshi. Wang Qi felt his face burning hot. Wang Qi grabbed Lu Yi and covered her mouth. Don't argue. Be normal. I'll buy you whatever you want. Lu Yi can't speak due to her mouth being covered, but from the pair of big eyes that are gradually glowing, you can tell that she wants to ask if it's true or not. Wang Qi would say, really, no lie. Lu Yi nodded happily, and not being shy about her superior-subordinate relationship, she tugged Wang Qi's hand to the stall selling milk tea. At this time, Along's sunny face became gloomy and said to Lu Yi, you're too reckless. Mr. Wang is busy enough to be tense every day, but he also always invites us to dinner. The expenses are huge. Money doesn't even come from the wind. You know a little something. What do you want to buy yourself? Or I'll buy it for you. Hearing Along's rebuke, Lu Yi lowered her head in shame, like a wilted sunflower. Pathetic, brother Along. I know. Looking at the aggrieved Lu Yi, Wang Qi's heart, which is as hard as his second brother's, melts, and he gently strokes Lu Yi's head. It's okay, it's my decision. Anyway, there are no expensive things in the suburban night market. Just tell me what you fancy and I'll buy it for you. You guys recognize me as Mr. Wang and put my position first, so I'm qualified to take care of you guys. Long shook his head helplessly. Mr. Wang, you let her buy it herself. Wang Qi was a bit puzzled. Why? Long replied, if you don't let her use the money, she will top up all her salary on the game. Wang Qi looked at the small scarlet-faced Lu Yi in surprise and asked in astonishment, you recharged money into the game? Lu Yi nodded her head shamefully and said, Mr. Wang, all girls like pretty things, so do I. Only I like the game. It's just that I like the pretty clothes in the game, and once I buy them, I can't stop. Then the 3,000 I transferred to you today? Charge the game. Wang Qi knows that Lu Yi is an internet-addicted girl, but I did not expect the addiction to be so heavy. Play the game or recharge as a month's salary. How much money do you usually spend on food and drinks and stuff at home? Usually, do not spend money. Well, I and brother Along live in an apartment building, close to each other. Every time I go to his place to rub rice, Wang Qi propped up his forehead. Seeing Lu Yi aggrievedly tugging at the corner of his coat, he took out his cell phone and transferred another 1,000 to Lu Yi. What do you want to eat? Go and buy it yourself. You are not allowed to charge money to the game anymore. Do you hear me? Hear that? Lu Yi went on WeChat to receive the $1,000, Mr. Wang atmosphere. Mr. Wang is the most handsome. After saying that, she also did not forget to stand on tiptoe to kiss a bite of Wang Qi's face, and beautifully went to buy delicious food. Wang Qi saw Lu Yi walking away, wiped away the saliva on his face and said to Along, how much do you guys get paid a month? Along answered truthfully, Lu Yi and I make $3,000 a month. Sister Gu 5,000. Worthy of being the employee that app arranged for him, the salary is really low, not expensive but also efficient. After hearing this, Wang Qi instructed Gu Yueshi, who was at the side. In the future, Lu Yi's salary will be sent directly to Along. Gu Yueshi glanced at Wang Qi and nodded silently. Along was taken aback. Mr. Wang, what is this? In the future, you will be the one to keep Lu Yi's salary, lest she spend it frivolously. Wang Qi opened his mouth and explained, other than buying food and some necessities, you can't give her money indiscriminately, so that she can develop good habits. Understand? Along suddenly realized and said repeatedly, understood. You won't be soft-hearted, right? No, this is a task that Mr. Wang ordered me to do. I definitely won't be soft-hearted. Wang Qi nodded his head in satisfaction. This is like words. Everyone has shortcomings together to help correct. Besides, he is only restricting Lu Yi from spending money generously, not quitting her internet addiction. It's already conscientious enough. Soon, Louis E. full return. Bought a pile of food and drink to everyone. Wang Chi looked at the milk tea in his hand and asked Louis E. What? You weren't full just now? Louis E. took a bite of grilled sausage and a bite of chicken roll. I'm full. Then why did you still buy so much food? Mr. Wang, I have a craving. Even if I'm not hungry, when I see something delicious, I still have to go and take a couple of bites. You're not afraid of bracing yourself. Wang Chi looked at the milk tea in his hand and couldn't drink it at all. He didn't eat a lot of kebabs just now. And besides Aaron, he was the one who ate the most. And after tasting a bite, it was actually still orange flavored. He was the person who disliked oranges the most. Don't ask why he doesn't like oranges. He just simply doesn't like it. Just like some people don't like eating meat is a reason. Wang Chi glanced at Gu Yueshi, who was eating a strawberry sugar gourd on the side, and handed over the milk tea. Here, for you to drink. Gu Yueshi refused. Mr. Wang, I don't want it. Wang Chi was upset and questioned. What do you mean? Xiao Gu, do you dislike me? Gu Yueshi was beside Wang Chi and replied in a small voice. You just ate garlic. Wang Chi was in a small mood. He came to a garbage can as if he was gambling, aimed the milk tea at the mouth of the garbage can and said in a cold voice, if you don't drink it, forget it, I'll throw it away okay. Gu Yueshi looked helpless and opened her mouth to explain. Mr. Wang, I don't dislike you, I just don't like the taste of garlic. No, you just don't like me. You've changed, become unfamiliar to me. He spoke to Gu Yueshi with a slight sadness. The playwright was possessed, so close to squeezing out 2 tears out of his eyes to bring the mournful milk tea dog and pony show to an end. Since you don't like it, I'll let it go. The trash can devouring the milk tea also represents my heart being completely buried in the depths of filth. Gu Yueshi. At this time, Louis E jogged all the way over and snatched the milk tea that was going to be thrown away. Don't throw it away. Mr. Wang, just bought a sip and you're throwing it away. It's too wasteful. I don't like oranges. Mr. Wang, you don't like oranges. Louis E said with chagrin, it's my negligence for not asking you, but I'll know next time. Give me this cup of milk tea, I'll give you mine. After saying that, Louis E shoved her taro-flavored milk tea into Wang Chi's hand. Understood. Wang Chi touched Louis Yi's little brain and left with a joyful smile as he took the milk tea. How could someone not like oranges? Strange. Louis E muttered to herself and took a sip of Wang Chi's orange-flavored milk tea. At the entrance, the choking garlic flavor mixed with the sweetness of orange took over her taste buds. Louis E almost spit it out, but once she thought that it was Mr. Wang who drank it, she simply hardened her heart and drank the milk tea. Chapter 29, 4th Master Su. 13 Flags. Wang Chi returned home already in the middle of the night. He lay on the bed, the whole person motionless and the bed into one, really tired, also braced for panic. He has seen the terrible thing of young girls shopping today. If it is not a long mandatory to pull Louis E away, half of his life will have to be lost there. Next time it's better to let Lu Xiaochuan take Louis E shopping. Wang Chi muttered to himself breathlessly. After simply brushing his teeth, he slipped into the quilt, ready to take a good nap to recover his strength. Grandpa, grandson called you again. At this time, the phone rang. Wang Chi didn't even lift his eyelids, casually picking up the phone and connecting it. Hello? Hey, Mr. Wang, asleep? This voice, it was Hu Lao-san. Ah, sleeping right away boss Hu. Sorry, I have something on my side. Just saw the cell phone. Wang Chi recalled what Aunt Li said. Hu Lao-san this is just finished educating the child. It was midnight before he stopped. How many meals of belt stew did Hu Daodo have to eat? On the flip side, it's also a good thing. At the very least, it gave the child a complete childhood. Wang Chi said, hard work, Mr. Hu. I'm breaking up here. I'll drink again when I'm free one day. Hu Lao-san said, this is not even a matter. The main thing is, I heard that you guys went to Choi Hop Ju. Did old bastard Huang find you guys in trouble? Wang Chi laughed, yes, almost tossed me half to death. But fortunately things are resolved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This birth, I know where his house is. I'm going to find him now. Hu Lao-san cursed. The sound of rustling pants came from the other end of the phone. Wang Chi quickly stopped. It's okay boss Hu. Although we took a beating, he didn't take advantage of it. Don't be impulsive. Hu Lao-san was still furious. This son of a, just because he has a few fox friends, he wants to fox around in Huan Street. He really thinks he is something. Wang Chi pinched his brows. Alright, boss Hu. Ah Long has already cleaned him up. Since he's holding his tongue and not making any moves, it proves that he won't stir up any more trouble in a short period of time. If he picks a fight again, I'll have Ah Long go to the vegetable habitat to sit down. Huang Jingwen is a person who eats hard but refuses to be soft. If you are too soft, he will pinch you hard. If you are hard and desperate, he won't even dare to fart. To control him, you have to let Ah Long come, Hu Lao-san said indignantly. That's done. Next time he does something, I'll go with Along. Wang Chi didn't want to waste time on Huang Jingwen. Instead he had a question. Boss Hua. What? Mr. Wang, you say, do you know the fourth master? He was curious as to what kind of character this fourth master was, with so much energy that he could set unwritten rules in Huan Street. When Hu Laosan heard the word fourth master, his tone was not as impulsive. Boss Wang, you don't know the fourth master? Wang Chi replied in a bad mood. Hearing this name, I know it's not a good thing. I'm not a Jianghu player. How do I know who he is? Hu Laosan explained vaguely. Fourth master Su, real name Su Tianqing. Since he is the fourth oldest in his family, he is usually addressed as fourth master. Wang Chi yawned, not wanting to listen to nonsense. Then what? Hu Laosan continued. Mr. Wang, this fourth master is not a small person and is particularly capable. It is said that when he was young, he fought alone in Zhihai City and founded a society called 13 Flags by himself. At first, they were only in the business of collecting loan sharks, but later, as 13 Flags grew bigger and bigger, he extended his hand to more profitable and at the same time more risky industries, casinos, bars, and KTVs. It can be said that in Zhihai City, Fourth Master's 13 Flags monopolized a full two-thirds of the underground entertainment industry, achieving true wealth and power. Moreover, the current Fourth Master is getting stronger and stronger. General businessmen to open up the market first go to the local person in charge to do the formalities, which is on the surface. Secretly, they will definitely look for the fourth master to take care of things, and with the help of the fourth master, they can only go smoothly in the local area. Wang Chi's heart was half cold after listening to Hu Laosan's account. This fourth master, and his 13 Flags society, is not the big power in the Jianghu. Offended him. Wang Chi was so scared that he was sleepy, and his heartbeat was especially fast, like beating a drum. Hu boss do you know Da Biao? Hu Laosan replied. No one of the 13 Flags of a horse boy. What happened? We opened him up, and said bad things about the fourth master. After Hu Laosan heard this, he was first stunned, then laughed loudly. Boss Wang, don't worry, although the fourth master is very powerful, he won't have the free time to focus his attention on us. Wang Chi teeth are beginning to fight. You swear, do not lie to me, or I can book a plane ticket. Hu Laosan said. No lie, Boss Wang, as long as you don't get anyone killed, the fourth master will pass with one eye open and one eye closed. Fighting all day long is a bunch of hooligans. The real big brothers are all running to make money. Wang Chi sighed in relief. That's good. Well, what about chanting? Then there are more people cursing him, and even more people fighting with his men. And if the fourth master retaliates because of a fart, then he and the 13 Flags must not die of exhaustion. So this rule of his, what does it mean? Hu Laosan hesitated for a while and helplessly said. I'm not sure about this. I'm just a breakfast seller. Not one of them. Don't know much. If you can't ask, then forget it. With these words from Hu Laosan, Wang Chi's heart was not so tight. He didn't realize that he had almost offended a big shot unintentionally, with so much energy that he couldn't imagine. Fortunately, this fourth master is different from other big men, not a small-minded person. You don't push him to be anxious. He presses you. The chaos of the vegetable joint residence, to put it bluntly in the eyes of the fourth master, is the children's small fight. Wang Chi simply and Hu Laosan talked a few more sentences, then hung up the phone, asleep until dawn. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Wang Chi was woken up by a knock on the door. Who is it? Wang Chi got out of bed and yelled with his neck pulled out, his face filled with anger. Mr. Wang, it's me. Hearing that it was Gu Yueshi's voice, a large portion of Wang Chi's anger subsided as he rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, he could faintly smell the fragrance of the roses. Meeting with a beauty in the morning made his mood much more beautiful. The beauty is that Gu Yueshi is back in that professional outfit. Although sexy, Wang Chi prefers the less formal Gu Yueshi in life. Forget about it. The wraparound skirt and small black socks make up for it. Mr. Wang, pack up. The Gu Yueshi just said her words halfway. Her eyes unconsciously glanced to the bottom of Wang Chi's body. Wang Chi was uncertain and looked along Gu Yueshi's line of sight. Crap. Sorry. Wait for me. Bang. Wang Chi turned around and slammed the door shut, leaving the beautiful woman outside. He was blinded by sleep and forgot that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. None of this mattered. What mattered was that his second brother was alive and well at this moment, pouring everything he had into a big tent. Chapter 30. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Quickly washing up and getting dressed, Wang Chi took a deep breath and opened the door. Gu Yueshi stood waiting outside the door, and although she was outwardly unperturbed, she could vaguely tell that a light blush had surfaced on her face. Wang Chi tried his best to remain calm and gestured. Dear Gu, please come in. Gu Yueshi rebuffed. No need, Mr. Wang. Wang Chi laughed. What? Afraid I'll eat you? Don't worry, it was an accident just now. You have to know that most men will. In the morning, Gu Yueshi immediately stopped this topic and said to Wang Qi, Mr. Wang, everything is ready on the takeout platform, just waiting for you to bind your bank card and upload your photo with your ID card in hand. Wang Qi scratched his head, looking confused. Oh, still have to do this ah? Gu Yueshi was speechless for a while. Mr. Wang, it's not that I have a problem with you. At the very least, you have to be on top of what you're discussing. Wang Qi grinned and said, this is not you. Gu Yueshi frowned and said, Mr. Wang, I'm just cooperating with you. Some of the major decision-making deliberations and processes need to be completed by you. Wang Qi laughed. Xiao Gu, have you heard of a saying? Gu Yueshi asked. What phrase? Can't do anything? Shirker. Gu Yueshi was so angry that she couldn't clear her face and went to the breakfast store first with a black face. In the breakfast store, there was a steady stream of customers, and it could be seen that the opening event had completely made the Wang's Group breakfast store famous on Huan Street. Coupled with the breakfast store's reputation and the momentum of the maverick rule-breaking, let many people come here to find out. It was Lu Yi and Ah Long who suffered. One could not stop at the back kitchen, and the other could not stop shuttling back and forth in the store. Wang Qi thoughtfully bought Hyunmai chewing gum for the two men and told them to work hard and don't stop. Don't stop. Continue. Don't stop. Wang Qi held a bun in his mouth and stood at the door, holding his ID card. Gu Yueshi took a picture of Wang Qi in the breakfast store and uploaded it for review. Taking the picture, Gu Yueshi held back her fire and said coldly, Mr. Wang, please finish the bun in your mouth. Okay. Wang Qi hurriedly swallowed the bun and prepared to take the picture. Gu Yueshi took a deep breath and spoke once again. Scissor hands down. Wang Qi silently put down his scissor hands. Okay. After the photos were taken, Gu Yueshi picked up Wang Qi's cell phone and began to operate it. Not a moment later, she handed her phone to Wang Qi. It's done. The review will come out in 1 to 3 days. You'll be notified by text message at that time. Wang Qi gave a thumbs up. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Gu Yueshi broke into a cold sweat. Wang Qi fiercely remembered Hu Laosan and said to Gu Yueshi, then do we have to mess with Boss Hu as well? Since the branch store manager was Hu Laosan, the platform was audited and what was needed was a message from him personally. Thinking that Boss Hu was so old, he shouldn't be able to play with a cell phone. Gu Yueshi responded, I've already dealt with Boss Hu's side in the morning. Just wait for the audit like you. Wang Qi gorgeous. Can do a handshake feel the needle does not poke. Oh, not the needle does not poke. That's simply tie pants hot. Due to the fact that there are too many customers, Wang Qi stayed there and definitely had to help. So he chose to sneak around the apartment and walk around like the early morning bosses. Wang Qi sat on the stone bench below the apartment and felt the fresh morning air. He was indeed happy today. On the one hand, the breakfast store was truly on track, and on the other hand, the rewards from the One-Click President app had been issued. Congratulations to the user for completing today's task. Rewards will be issued at 12 a.m. Reward, aura value increased to 10%. Irresistible duration, increased to 1 hour. Reward, 50,000 RMB. Yesterday's text message. He fell asleep and didn't see it first, but when he looked at it today, it still felt so soothing. How to look at it would never get tired of it, especially when the SMS reminded him that his card balance was a full 150,000 plus. Wang Qi's entire body seemed to be filled with vigor and motivation, and he ran around the downstairs like a baboon for 5 laps. Today is a good day. Whatever the heart desires can come true. He whistled, not hiding his inner joy at all, probably because he hadn't finished venting his joy yet. His whole body was a bit uptight. Wang Qi stretched his back and, without realizing it, saw something. Getting up, patting his butt, and in one fell swoop, he arrived in the parking shed of the Red Star apartment. It was full of parked electric cars and bicycles, and his line of sight rested on a bicycle with a 2.8 beam. An old bike like the Urba de Beam in the carport was like an old lady coming into an internet cafe to play Hero League with the boys in black. It looked out of place. However, Wang Qi liked it, because this bike was the transportation that carried him here. Moreover, it was still Gu Yueshi's ride. Wang Qi surveyed the bike for a long time, and reached out a hand to caress the seat, his eyes half smiling as if he was caressing Gu Yueshi herself. In the next second, cool as lightning, a warrior pedaled against the wind and rushed out of the carport. Wang Qi remembers that it should have been when he was a child from the last time he rode a bicycle. He usually goes to work by bus or subway, and after work, he is also the same. Basically cannot touch the shared bicycle. As soon as he stepped onto the 2.8 beam, Wang Qi obviously felt handsome, especially when he stood up and pedaled handsomely. The pedestrians and stores around him were like the movie of a projector skimming by, and only the strong wind coming from his face allowed him to experience the passion brought by the speed. Wang Qi pedaled his bike with vigor while opening his mouth wide to feel the marvelous sensation of the wind blowing into his mouth. Wang Qi used to do this a lot when he was a kid, and he didn't know why he wanted to do it. It was like when his childhood friend saw an eraser and liked to stick the tip of the pen into it. When you take off your socks, you must first put them on the tip of your nose and smell them. Wow. He opened his mouth wide and fantasized about taking a bite out of the oxygen. That's when the cell phone rang. Grandpa, grandson called you again. Wang Qi muttered in dissatisfaction. Who is it? Pedaling his bike, he picked up the phone. Hello, how are you, sir? We are the Big Guy Forward Column Group, now inviting you. Roll, take a cab and roll. Wang Qi hung up the phone and couldn't help but curse. However, not surprisingly, an accident happened. Just as he lowered his head to put his cell phone into his pocket, he raised his head again and realized that a fashionable woman passed in front of him. Crap, get out of the way. Wang Qi shouted in horror. The bike pedaled too fast, and as he pressed the brakes, due to the powerful inertia, he slammed into the woman with the bike. The woman also reacted and looked at the gradually approaching bike, covering her mouth and shouting, "Ah!" Bang! Chapter 31, The Irrational Woman. The two 8-beams rested forced, lying alone on the side, the wheels spinning because of the remaining force. Not surprisingly, Wang Qi's head, another big bag. Wang Qi propped up half of his body, caressing the head. More big bag, good pain. Suddenly, the woman underneath him cried out in pain. You're in pain. Pain my ass. Get the hell out of my way. Wang Qi then reacted to the woman underneath his body. The woman's figure was very good. It could be seen through the expensive black wraparound skirt, the bumpy bump and the warped, comparable to Gu Yueshi. Moreover, although the woman was wearing sunglasses, she could tell from her melon face and other features that her face value was no less than Gu Yueshi. Why compare her to Gu Yueshi? That was because Gu Yueshi was the most perfect woman in Wang Qi's eyes. Gu Yueshi was 99 points and this woman could reach 98 points. Wang Qi gave a nod of approval. The woman gritted her teeth and yelled at Wang Qi. Get off! Wang Qi's old face turned red and he hurriedly got up. I'm really sorry. Only then did the woman hobble to her feet, her beautiful hands holding her waist, taking off her sunglasses, glaring fiercely at Wang Qi with her watery eyes, itching to eat him in one bite. Are you blind? You can't see such a big living person like me? Wang Qi said with apology. Sorry, beautiful woman. When I was riding my bike, I answered a phone call. I didn't pay attention to it. The woman was not forgiving. What's the matter? The king of hell is calling you to hurry up. Wang Qi was not happy at that time. I have apologized and you still speak so harshly. Is not based on your name brand can be in front of me wantonly? Don't think you look pretty can be in front of me nonsense. Your words I do not listen to the ear is not give face. Wang Qi is not convinced. Hey, I have apologized. What else do you want? The big deal is to accompany you to the hospital again to check. We have a little quality. Do not curse. The woman disliked back. What's wrong with scolding you? Just scold you. Blind. Wang Qi's voice is high. What are you barking at? What are you barking at? I'm asking you what are you barking at? The woman came to Wang Qi angrily and said loudly. You're the dog. You dog bark. You're the big Tibetan Mastiff. Bah. You are the dog. You're the husky. The blind husky. Wang Qi covered his ears. Hey, can't hear. Angry. The woman said angrily. Put your hands down. Wang Qi still covered his ears and said the jingle. Don't listen. The Wangba recites the scripture. Don't care. The Wangba is you. 3 + 3 = 6. 6 old men are your uncle. To ask what your uncle looks like. Big white ass bald old bright. The woman was furious, tearing Wang Qi's arm with her hand, wanting to scold back. Naiha strength is not as big as Wang Qi. 2 arms how to tug cannot be pulled down. The woman was so angry that she stood still, glaring viciously at Wang Qi with her big eyes. Her beautiful figure gradually trembled because of her anger. In the next second, Wang Qi panicked. Wang Qi put his hand down and looked panicked. Hey, no, don't cry. Let's have a good conversation. The woman was so angry that her tears were spinning in her eyes, biting her lips like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Passers-by saw such a great beauty aggrieved, and immediately transformed into a messenger of justice, pointing at Wang Qi. You young man is really unkind, bumping into someone's little girl and still scolding them, and it's also a beautiful woman. Won't your conscience hurt? Apologize to the beautiful girl right away. I tell you I can video. If not apologize we'll send you online to expose you. Hey, this person looks familiar. Seems to be the owner of the breakfast store. Wang Qi couldn't stand the cross-eyed, very helpless. Apologize to the woman, okay? Don't cry. I'm sorry, it's my problem. The woman was unmoved and remained angry. Wang Qi apologized again. My fault. I'm sorry, I really can't. You say a number. I'll compensate you for the money. The woman sneered and reached out to wipe away her tears. Do I care about your stinking money? Wang Qi said breathlessly. Then what do you want? The woman looked around at the chattering crowd, displeasure written all over her face, and yelled out, Look, 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 all look my ass, get out. A group of people who intended to do justice were startled, cursing and swearing, and dispersed. Seeing that the surrounding people dispersed, the woman turned her head to Wang Qi and said in a cold voice, You come with me. This matter is not over. Wang Qi said vigilantly, Follow you where? You'll know when you come. Having no choice, Wang Qi apprehensively followed the woman to the small alley where no one was. Seeing the beauty approaching step by step, and the perfume odor at the tip of his nose becoming clearer and clearer, Wang Qi gulped, his expression looking extremely flustered. There seems to be surveillance here, so don't go too far. The woman was close to Wang Qi's face, and her pretty face revealed a flowery smile that was very pretty. In the next second, Wang Qi's stomach hurt. A small pink fist hit his stomach. It wasn't really very painful, but Wang Qi still had to fake it. Wang Qi leaned against the wall and tried his best to make a painful appearance. Why are you hitting people? The woman grunted coldly. Who told you to bump into me? Stinking blind man, and you cursed me. I'm not going to beat you up. I'm not relieved. After saying that, a meal of Tianma meteor small pink fist smashed on Wang Qi. Wang Qi grimaced and dodged. The woman's strength was small, and the beating didn't really hurt. If she were Gu Yueshi, she would have let Wang Qi see her tits. Despite this, the woman could not resist too many times, and Wang Qi could not resist more and more. He grabbed the woman's ankle, and it was smooth and tender and very sensual. Hey, just hit. Kicking my life root is excessive. The woman stifled her red face and struggled hard to break free. I'm happy to. What do you care about me? Wang Qi said unhappily. I apologize to you and let you out of anger. It's already fine. Let's stop. If not, don't blame me for not being polite. The woman said with a defiant face. Are you scaring me? I haven't been scared since I was a kid. This sentence made Wang Qi angry. He raised his hand with force. The woman let out a cry of surprise and fell to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. That's not all. Wang Qi directly rode on the woman's body and pressed her hands to prevent her from getting up. Bastard! Get off! The woman roared out in anger as she couldn't break free from the ambiguous position. Wang Qi returned. Rolling down is fine, but you can't be unreasonable anymore. The woman angrily said. Who are you saying is being unreasonable? Said you. Don't let me get up, or I'll beat you half to death. Don't worry, you can't get up. Just as the two were bickering, a sound of footsteps came. Wang Qi and the woman turned their heads to look at the same time. They only saw a middle-aged man in a suit walk in. Although the man's hair was half white, it was paired with a meticulous back of hair and gold-rimmed glasses, which instead brought the temperament up a notch. The middle-aged man was very easygoing, like the gentle old gentleman on TV. Jiao, is that you? The man gently called out. His voice was soft. Uncle Zhang? Jiao was taken aback. Why are you here? Uncle Zhang replied. I came out to look for you after taking care of things, and I didn't expect that you would be nowhere to be found if I wasn't paying attention. I heard your voice just now and came over to confirm. After Zhang Bo finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that there was a man riding on Jiao. Instantly, his face changed, and his elegant demeanor vanished. In its place, there was an extremely gloomy look with killing intent. The man called Zhang Bo gave Wang Qi too strong a sense of oppression, especially with the ferocious image on display, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Kid, roll down. Uncle Zhang spoke in a cold voice while his hand reached for his suit pocket. At this moment, Jiao hurriedly exclaimed, Uncle Zhang, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Wang Qi hadn't reacted yet. His brain was in a state of downtime. Seeing that Wang Qi was unmoved, Jiao hurriedly shouted, Get down. You don't want to die. Chapter 32. I'll educate you too. Only then did Wang Qi come back to his senses, and without saying a word hurriedly let Jiao leave. Seeing this, Zhang Bo took out his hand that was reaching into his suit pocket and said to Jiao, What's going on? Jiao pursed her lips and told Uncle Zhang what happened. During this time, fearing that Jiao would exaggerate what happened, Wang Qi interjected from the side. Let's state one thing first. I just returned the favor, but I didn't hit you with my hands. The woman turned back to Wang Qi and said, Shut up. Zhang Bo also understood and nodded. So that's how it is. I thought this kid bullied you. Jiao smiled contemptuously. With him, how can he still bully me? If it wasn't for you, Uncle Zhang, coming here, I would have already given him a good beating. Uncle Zhang stroked Jiao's little head with a doting face. Right. My little princess is the most powerful. Jiao, that's right. Wang Qi, after realizing that it was a misunderstanding, Zhang Bo didn't get aggressive and took out the Bentley's car keys from his pocket, handing it to Jiao and said, Jiao, go wait for me in the car first. After hearing this, Jiao immediately looked up alertly. Uncle Zhang, what do you want? Seeing Jia Jiao's cute appearance, Uncle Zhang couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I just want to talk to this young man. Jiao Jiao beamed. Very cute, Uncle Zhang. You know what I hate the most, right? This trick worked well for Uncle Zhang. He gently hugged Jiao Jiao in front of him and softly said, of course, my little princess. Don't worry. Only then did Jiao Jiao obey, obediently taking the car keys and leaving, and on her way out, she didn't forget to secretly wave her fist at Wang Qi. Next time I see you, no good juice for you. Wang Qi grunted and followed suit, leaving the hut on with a feigned calmness. Just as he passed by Zhang Bo, a hand rested on his shoulder. He wanted to leave naturally, but unexpectedly, Zhang Bo also naturally placed his hand at his shoulder. Wang Qi's footsteps stopped and he twisted his head to look at the smile on Zhang Bo's face, goosebumps spreading all over his body. 5 minutes later, a conversation between the two came from the hut on. Kid, don't blame me. I also have good intentions. Do you understand? Understood, Uncle Zhang. I've benefited from your arrival today, making me realize that I can't be intentional and have to stay humble. Ha ha, don't be nervous, kid. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, as long as you don't have any improper thoughts about Jiao Jiao. Of course not. This is all a misunderstanding. After all, Jiao Jiao and I are people from two worlds who met because of an accident. Don't worry, in my eyes. Oh no, in her eyes. I'm just a passerby. Zhang Bo nodded cheerfully and patted Wang Qi's shoulder. Kid, to be honest, I appreciate your ability to bend and bend. Although you don't seem to have much skill, I still recognize the coaxing technique. Wang Qi nodded seriously with 2 purple circles under his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your recognition. Uncle Zhang was satisfied and said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wang Qi solemnly said, Uncle Zhang, take care. Uncle Zhang turned around and left, not wanting to waste time on this brat. Although he was smart and, in a rare way, he was able to fight with Jiao Jiao. One must know that Jiao Jiao was very strong, so strong that no one around her dared to offend her. And because of that, she didn't have a single genuine friend around her. They would only succumb to Jiao Jiao's lewd authority, rather than dealing with you sincerely. Jiao Jiao naturally knew this well, so she often kept to herself and basically didn't go out with anyone other than Uncle Zhang. Today, it was rare to come across a man who dared to go against Jiao Jiao, which made Zhang Bo surprised. It doesn't matter anymore. He doesn't allow Jiao Jiao to have male friends around her anyway. In Uncle Zhang's eyes, Jiao Jiao was still a young girl who was not deeply involved in the world, and could easily be targeted by some men who had a flamboyant heart. Therefore, he was very mindful of the existence of the opposite sex around Jiao Jiao. Kid, work hard. Got it, Uncle Zhang. Wang Qi and Uncle Zhang came out of the hut on one after the other, and the sunlight made Wang Qi's eyes sting slightly. Just then, a scent of roses hit his face. A cool voice came from beside him. Mr. Wang, what are you doing here? Wang Qi looked at Gu Yueshi in surprise and asked in astonishment. Xiao Gu, why are you here? Gu Yueshi pointed to the 2 8 beams not far away. I realized that the bike was lost, and without even thinking about it, I'm sure you did it, so I came out to look for you. Seeing Wang Qi stammered, Gu Yueshi frowned. Mr. Wang, what happened to your eyes? Nothing. Biking hit it. This word Gu Yueshi definitely did not believe. She used her icy eyes to look at the playful face of Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo's footsteps had long since stopped. Kid, I didn't see it. Your potential is not small. You actually look like such a capable secretary. Wang Qi scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhang. At this moment, Gu Yueshi moved, and under Wang Qi's nervous gaze, she came in front of Uncle Zhang and locked eyes with him with eyes like 1,000 years of ice. This scene almost scared Wang Qi into peeing. Luckily, Uncle Zhang didn't count on it and continued to maintain his elegant aura as he sized up Gu Yueshi. There was a moment of silence. Gu Yueshi was the first to speak. You moved? Uncle Zhang admitted graciously. It was me. Gu Yueshi's eyes sank as she said. Why? Uncle Zhang replied. To educate the young people. Gu Yueshi pointed to the hutong and faintly said. Go in. I'll educate you as well. As soon as these words came out, Wang Qi sulked and rushed over with a big step to stop between the two. Wang Qi squeezed his eyebrows and spoke in an urgent tone, whispering into Gu Yueshi's ear. My aunt, forget it, there's nothing going on, so don't get involved. Holy, Zhang Bo and that Jiao Jiao's backgrounds are not simple by any stretch of the imagination. It's literally one heaven and one earth with Huang Jingwen, and they just got into trouble yesterday. Don't get into trouble again today. Auntie, you are too dry, no warning at all, cannot even stop. Wang Qi turned around and said to Uncle Zhang with an apologetic face. I'm really sorry, Uncle Zhang. My secretary is rather straight. Unintentional. I'm offended. Uncle Zhang did not get angry. On the contrary, he smiled. It's alright, I have to say. Kid, you have a pretty good life. Wang Chi scratched his head awkwardly. He. Uncle Zhang then placed his sight on Gu Yueshi and opened his mouth to ask, "Girl, what's your name?" Gu Yueshi. "Kid, what's yours?" Wang Chi trembled and replied, "Wang Chi." Uncle Zhang laughed and patted his shoulder. "Wang Chi, don't be nervous, I just find you guys interesting and want to get to know you. I won't bring you any trouble." Uncle Zhang then looked at his Rolex wristwatch and smiled at Gu Yueshi. "So, Gu Yueshi, I still have 5 minutes left. Want to go in and compare notes?" Gu Yueshi was about to open her mouth when Wang Chi covered her red lips. "Compare what? Uncle Zhang, you go and get busy. Don't delay the business." Uncle Zhang said, "Alright, since it's fine, I'll leave first." After saying that, Uncle Zhang decisively left. After all, if he dragged on for a while longer, the little princess in the car would have a temper again. Chapter 33, Envisioning a Teacher-Student Romance. Along the way, Wang Chi and Gu Yueshi didn't speak to anyone, and the atmosphere was low. Wang Chi secretly glanced at Gu Yueshi, who was pushing the 2/8 beam, and was slightly vain. However, Wang Chi had a thicker skin and opened his mouth first and asked, "Is the store's business okay today?" Gu Yueshi replied coldly, "Yes." Wang Chi continued, "Then they are still busy now?" Gu Yueshi replied, "It's already time to close. They ordered lunch and are waiting for you to go back at my house." Wang Chi asked, Oh, sorry, I didn't look at the time. Then what did they order for lunch?" "Some home-cooked dishes. Are they going to drink?" Gu Yueshi stopped and turned her head to look at Wang Chi. "Mr. Wang, you can just tell me directly what you have to say. This kind of boring topic doesn't make me feel happy." Wang Chi bristled. "I'm a little scared to see you in this angry state." Gu Yueshi asked, "Scared of me for what?" Wang Chi pointed at the bike. "I secretly rode your car out and got the chain off. I'm afraid you'll get angry." Gu Yueshi sighed. "Mr. Wang, this car can be given to you if you like. What's mine is yours. I don't care." Wang Chi's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gu Yueshi said. "Really, but I do get angry." "It has nothing to do with the bike," Wang Chi pursued. "Then what does it have to do with?" Gu Yueshi looked at the bruises in Wang Chi's eyes, shook her head helplessly, and continued to push the bike forward. Arriving under the Red Star apartment building, Gu Yueshi parked her bike in the carport and walked with Wang Chi towards the 3rd floor. Wang Chi poked Gu Yueshi's arm and said, "Bicycle. I'll find some time to fix it. Don't worry." Gu Yueshi frowned. "No need. I'll take care of it myself, and I'm not in a hurry." "But, Mr. Wang, don't touch my arm." Wang Chi asked curiously. "Why?" Gu Yueshi didn't want to speak, and directly pulled her sleeve up to her shoulder. Only a few inconspicuous bruises remained where the elbow was. Wang Chi then remembered that Gu Yueshi had injured her arm and ordered to go to the vegetable hopper to save herself. "Sorry, remember next time." Wang Chi smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to thoughtfully blow on it for Gu Yueshi. Seeing this, Gu Yueshi hurriedly lowered her sleeve and faintly said, "It's fine, let's go." Coming to Gu Yueshi's room 302, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lu Xiaochuan's big face. Ouch! Crikey, who is this? How costs on Kung Fu Panda? As soon as Lu Xiaochuan saw Wang Chi's 2 blue and purple eye circles, he couldn't help but laugh, and put his arm around Wang Chi's shoulder and said, "You buddies, just got beat up yesterday. A bag all over his head with footprints, and today he is happy to bring up the 2-eyed cannon. Honestly speaking, are you watching too much Cooks? You are in a fighting state every day." Wang Chi while walking towards the house, while whispering then, "I'm riding a bike and hit." Lu Xiaochuan laughed. "I take you as a brother, you take me as a naive critic. Can you fall out of such a round eye circle by riding a bike?" Wang Chi glared at him sadly. "Get lost." In the living room, everyone who should be here is here. Even Adli Li Chunmei and Hu Laosan's son Hu Daodu are all here. Everyone is sitting around the table in the living room. There is an abundance of good wine and good food on the table. "Good fellow, Mr. Wang, what are you doing again?" Louis E ate a large chicken leg while adding a stool for Wang Chi. "Why are you always taking beatings behind our backs?" Ah Long glared at Louis E. "Don't talk nonsense." Hu Laosan put the bottle down and cursed. "Mr. Wang, tell me, is it that old bastard Huang Jingwen who did this? If you just say yes, I'll go to Kaiheiju to find trouble with him right now." Li Chunmei said to Hu Laosan, "Alright, you don't want to spoil the happy day for everyone." Hu Daodu, "That's it." Wang Chi embarrassedly touched his face and said, "Oops, alright," said the cycling fall. "Okay, don't mention this. Eat, hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold." A group of people crowded in a small table, began to eat happily. Big fish and meat and delicious cold beer swept away this morning's fatigue. After everyone had eaten and drank their fill, they didn't get off the table and had a chat, the content of which was nothing more than that business was better and they earned more. This credit is attributed to Wang Chi. Wang Chi did not shirk, raised his glass to toast everyone. Only, chatting and chatting, It is a bit tasteless. Louis got a little drunk and started to say with a big tongue, Hu Lao Gu. To be honest, I don't mind at all if our Dodo falls in love early. You have to know that the boy is to be caught up in advance, cultivated from a young age in the future. There is absolutely no shortage of girls around. After saying that, she also hugged the tiger-headed Hu Daodu. Lu Xiaochuan picked up the conversation. I think Yi said the words of reason. This thing is to start grasping from childhood. As long as you do not make a mistake. We are in love and who talk about it is no problem. Hu Laosan burped. Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Wang Qi threw a peanut into his mouth. What is this? I knew to peek. When I was in kindergarten. Halfway through his words, Gu Yueshi beside him covered his mouth. Li Chunmei also said at this time, in fact, I don't mind Daodu's early love. Only that his homeroom teacher is almost 30 years old. Daodu is only 8 years old. Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, Sister Li, you are just too rigid. How free is love now? Which has so much to say. Age is not a problem. And the woman is older. The more virtuous, the more considerate. Louis crossed her waist and said, Teacher-student love is really very romantic. Well, Daodu is still a child husband. Accompanied by their own love to grow is a happy thing. If I have a little puppy brother, I will definitely accompany him to grow up to adulthood and pick the fruits of cultivation with my own hands. Lu Xiaochuan, that's right. Long helplessly laughed. What with what? Hu Laosan lit a cigarette and pointed his finger at Hu Daodu. Son, tell dad what you like about your teacher. Everyone's eyes looked at Hu Daodu, including Gu Yueshi, who never likes to get together. The most excited ones were Lu Xiaochuan and Louis, both of whom had an infinite fondness for teacher-student love. How romantic it was to be able to harbor spring at an ignorant age and fall in love with one's teacher. Teacher, I like your eyes. Your eyes, although sometimes harsh and sometimes gentle, but in my eyes, no matter when to look over, the touch of electricity in the eye undoubtedly residual my love for you. Teacher, I love you. I love you to accompany me through the spring, summer, fall and winter. Love you to accompany me to overcome layers of obstacles in the face of happiness. I love you even more. I put on a suit, you put on a wedding dress, to accompany me to walk through the second half of the bright. The fleshy love words in the two people's brains continue to emerge, resulting in the two of them more excited than the parties involved. Hu Daodu, on the other hand, looked at the crowd's expectant gaze and blinked his big eyes. He revealed a boyish smile and said, I like our teacher's big Nija. Chapter 34, Are you trying to play hard to get with me? The feeling of romantic anticipation was doused and the scene was silent for a full 3 seconds. Ahem. Li Chunmei lowered her head and intentionally coughed twice. Hu Laosan immediately threw away the cigarette in his mouth, glaring at the tiger's eyes while drawing out the belt of his jeans. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little son of a, see if I can't beat you to death today. Hu Daodu was terrified. His little face was white, hiding behind Louis and Lu Xiaochuan. Father, don't beat me up. Beat me all night yesterday. Now my butt is still numb. Still numb? Let you keep hurting today. Told you to talk nonsense. Hu Daodu saw his old man aggressively walking towards him. The little guy deluded himself into thinking that Louis and Lu Xiaochuan could help him save himself from the pain of flesh and blood. Who would have thought that this big sister and big brother would change their favoritism and care for themselves just now, and sullenly lowered their heads to eat their dishes, treating themselves as air. The end is predictable. Hu Daodu with tears in his eyes was pulled into the bathroom by Hu Laosan, and none of the older siblings present stood up to speak out for him. Not a moment later, the sound of a belt beating came from inside the bathroom, as well as Hu Daodu's miserable screams. I'll let you talk nonsense. Let you talk nonsense. Hu Laosan vigorously took the belt and whipped Daodu's buttocks, without any softness at all. Oh, clearly you told me to say it. Hu Daodu cried while talking back. Hearing this, Hu Laosan hit even harder. Everyone ignored Hu Daodu's wailing and started another round of conversation. Only Wang Qi wasn't very interested. He went to the balcony of the corridor outside the door and lit a cigarette for himself, enjoying the loneliness of a cigarette that was half smoked by himself and then half smoked by the wind. After 2 puffs of smoke, his sensitive nose caught the fresh scent of roses. Wang Qi squinted at Gu Yueshi beside him and smiled. Had enough? Gu Yueshi nodded. Full. After answering, Gu Yueshi took out a small box of medicine and handed it to Wang Qi. Wang Qi asked, What is this? Gu Yueshi replied, Danshin tablets. It helps to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. I've tried it and it works well. Wang Qi exhaled a mouthful of smoke and joked, I'm not going to be single for the rest of my life if I take Danshin tablets. Gu Yueshi skimmed her mouth, not wanting to bother with him. Little bastard. Still skimming her mouth, selling her cute, isn't it? Wang Qi touched Gu Yueshi's little brain. Thank you. Everyone else is for nothing. It's still my little secretary who cares about me. Gu Yueshi resisted contact with the opposite sex, but she still coldly enjoyed Wang Qi's head touch. In her case, as long as Wang Qi didn't do anything particularly out of the ordinary, she could tolerate it. However, this man seemed to be getting more and more energized as he kept touching her head like a cat, and his eyes became more and more lewd. Gu Yueshi couldn't bear it anymore and gently avoided Wang Chi's hand, saying with dissatisfaction, "Mr. Wang, don't touch it." Wang Chi said, "Sorry, the hand feels too good. I didn't control it for a while." Gu Yueshi looked at Wang Chi's eyes and stared for a moment. "Mr. Wang, does it still hurt?" Wang Chi said with a big grin, "It hasn't hurt for a long time. It's good, provided that it's not touched." Gu Yueshi let out a breath and said seriously, "Mr. Wang, in the future, if you want to go anywhere, please tell me. I won't restrict your personal freedom, but at the very least I can be the first to arrive if you have a situation." Wang Chi teased, "What's going on? My secretary is also moonlighting as a bodyguard now. I'm not going to pay you 2 salaries. Gu Yueshi was slightly displeased. "I don't care about the salary at all. Mr. Wang, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to be by your side when something happens to you." Wang Chi was a bit touched, looking at Gu Yueshi's pretty face, as well as the tear mole below her charming eyes, and spoke softly, "Xiao Gu, does this fall under the category of private emotions or workplace emotions?" Gu Yueshi froze and replied, "Workplace emotion. Zun do fake do?" Gu Yueshi replied, "Really?" Wang Chi slowly approached Gu Yueshi's face, as if to kiss it deeply. This time, Gu Yueshi didn't hide, and expressionlessly looked at that popular face getting closer and closer to touching her lips, only less than 5 centimeters away. Wang Chi could feel Gu Yueshi's sweet breath. In the next moment, Wang Chi raised his eyebrows and clamped into a low bubbly tone whispering to Gu Yueshi, "Woman, are you lusting after me?" Back at the wine table, Wang Chi was surprised. He didn't expect this group of people to actually chat and then proceed to drink. "And I don't know when. Lu Xiaochuan got 2 more cases of beer. Look like this is intended to not get drunk. I do not know if it is not playing Hu Dao playing Sweaty Edge. Hu Laosan bare arms open arm directly open drink. The legendary Jiang Hu breath. Next is the men's specialty. Women and children back off." Lu Yi and Li Chunmei were chatting on the sidelines, and the former was talking a little cute little jam because she was drunk. Next to the 2 men on the sofa sprawled the tiredly crying Hu Dao. Those who could drink on the table were left with Hu Laosan, Lu Xiaochuan, and Ah Long. Of course Wang Chi didn't drink. He knew that alcohol hurt his body and decided to give the stage to the others. This drink, as if the New Year's Eve, directly from noon to 6 o'clock in the evening, even the dinner was saved. Hu Laosan drunk, had to help Lu Xiaochuan to send him home. Said in addition to Wang Chi, the most admired person is him. Lu Xiaochuan is also not willing to give up. Wobbly to Hu Laosan fist. Lu Xiaochuan half leaned on the doorframe, clasped his fists and said, "Hu Laosan, I respect you. You are my good big brother. Today I am going to worship you Hu Dao." "Oh no, Hu Laosan. Worship." Hu Laosan hiccuped and laughed. "You can scare me to death. I thought you were going to worship with my son." Looking at the 2 of them as you said one thing and I said another. Wang Chi couldn't help but give Li Chunmei a sympathetic look. Aunt Li will be busy this time. After that, everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers, leaving Gu Yueshi to carefully clean the living room and open the windows to dissipate the smell of alcohol in the room. Bitchy Wang Chi sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and asked Gu Yueshi, "Pretty girl, need some help?" Gu Yueshi replied while sweeping the floor carefully, "No need. You have a big heart, telling this group of drunkards to drink in your house. This is great. It's my nose that's guilty. Your body odor is covered by the smell of alcohol. It's okay, just air it out. Don't ventilate. It's easy to catch a cold when you sleep with the window open at night." Wang Chi gave Gu Yueshi a flying kiss. "Why don't you come to 301 at night and squeeze with me? I don't mind." Ka. The broomstick in Gu Yueshi's hand was crushed by the waist because of the force. Wang Chi stirred up a burst of goosebumps, and hastily changed his words. "Ha ha. I'm just kidding with you. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. You know, I like to tease you." Gu Yueshi did not say anything, turned her back to Wang Chi, not knowing what she was thinking. Wang Chi swallowed his saliva and stiffly got up. "That what? If there is nothing, I will go back first. Contact again if something happens." As soon as the words fell, the man ran out without a trace. Gu Yueshi's chest continued to rise and fall, her heart silently reading, "Gu Yueshi, you can do it. Stay calm. You can do it. Stay calm. Stay calm."